Welcome to TopstepTV. Up next is that Hoag guy and that other guy. Oh yeah, Horn. Hoag and Horn.
Wednesday, midweek. How's your trading been? I hope it's been good. If not, you still got time to recover. There's still time. Hello, traders, friends, family, everybody. Pets, non-pets, and everything you want to pet. So glad you could make it today at the right place at the right time. Welcome to Topstep TV. Yes, the biggest and best names in the trading world are on the show. And speaking of biggest names, we got some big names today, I'm telling you. You're not going to find any other show like this on the internet. Nope. This is Opening Call. He's Luke, and I'm Bo Duke, Hazard County. We're going to bring you each. What we bring each day is informative and educational show for you. So sit back, relax. We're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, your biggest fan, and even that voice in your head that keeps reminding you, gratitude is riches. Complaint is poverty. So let's say hello to everybody's friend, our trading mentor, very best of market gurus that you can find anywhere on this planet. The man with the plan, John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Hello, John.
Good morning, Eddie. Very kind of you to say, and good morning to everybody. Yes, Wednesday, halfway through the week already, August the 14th. As always, our focus here is going to be on seeking accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient. Good morning to everybody. Top of the list, Sean Matthews, Mike, Ezra, John, Marv Daly, Dan Trader, good to see you, Tony, David Walsh, Joshua, it's good to see you, my friend, Gary, and Frizzoo, and just to name a few, of course. Welcome, and glad to be here with all of you. It's going to be a good day
Welcome,
today.
everybody. You got it, Johnny. Well, let's get busy here. Busy. News today. CPI came out. And, well, if you were trading gold, shame on you. It was a rodeo roller coaster. Markets, I tell you, we talk about that head fake a lot. A lot of you got faked out. I know you did. If you had a position on, or if you tried to get into position. That's why it's like, you know what, hands off, let the dust settle. I mean, these things, NASDAQ, gold, the ES, we had some big moves here. And hopefully that you just sat back and watched the show and you're ready for a day of trading. So Dow futures contract closed flat, close to flat. I didn't say close flat. That's amazing. Things just sort of spun around here. S&P up only 1%, NASDAQ up 1%. So all that movement sort of just came right back to where it started. Wall Street indices benefited from the broad rally yesterday. That was with the producer price data. We had PCI yesterday. Blue chip Dow Jones Industrial rose more than 400 points, while the broad-based S&P gained 1.7%, and that NASDAQ 2.4%. UBS is in the news here today. They reported an impressive second quarter performance today. The Swiss bank giant, its inflation rose 2.2 in July, rising above the Bank of England's 2% target. It was after 2 months at that level, but a sharp drop from the 41-year high at 11.1%. And we saw that back in October of 2022. But however, this was slightly smaller than the increase of 2.3 expected, and the annual service inflation closely watched by the Bank of England fell by 5.2% from July to June's 5.7. Following the data, released yesterday, the annual wage growth included bonuses slowed by the lowest in nearly 2 years at 5.4. So that's what I've got here. Bank of England, UBS, our markets, crude coming up next. But before we do that, Johnny, what do you got for us here?
Well, as far as economic numbers this morning, of course, we've all been waiting patiently for the CPI numbers to come out. But before that, at 6 o'clock this morning, mortgage rates and applications came out. Mortgage rates continued to fall just a little bit. Previous week was 6.55%, and 6.54% this week. Nice jump in applications, however, though. The previous week, there was a jump of 6.9% in applications, 16.8% rise in applications in the last week. Interesting, as rates come down, a lot of folks out there looking for places to buy, apparently. As far as the 730 numbers, the CPI numbers came out largely as expected. The CPI year over year previous was 3%. They were expecting 3%. That's the only one that came out lower than expected at 2.9%. The month over month was expected at 0.2%. That's what we got. Core year over year, they were looking for 3.2%, which was 0.1% lower than the previous month. That's what they got. They got their 3.2%. In the core month over month, they were looking for 0.2%, and that's what they got. So not bad numbers, still indicating maybe some hot spots are still out there as far as um, as far as um, uh, what they were looking for, and we noticed a lot of folks talking right after that number came out about how traders trimmed some of the Fed rate cut bets post that CPI number. So inflation may be improving, but maybe not as much as people are expecting. It's going to be very interesting to see how these markets digest this information today. 9:30, we've got the EIA Petroleum Status Report. Eddie is going to talk about crude oil. 11:30, I'm seeing a 4-month bill auction on the schedule. We talked about UBS, which was really one of the only, kind of major earnings that came out today. We do have, however, after the close, we have Cisco. As far as the VIX tanked after the number came out, down to 17.8%. At this time yesterday, it was 19.68%. The dollar also a little bit lower this morning, 102.52 last I checked, 103.07 yesterday at this time. And the yield on the 10-year pretty much just kind of flat. It did come off a little bit here after the numbers, but they're still right about 3.85%, whereas yesterday was 3.88% at this time. That's what we were looking for as far as economic numbers and known economic numbers. I don't see any talking Feds on the schedule today. You never know when those guys are going to just pop up and start talking. It's going to be an interesting trading day. I'm very interested to see how traders and investors absorb this information from the CPI today. It's going to be a good one.
Absorb like a sponge. All right. Anybody want to hear about crude? Raise your leg behind your head. Oh, a lot of people do. Okay. Well, crude prices rose today. Rise like the bread in the oven. Had a nice. It's continuing here. We got highs 79.10, 77.90. We are still in September. October is coming up very shortly, which is the V month. September's the U, October's the V, and the way I remembered that, Johnny, was October is Halloween, and Halloween has vampires. Huh? Pretty grade school, huh?
I see what you did there. I see what you did.
Pretty grade school. Yep. Fifth grade mentality. So today we're going to be seeing, we got some more numbers coming out here. So we did see that the crude prices rose today. We had 77.90, 79.10. Bigger than expected U.S. stockpiles. Elevated geopolitical tensions, of course, in the Middle East. That added support. We did see that crude climbed 0.6%, Brent 0.6 also. And yesterday we had the API, American Petroleum Institute, showed U.S. oil inventories shrank by 5.2 million barrels in the week, August 10th. Much more expectations from a draw. So I tell you, boy, I can't wait to see what we have here for our EIA. That has been skewed week over week. Um, can't get it right, but anyway, trade the crude as you like it. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Crude markets have also been supported by the tensions in the Middle East amid fears that they might have a bigger war. There's been a lot of threats and a lot of talk about it. We're going to be watching the wires best we can. Those in chat, if you do see something, um, possibly in another news line, make sure it's a good news source. We don't want to be telling everybody it's happening when it's maybe just a rumor. So I'll be watching the news here. But if you do hear anything, let us know, and we'll look into it. Today, also, we've been waiting for this guy in a while. I haven't seen him in a while. Jared Tendler today, boys and girls, trading psychologist and a fan favorite, definitely. He's back to answer your questions today at 11 a.m. And excuse me, I've got a form that you can fill out. I'm going to post it right in the chat. There it is. And we're going to get that up. We're going to pin. Oh, we got the levels up there. Okay. We'll go that route. There it is. Topstep, last chance to get your questions in. And I'm excited to see Jared back here with us again. So looking forward to that. And let's move on to our tips of the week. Tip of the week. There you go. Thanks, Gabe. Workspace. All right. One of the things that I think we have issues with that we don't realize is high-speed internet connection. I'm lagging. I'm doing this, and anybody else lagging? Anybody else? No, not us. Anything else freezing? No, not. It's most likely on your end. Remember, a fast, reliable internet is essential for real-time trading. This is probably, I mean, you want to put gas in your car, not water. Okay, you want to make sure that that runs properly. Executing trades without delays, avoiding potential losses due to connections. That's going to screw you up. Always use a hardwire. Someone says, "Oh, Wi-Fi is fine. I'm using Wi-Fi. It's working okay." Hardwire. Trust us. I mean, maybe you never had an issue, but having that hardwire is not going to interfere. It's the best reliable source of internet. And another thing too, um, have a backup internet source, like a mobile hotspot, just in case. Just in case. Johnny, what do you got?
Yeah, always good to have at least the very best connection you can have. No connection is ever absolutely perfect, but I'm hardwired. I'm even now hardwired on my mouse, so I don't run out of battery if I'm ever in a position. And that was something that Dakota kind of pointed out to me, and it really made a lot of sense. So I went, got myself a new mouse. It is wired. It's kind of a soft wire. It doesn't really interfere with too much of what's going on in the rest of my workspace, which
Yeah.
might be an issue if that is the case. But yeah, it is. Internet connections are never perfect. There is always the chance. Why we always also suggest using stops. Place your stops.
Mm,
If there's server based stops, you're still going to get out. If you have a hotspot, or you can just use your phone and find a way to manage your positions on your phone. So that should be part of your workspace. Have that available to you. Should something happen to your internet connection, you can manage your positions
yeah.
on your phone some sort of hotspot, something like that. Good idea, Eddie. I'm very proud of my workspace. I got lots of cool stuff here.
You do, don't you? And remember, like John mentioned, the stop. It's like free insurance. Never heard of that before, but yes, it's like free insurance. CYA, cover your butt. All right, Johnny, let's get to them charts. What do you got for our contestants today?
All right, as always, starting with the daily on the E-mini S&Ps. Well, we got quite the rally yesterday, didn't we? Very low volume yesterday. That doesn't really scare me that much. Typically, the market, if it's not a reversal day, it has a tendency to kind of just grind higher on lower volume. It's when the market tanks, when all the volume comes in, because everybody goes, "Oh my God, I got to get in. We got to take it." No, we're grinding back to the upside now. We had an increase in open interest yesterday. The estimation was an additional 26,000 contracts, new contracts added on an up day. That would indicate to me that we've brought in new business, new buyers, and it's pushed us towards to above a level that I view very important, and that would be the weekly kickoff high, 54.45. We've got an anchored VWAP on the daily chart off the all-time high bar that's coming in here and is in play today on the daily chart and on the 30-minute chart. Now, I'm no expert on VWAP, but ever since we put in that high, VWAP has been resistant. It has pretty much contained all of the price action down below it. Is that going to change today is really the question. It is CPI day. We don't know how investors and traders are going to respond and change their ideas or positions or opinions over the next few hours in the regular trading hour session. I'm viewing today as kind of a critical day in the S&Ps, particular for continuation to the upside or some sort of failure that could bring us back down to test our recent lows. I don't think the news today was all that bad. I think that, as time goes on, any worries about it are probably going to go by the wayside. And we'll actually have to see how this market plays this out. Looking at a shorter time frame now, yesterday we had a trend day to the upside. Obviously, we cleared a gap. We closed out a gap. We've traded to and held above the weekly kickoff high of 54.45 even. Now let me get this. All right, so this is the anchored VWAP off the high 30-minute bar, the all-time 30-minute bar high. Been watching this for a while. Look what we did yesterday. We pushed price above it, and we've held price largely above it ever since. We did take one little look to the downside after the number came out, but it looks like now we may open with a gap to the upside. So what are the nuances saying in the S&Ps? Well, we took out the 5% off the all-time high. We are above weekly kickoff high, which became supportive at one point late in the session, 2:00. The market traded right down to it and then came back above it. We've settled above weekly kickoff high. We've settled above this anchored VWAP. We've got the 50 session moving average involved in all of this. And down below that, again, we've got that 5% off the all-time high and an afternoon pullback low down at 54.33. What are the other nuances? Well, when we look at the profile from yesterday, we put up a late spike to the upside. The late spike is when price extends right at the end of the day and closes above any previous area of activity. So we put in a late spike to the upside. Some of you are probably getting tired of hearing me say this, but the basic rules are if we open above the base of a late spike to the upside, the base is 54.55.75, pretty close to that anchored VWAP. If we open above that, then that's a potential acceptance of higher pricing. We open above the entire range, including the late spike, that is a higher probability of acceptance of higher pricing. Doesn't necessarily mean we can just go ahead and buy it. This is a longer term look at saying, all right, yeah, we're looks like we've got things going pretty well. We've got things going on like Donkey Kong here, but I would much prefer to see a pullback to buy it against some sort of weakness inside the profile from yesterday than just to buy it and then have to withstand all that risk. I don't get to choose that. It may very well be the right thing to do this morning to get into a trade early in the session because the market is out of range and out of balance. There's a lot around here. There's a lot of visuals. There's a lot of thinking to do around here. And again, it's that anchored VWAP settlement, weekly kickoff high, 5% off the all-time high, the afternoon pullback low, the late spike base, the 50-session moving average. Up above, we've got a few naked points of control to target, but they are significantly higher. First one would be 54.77 even. That could be the first kind of visual target that price could attempt to get to. Remember, markets are visual. If traders are looking at a certain level, they're gonna have a tendency to push price towards that certain level. We see that when we pull off and we put those 5, 10, 15% levels on the daily chart, price attracts to them, and then there's decisions that are made by them by longer time frame traders. I'm just absolutely thrilled and going to be absolutely fascinated because there's going to be a lot to learn today, particularly in the S&Ps. Looking at the NASDAQ, it's not that different, but we have the anchored VWAP off the all-time high bar on the daily, which is all the way up at 19,367. We haven't gotten there yet. However, we did push above weekly kickoff high. We did push above the 100-session moving average. There are things that I'm excited about here. We added 4,800 in open interest yesterday. The volume wasn't actually all that bad in the NASDAQ. If you look at these volume bars here, was actually a bigger volume than the previous day on an increase in open interest. That's encouraging for a continuation move to the upside. If volume increases, open interest increases in a particular direction, the market is likely to continue in that direction. It's almost like inertia. Don't forget, today we had CPI. If traders and investors view those as as good numbers, well, then there's nothing that says these markets can't continue to push the upside. ACH, anything can happen, especially if there's some sort of unknown news that comes out, and those uncertainties, of course, still remain in the world. And everybody, please remember each and every day to pray for peace. So here's the move on the upside yesterday. It is a continuation. It is a trend day. Overnight inventory is largely flat when the number came out. Maybe looking a little bit to the long side. Looking like we're going to be opening with a session gap. That's one nuance that says, hey, you know what? Maybe this market is going to continue to the upside. We also had a late spike to the upside in the NASDAQ. So the late spike to the upside, the base of it, where price broke out of the previous range right at the end of the day and closed higher, was 19,088 NASDAQ. 19,088 NASDAQ. So we looked when the number came out. Where do we trade to? We had a nice spike to the downside that took us right to the afternoon pullback low, which is 19,006 half. We looked at it, we left it. Now we're looking like we're going to be opening with a gap to the upside. The nuances are saying probable acceptance of higher pricing. Anything can happen. The one thing about the profile yesterday in the S&Ps was it left a weak low. We traded all the way back down to the low of the session to the tick, and that's when the rally really started to begin. I'm not really worried about that until it becomes important. We have a lot of excess on the low here on the NASDAQ. The nuances are saying to me, this rally yesterday had some teeth to it. Without any bad news, maybe we can keep this going. What about crude oil? All right, so crude is in rollover. We're still trading the September contract because this morning the volume was greater in the September contract. By the end of the day, I'm fully expecting the volume to be greater in the October contract, but continue trading the September contract tomorrow. I'm relatively sure that the charts will move to the October contract, which is V. October is V if you're looking on your charts and you're not sure. So what are we doing as far as volume? Well, volume and open interest are always blurry when it's rollover. We lost about 17,000 in open interest, and I would say that was probably some long liquidation. And I think that's a pretty good guesstimate. Again, because it's rollover, a lot of those numbers are a bit skewed. We did have a B-shaped profile, and we'll see that here very shortly. Overnight inventory. Let's take a look at the 30. A little bit short, a little bit even now, a little bit even. You know, the market opened or down here or last night at 78.45. Where are we now? We're at 78.50. No overnight inventory. No reason to really get too excited about anything here this morning. And because it's in rollover, I'm going to suggest really being cautious. Make sure that you are really able to limit risk on anything that you do in crude oil. It has a tendency to be a choppy, sick mess during rollover, and especially when we're this close to the switch day. We're opening in range and value. That's a good thing. That's telling me, all right, let's just chill and wait for something to happen. And where are we here? Where am I? Oh yeah, the B-shaped profile. So we opened, we broke, we pretty much ranged in the lower half of the profile all day yesterday. This B shape indicates long liquidation, which would be supported by the loss in open interest. But again, that is very blurry because it is in rollover. Let's take a quick look at gold now. Gold is still largely in balance. If you look at the December chart, it is continuing to test the upper extreme of the area of balance and continuing to test 2507 in the weekly kickoff high, seemingly trying to accept above last week's high. Volume remains pretty slow. I mean, this is pretty low, especially for gold. We did add 12,000 in new contracts in open interest yesterday, and it looks like a red day. But I'm thinking that those new contracts were mainly on the long side. On the long side, take a look at the 30-minute chart and how the day played yesterday. So, you know, the market opened. I keep losing my profiles here. The market opened and really went overlapping to higher the regular trading hour range yesterday. Let me get this profile back on here so we can all see that. So there's the high from, what was that, Tuesday? From Monday? Tuesday, today's Wednesday. All right, let's get that straight. Wow, we're really starting to tank here. We had, you know, overnight inventory was a little bit to the long side. We traded there. We opened overlapping to higher range and value, and an increase in open interest indicates possible new longs. Well, those new longs are currently getting smushed. They are getting smushed. So looking like, again, we're rejecting the upper extreme of the area of balance that we've been in for quite some time. It doesn't surprise me. We can't accept above that level. The market's going to rotate back to lower levels. So it makes sense to me. Not in this trade. This is a new development here as we are getting ready for the open. I'm going to take that and say, let's take our deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Always remember every day to pray for peace, and let's get down to it.
Let's get down to it. We got just a couple minutes here right now. We got Deanna coming up, the Star of London Open. Deanna, Monday through Thursday, 3:30 a.m. Central Time. Currently on a 6-day losing streak on her live funded account. Ouch. Nick Vertick, top 10 funded trader, Star of Market Kickoff. Nick Vertick, Sundays at 4:45 p.m. Central Time on a 2-day winning streak in the XFA. He had a DLL in a live funded account yesterday, but today is a new day, and let's kick some butt. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. We got about a minute and a half here. Fast markets. Don't go away. All right, we're open. Andre, take it away.
We're open, Eddie. I don't know what's in the gates today. Some jackrabbits out of the gate. Welcome everybody to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. The markets are open right here, right now. We'll talk about the CPI print that came out a little earlier, but right now, Hoag, talk to us through this opening range.
All right, so this is the S&Ps. We've opened with a gap above a late spike. The nuances to the long side here. NASDAQ also opening above range and above a late spike to the upside. The nuances we were talking about in the opening call were to the upside. It doesn't mean that we can just close our eyes and buy, though that might be the right thing to do. It's something that you have to be prepared for. If we just took out the high of the opening range in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps, the opening range is 6.5 points. If we were to take that opening range, we'd be risking about 8 points. The opening range in the NASDAQ is about 40 points. And, if we're going to be taking an opening range trade in that, we're risking about 50 points on that. So we're not going to be doing that even in the house account, although that might be the right thing to do. Opening with above a late spike is indication that price is accepting higher pricing. Another thing about the S&Ps here, we've got a kind of a unique situation. We have the anchored VWAP off the all-time high 30-minute bar we tested to and closed above yesterday. It has been supporting price. If buyers start to take control above that long time frame anchored VWAP level, I mean, there's no saying to how far this thing can go. So we've got all the nuances, except for the weak low in the S&Ps yesterday, kind of saying, yeah, you know what, we're looking for opportunities for longs until it proves wrong. I mean, I'm looking forward to a pullback to the afternoon pullback low yesterday, maybe 54.33 S&Ps. The afternoon pullback low in the NASDAQ, we traded right to on the 7:30 numbers. That's 19,006 NASDAQ, 19,006. That took us to the afternoon pullback low, and we've been rallying ever since. We opened above the range. We opened above the late spike. I'm looking at this saying the nuances for now are saying we need to look for opportunities for longs.
Awesome, Hoag. Man, Hoag nailed that one. Hoag, you feeling a little bit better today, my man?
Yeah. Headache's a little bit lower and got a lot of rest, feeling good, ready for the day. And, we got to start looking for some opportunities for this house account.
100%. Welcome, Deanna. How are you?
All right. Trying to wake up a little bit because I had a bit of a late night last night. No particular reason why my dogs was not feeling well. So just caffeinating. So, yeah. I'm looking at crude oil today as a potential, maybe some longs because we had a pretty nice pullback. If I'm looking at the weekly chart. So if this first half an hour down move is a head fake, there's a good chance that this is going to carry on higher. Now, whether we do that before the inventories or not, that's another question. There's a bit of a low volume node around 78.13. But yeah, if we can hold 78 as a level, I don't see a reason why this shouldn't go back up to 80. So we'll see what happens.
Okay. Sounds good. Nick for a tick. What's happening, my man? What are we looking at over there?
I took a quick scalp short in NQ in my XFA for a quick 700 to start the session, kind of off that rejection of 70s. Basically just took a quick 10 points.
Okay.
But I'm looking, I mean, here, I guess this is how you know you're maturing in your trading journey. I didn't even watch the CPI print. I didn't check it until about 7:45 as I was finishing my run. Basically, was waiting for a light to change, and that's the only reason I even saw the print until I got back to my house. So I think that's also an underrated piece of just kind of let things settle. Don't even, I guess get the itch to want to jump into a post-news trade. So I'm sitting flat right now. I don't really have an edge. We pretty much, if you guys remember from market kickoff on Sunday, we did that first move that I was talking about, that trip up to about, 54.40 and potentially making a run at 5,500 if we can get some more upside, momentum here this morning.
Very good. All right, we got the sellers coming in here, NQ and ES. Gold fell out of bed right before we came on the air here to open. Wow. Sellers did come in.
Yeah, when that
You know.
CPI number came out,
Yeah,
it was making me dizzy.
we went all
Big
over the
head fake.
place.
Big head fake.
Yes, CPI.
Yeah, I wouldn't be
what do we
surprised
got?
if
Yes.
the classic, go retest that CPI print low at some point to start the session here and then kind of make a decision. I mean, it seems to be very common when we get those very whippy, algo driven moves is that we may retest that kind of final tick of that print before picking a direction, which is about 100
I
points
feel
lower
like
on NQ.
algos are still running the show here.
100%.
Just watching it, it fell, but then within like a nanosecond and pull back. That's not humans.
No.
Be a little bit careful with that. Those are big moves.
Yes, it's whippy right now. A little thin in the book. S&Ps. Man, it's thin in S&Ps here, Hoag.
Yeah. A lot of folks just kind of wondering what the heck is going to go on here, and myself included. A little bit of a shout out to Ray, who had 54.76.75 as the average session range high. I think that's something he learned from you, Market Stalker D. But we got pretty close to that on that high there. We've got we had the S&Ps and the NASDAQ trade basically to the spike base. Here's the spice bake. The spice bake. The
Spike base.
Spike base.
Yes.
54.56 in the ES. Two ticks below it. All right. Well, we're ready for that one. Here's the NASDAQ. Here's the big spice. 19,088 NASDAQ. Down 84. So 4 points below that. And there's where our buyers seem to come in, right at the base of the late spike. I love it when a plan comes together. We just got to be prepared and ready for it. We'll see if we get another chance.
Awesome. Hey, Nick, for a quick P&L update so we can update the board here.
738.
Up 738 XFA. Up 738 XFA.
XFA. It's on Topstep X. The only XFA I currently have active.
Awesome. Good to see. All right, D, you're looking at crude. I think you said you're a little bullish on crude today. I know we were above 80 bucks. Sellers did come in. We hammered it pretty good. Topped out at 80 bucks yesterday. We did see a low overnight, $77.90. Last trade, $78.40. Look at the tilt. What's the front month in crude right now? Is it September?
We're still in October. Yeah. We're still in September right now. Yeah.
Still in Sep. Okay, still in Sep. Gotcha.
Yeah. Tomorrow.
Hoag, you're saying you're expecting volume to get pushed to October by tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I can tell you right now, September volume is 83,600. October volume 66,167. So almost by the end of the day today, I would bet that October will have higher volume. So we'll definitely be trading. Well, 90% be trading the October contract tomorrow.
Yeah, just a quick heads up, everybody. The September contract is still trading in your Topstep X platform, and all the daily levels in Topstep X are for the September contract today. Likely will be in October tomorrow.
Speaking of levels, thank you, JD. Speaking of levels, have your Topstep daily levels open. Find some real estate on the screen to make sure you have at least one eye, the corner of your eye, always looking at the levels. Speaking of that, last trade in the ES 54.62. 54.62 takes us into zone 6, kind of the upper end of zone 6. 54.61 quarter is yesterday's high as we trade 54.62. So we're above that. We'll keep you posted as we come up to major levels. We got Hoag in the house doing the same thing. Hoag's doing house account trades today. And look at the NQ. 19,126 last trade. 19,126. Upper end of zone 4. Not quite into zone 3. Zone 3 starts at 19,200. 19,200 to get into zone 4. So we'll be patient today. Had a nice house account trade yesterday, Hoag. Great execution. Good levels from the team. Getting along for 54.06. 5 lot, we had the orders stacked at 06, 03, 5,400. We only got hit on the 06s. That was a good fill, and we just kind of chugged it to the upside. And for about 30 ticks on the last single lot. So that was a nice trade. We'll see if we can do something like that again today. But in the meantime, We're going to keep an eye on our traders here. Nick for a tick, D, and Hoag in the house.
Yeah,
Message
so
from my
I'm
guy.
long from. Sorry.
Go ahead, D. You're trading.
I'm long from 78.26, just 3 micro crudes.
Okay.
Micro, baby.
Long from, say one more time, 78 to 26?
6. 3
Micros.
times, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, D.
I was just saying I got a message from Hobbs, one of my guys. He's just checking the markets before he gets in his car with his family and drives up to Banff, Canada.
Oh,
so
man.
beautiful up there.
Nice.
So beautiful.
Lucky.
Speaking of messages, I got one of my all-stars, Brooksy from Team E-Money, talking about the ES upside targets, 54.66 quarter. If distribution fails, then the next upside target would be 55.1175. Downside ES target, the VWAP 54.27 quarter, closely tied with the value low 54.22. Now, if the Bulls are unable to maintain yesterday's range, a trip back to 53.70 quarter would be his next level. And checking with what we've got here, we're looking right at the around that 54.66 is at 20 SMA. Coach Paul put that in there, 54.64. And if we're going to be going higher, 54.77 with Coach Paul is the point of control from August 1st. That's what I've got so far.
Good stuff. Keep us posted. D long from 78.26 in the crude. Last trade, 78.57. Rapid VWAP. Nick for a tick did not miss CPI at all. Just saying, keep running here. Nick for a tick, not trading numbers. Yes, my man.
Just no point in watching it. I had no interest in trading it. We knew I was going to come on here, knew there's going to be plenty of opportunities later today. And I also feel like when I sit there and watch it some mornings, if I don't go get my, my workout session in, then it just kind of lingers. Then I may lose time. And then knowing I'm coming on the show here shortly, it's just like, you got to kind of knock it out. Otherwise I won't till the afternoon.
Awesome. All right, still seeing some sellers here. 19,072 last trade in the NQ. Not much
I
doing
wanted that retest of 54.66 on ES to potentially reoffer. Didn't quite get there. I think we went to 65.
Anne Marie, London low approach.
Oh. Low approach.
Yep.
And we got, what did I see? 75% long in the Dow, 73% long gold as well. Gold did see a bounce. We had the sell off. Gold did catch a bounce back up to 24.96. We bottomed out at 24.87 just as the opening bell rung here. Was algo. That algo is gone in the S&Ps, I've noticed, for the time being, I should say.
Yeah.
It's just further away.
Yeah,
just
you're right.
away.
Scratch that. I take that back. It is just further away. Oh, you're right.
Yeah, he's like
there
6
they
and
are.
6.
Yep, there they are. Go figure.
Long distance run around.
Yeah, I thought we shook them.
They're
Still there.
They just don't want to be filled.
Just when you think you got rid of them, they're like pouncing. They're like, just make everybody get wrecked.
A smile to my face for a hot second. Sure enough, I just had to scroll a little lower, and there they are. Yep, there they are indeed.
Yeah.
My guy Hanjin he's getting some
hiding behind a tree.
Pretty far apart levels, and he's suggesting waiting until after the initial balance to really try and get involved here. Starting to see a pullback towards those afternoon pullback lows. I'm very interested in seeing what happens there.
What price? What was the afternoon pullback low price, John?
NASDAQ 19,006 half.
Okay,
and a little deeper than that in the S&P is 24.33 quarter. The afternoon pullback low, that 19,006 half in the NASDAQ, that was the stab that we tested down to after the number came out. So that's the low of that bar.
Okay, I like it. Would we like a check mark for a long down there if we ever got one? We're just going to buy it from right
You would certainly get a check. You'd certainly get a check mark from me if it was later in the day and we, had that afternoon pullback low as like an IB low, and then we have a failed auction below that. I would be down for that for sure.
All systems go on that one for sure. Well, it is 15 minutes in.
54.11 might be of interest.
11
all the way down to 53.97, encompassing that round number of 5400.
Is that average daily range low there?
It's a little bit lower than that, but around about that area we had the previous week's low. We have some low volume nodes, and on the daytime frame there's some fixed range I call it the fixed daily range. And what it is, you take half of the average daily range number, you take midnight open, and then you put half above that price and half below, and that's a measure that doesn't change. So during the summertime, if you can find some confluences around that, it's actually a pretty good level for slightly reduced ranges. One thing that I've been seeing in equities is that even though we had some craziness last week, for the most part, they keep sort of stopping and missing the average session and daily ranges, which implies that they're not reaching the full sort of statistical averages. So that's why I like to have some alternatives there. And just from a structure point of view, I kind of like that area from 54.11 down to 53.95, let's say, a little bit better than going all the way down to average daily range low, which is at 53.78. That's quite a bit down.
Yes, it is. Okay, very good. Well, if you see in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you see hashtag Fast Markets. You guys probably know the drill by now, but for all our new viewers, hashtag Fast Markets, hit us up at Topstep on Twitter, at X. Please share your performance dashboard analytics, past combines, memes, swag, your trader station setup, anything you want to share with the community here. We'll turn that around to you guys in a few hours. Again, at Topstep, hashtag
I'm long
Fast Markets.
66, by the way. I was letting everyone finish talking.
Yeah. Get in there, Nick. How many times, Nick?
Nice.
3 times.
3 times. Silent assassin. I like it, my man. Did you overtrade yesterday, Nick?
Absolutely, I overtraded yesterday.
Yeah. It was summer trade.
Well, and yesterday's the exact type of, if you kind of watched, if you were paying attention most of the day, that is the most like algorithmic driven, like grind up slow, zero down ticks type of day that you would get in summer or on a Friday even, that just destroys you. If you take a short, like you're going to get stopped. And I
slowly
kept getting, stops. Yeah, exactly. It's just like you don't even get a chance to like move your stop to like break even on those. It's just one of those days where every down tick is purchased by an algorithm. So frustrating. I was green on the day too. I should have just walked away, but it still looked like we were kind of in a range. And then once it broke out, I had no chance.
Yeah, and like Coach Hoop says here in the chat,
it was a difficult day yesterday.
No volume. Yep, no volume.
But that would be. I'm out on that trade, so we are at. Yeah, I probably could have kept holding that, but given the day yesterday, I'm not going to be greedy today. I'm now up, 1,500 in my live account after taking a DLL yesterday. So
okay,
I will reassess, but that's a good start to my day. So 1,500 in my live.
Great day, job, man. Great start.
Man, you bounced back nicely, man. I'll give you that. You bounced back quite nicely.
I tend not to. I mean, I took a large payout yesterday too, so it just kind of
look at this guy.
Resets the mindset a little bit.
Yeah, it does. It
all right,
like taking a payout. What's up, Hoag?
Can I ask Anne Marie? I know she's in the chat, and I know she knows a lot more about Anchored VWAP than I do. But this pink line right here is the Anchored VWAP off the high 30-minute bar, the all-time high. We broke out and held above it yesterday. We've looked below it a couple of times today. How important would this be in your decision making in a trade today? Now we'll just see what she has to say. Because we've got the base of the late spike. We've got this Anchored VWAP here that I've been watching and watching and watching. I don't know that much about anchored VWAP, so I'm learning as we go on the fly here. But this is a pretty substantial anchored VWAP level opinion. Big picture, but these big lines will have tons of chop around it, which is what we're seeing. All right, good. So we really need to find some direction away from it before sinking our teeth into anything in and around this. Would you say that, Anne Marie?
Levels up. So what we are seeing here. There's Anne Marie.
Thank you for your answer, Anne Marie.
Love our community.
Yep. Okay.
And Hindsight Capital says that was a good cover by me.
Beautiful.
Look at you doing your own Hindsight Capital on yourself. I like it. I like it a lot.
You guys know me. I'm not greedy with my exits. Smart. I will take my full position off for 30 points and, reassess or potentially call it a day. So I'm trying to get better about doing that too. It's just, that's my style. I know Dakota's shifted it up a little bit with just, see money, take money. And I think I got a little excited with the vol and stopped doing that and was letting kind of trades play out for 50 points, 60. And, every once in a while it came back and bit me in the butt a little bit. So
I like it. See profit, take profit. Do you look at crude here? Last trade, 78.37. Looks like they want to keep pushing up to the view. Chopping. Of course, we have her favorite number of the week here in about 40 minutes or so. What am I referring to? Eddie, what do we got on the calendar? What do we got on the calendar today, Eddie?
Well, my friends, in about, let's see here, 32 minutes. I'll give you the 5 minutes on the 37 minutes for crude oil inventories. Forecast, they're looking at a draw of about 2 million. Prior, a draw of about 3.728. We'll see what the monkey interns have for us today. Also, we're going to be having here at 10 o'clock that infamous and Cleveland CPI. Oh, yeah. We've got the Thomas Reuters also at 10 o'clock. And, that's all we've got. Maybe we can make some stuff up. Like John says, you never know when these feds are going to step in and say, hey, I got some syllables here.
Yeah. Yellen says.
So, forecast for crude oil is storm in a teacup. So that would be
teacup. Indeed.
Rain forecast.
Whole lot of nothing.
Or teacup.
So I was wondering if NQ is going to, or both of the indices, yes, as well, make a run down towards 19,000 and 48 roughly on ES to kind of retest that, like we said, that stupid CPI algorithmic candle as soon as the newsprint comes out. And then we probably will make a decision for the rest of the day. Looks like we're going to make a run here, though.
Yeah. Dow staying strong. Something to make new highs here in the Dow last trade. 39,975 high of the day, 983. So about 6 points off the highs of the day there. Sell off here in NQ.
What has Dow been smoking?
Yeah, I know. Dow's on that hopium right now. I don't know maybe it's the rotation back in industrial. I don't know what is going on. Dow just does what Dow does.
They're like, we're fine. No reason to do
that. Nothing to see here. We're okay. Carry on with yourself. What you guys are doing. S&P's catching a bit. Rust. Well, what's going on in the Russell?
Well, the Russell's back in its 4-year range, still basically within 2,000 and 2,100, as I'm noticing. It really has been in that
they're
since
in post-COVID era.
Still, yes. It does not move. Just fade the edges. The ultimate Dolby range trade. The just swing long at 1,800 on the Russell and short 2,200.
Just print the money.
It really would print you money for the last couple of years.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Well, I am very, very excited. Very, very excited to say what we have in store for today. I know Hoag's very excited. You'll see pinned to the top of the chat. Get your last chance to get your questions in for Jared Tendler, training psychologist and fan favorite. Jared Tendler is back to answer your questions at 11 a.m. Central Time, so in about 2 hours. He's coached champion poker players, PGA Tour players, entrepreneurs, and traders, and all the likes. For almost 20 years. Get your questions and pin to the top of the chat. Man, Hoag will be sitting down and chatting with Jared Tendler. So make sure to tune in for that. We're very excited. Hoag always kills it when we got this doctors in the house.
Very excited about it. It's been a while since we've seen Jared. He's such a good guy.
He's awesome. Yeah, he has a very unique way of looking at trader issues.
Here we are, right at that anchored VWAP. S&P is 54.54.
54.54. Yep. We were talking about this yesterday in Power Hour.
Mm-hmm. That was quite the grind up yesterday, wasn't it?
Oh man, Nick,
I hated it. I hated it the whole way.
I actually caught a short in one of the combines on NQ.
Did you?
I've been kind of trying to look at it. Yeah, I've been trying to look at it, because I haven't traded NQ for 2 years because the jitteriness, and that's probably to do more with like my health issues and stuff than anything else. Maybe age as well. I don't know, but I kind of lost the will to live when it started to jitter around intra-candle. But since we've had that gappy week of like a lot of volatility, but they sort of seem to have pulled some liquidity from it, it's not nearly as nervous. So I thought to myself, I'm going to do a bit of practice and stuff, and I forgot how monstrous it is. So I waited. So I used two things. I used the Edgeful's maximum consecutive bars for the whole day on the 30-minute chart, and that was 12. And then I also used time of day. So I decided to wait until it was 6 p.m. my time, which is midday Central.
Yep.
And usually you get some reversals, but I also had some old sort of ever steady ranges there because NQ usually moves about 240 handles in a day. So I'm like, actual stats, time of day, decent level. I'm going to try and short. So I just took a punt on like 35 ticks. It was like nothing risk. And it smacked down for 200, just hit my target. And I was like, yes, NQ. Okay.
Now I remember why.
That was crazy. Yeah.
Oh, we got an icebergler in the 50s, low 50s right there. Starting to build one.
Where? What? 54.50?
Absorptions in like 54, 52 through 51 so far. I'm seeing
iceberg alert.
A few thousand absorption. It's growing, but someone's trying to hold the 50s for sure.
Interesting.
Yeah, I see it now. Thanks for pointing that out.
Nice catch. Explain what that is, Hoag, for people that are wondering what Nick was talking about, the iceberg and why it's significant.
Well, iceberg orders are typically going to be your longer time frame traders that have a lot of executions, right? So if there is a longer time frame buyer down there and they have a lot to buy, they're not going to put in 5,000 on the bid. They're gonna put it in on the bid, 10, 15, 20 at a time, and then they'll start their accumulation because they'll still see some probably shorter time frame sellers down there. Yeah, it is certainly looking like there is some accumulation. There is some buying, some bidding going on there. So iceberg orders are usually they're usually gonna be longer time frame. People that have a lot of orders with which to execute. And they don't want to show it, so they just buy iceberg orders, or on the buy side, they just keep putting in smaller bids, and they'll just soak up everything they can at that level until they can't get anything left. And maybe if they still have more to do, then they'll move their bids up. The tendency is to get the shorter time frame shorts too short in the hole. It's very early in this session today, but that was a good eye, man. Good eye on those.
Thank you. Yeah, Andre, it's about 3,500 right now and growing between 53 and 52.
Mm-hmm.
Let me jump to my ES chart so you guys can see what I'm seeing.
Nice catch here. 53 and 52, 52. We're up to like 3,500 on the bid.
All this down here.
Oh yeah, there it is, sticking out. Okay, so they're trying to put a floor in here. That's what Hogan, Nick, we're talking about.
Which is interesting because they're doing it above the overnight low. And
right at the bottom of the...
It might be a longer time frame buyer, and that would make sense, but
we are seeing negative overall delta now as well.
And we've seen it before. If they get run over, I would not stand in front of it and try to catch that knife right out the gate.
Just look up below.
Yeah, it tends to waterfall a smidge, and you got to wait. Here we go. Let's see. It might go break the overnight low.
Finally broke him. Here we go. Overnight low 54.48 half. Still trying to hold these 50s. Interesting. We'll give him a tug of war right now.
I mean, most of it's still trading on the bid down here.
Yeah, they're still holding.
Here we go. Crude selling off here, 78.18. Gold stabilized. The time he consolidated, 24.95 last trade. Buyer step back in. Is Iceberg still building? Is that what that was right there?
Yeah, when they extended the low down there, they were still coming in for him.
Mm-hmm.
Just taking a peek at our daily levels page.
Yeah.
Taking a peek at the daily levels page, Coach Ray had a average session range low in the NQ at 19,010. 19,010. Held nicely on that first trip down there.
From the buyers stepping in here in the NQ. 19,042. 44 is last trade.
That's a no. Neither one of them took out the overnight low.
Nick, how big do you see though that accumulation on those lows?
4,000, almost 5 total, probably between like 3 points, and growing.
All right. Let's see if Elvis leaves the building.
Elvis leaves the building. He means look out below.
Yep.
See what happens here. Again, we got the EIA crude inventories number in about 29 minutes. Eddie will be all over that. Take a look at the tilt. Nothing really. Just how we're going on in the ES.
That CPI low, we couldn't get there. Afternoon pullback low, NASDAQ 19,006.5.
Very interesting. So what would you, we're flat right now. House account's flat. Is this, you stay out of the way of something like this. Here come the buyers. See if
I'm what's in my mind is find a way to buy it cheaply.
Yeah.
We're not seeing that same kind of absorption in the NASDAQ, are we, Nick?
Let me check. I didn't see it. It tends to not kind of work the same with icebergs.
Yeah.
On the NASDAQ. I've even been playing with my delta by price chart and trying to find, how many ticks, how many points do I need to kind of see something that may be accumulation of like, a 10 to 20 point level. And you just don't see it. But yeah, there is some negative delta on the lows, about a 300 or so negative delta, maybe 400 between 20 and 10.
2010. Okay. This is a no trade zone.
It's just that 730 CPI print low, the afternoon pullback low from yesterday, 19,006. And we just put in that low. Just short of that, seeing, potential longer time frame iceberg orders. Yeah. We may have missed the best trade location already, but we got a weak low in the NASDAQ too. Well, sort of. Afternoon pullback low, 19,006.
6, okay.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the tea leaves and chicken bones here.
Chicken bones.
And
anything popping up? Yeah. All right. No. Longs look like they're gonna.
Yeah.
Down for the time being here.
For now.
Interesting. Yeah, for now.
It's all right.
Winning.
We may get another chance. We may get smushed on them. Who knows? We'll be patient. Look for another opportunity here.
Yeah, I would still expect the overnight lows to be pierced.
Neither the S&P or the NASDAQ were able to take out that 730 CPI print low.
Yep.
Henry's adding here in chat. Settlement test ahead again if we can hold it for 54.50.
There you go. Anne Marie's digging the settlement.
Yeah.
I love it.
So, all right.
Thanks, Hepcat.
Yeah, good stuff. 50-50 across the board. 72% short in the crude. D, you still in that trade? Along from 26?
Yeah, I just added another 2 actually, because I have a
Okay.
level from 78.13 down to 77.80. And it's kind of the where my position is located anyways. This is meant to be more kind of a swingy sort of trade.
Sure.
So every time we hit these kind of low volume nodes and stuff, that represents areas of supply and demand. So if I can find the time of day and the context to go into a trade, that's what I do. So now we have a possibility of a failed auction if we go back above 78.23. We have an inside day today, and that can lend itself to kind of like responsive trades where the price tries to go outside of value and then gets bought up. So that can manifest as a failed auction trade. So we'll see what happens here. But for now, it improved my average price to 78.20.
Okay.
So we'll see now whether they're going to push back or not. And
So
if they
just
don't, then I'm going to close the trade.
Update D, long 5 from 78.20. Just give the average.
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you. 5 from 78.20 in the CL. Here comes sellers again. All right, they broke through the 50's back. 51's trade now in the S&Ps. This is you trade nerds out there. This is fun to watch. It's fun to watch, not fun to trade.
No.
Irish did step in as well in the NQ.
I mean, I bet there's a lot of people getting chopped up in this
Have
movement.
to be. Stay out of this right here. This is not the place. Sounds
Just
good.
slow
Jack.
down, take a breath.
Yes,
You
slow
know,
down, take a breath.
off a
Get
beta
out.
blocker.
Beta blocker. Let them figure out. Let the volume. Let them get. Let them finish fighting here, and then you can get back in. See who wins this fight, and then you can get in on the side of the winner.
Yeah, you don't need to be a part of this. This is nonsense, algorithmic nonsense.
Well, there are some people in chat who consider me to be a human beta blocker.
Wow.
Really?
Jack.
Yeah.
Nice. Man.
Is that like a positive thing or
Jack, come on.
I'd like to think so.
Take out the low.
I've been accused of being a black hole of charisma, and I will try not to disappoint with that. Let's talk a little CPI real quick.
Yeah, what do you think, Jack?
All right. Well, here it is. So 2.9 versus the 3% consensus, but it was pretty much nailed by the traders on that. Shelter accounted for 90% of the increase. Some other categories real quick. These are the year-over-year CPIs. Motor vehicle insurance up 18.6% year-over-year.
Really?
Is the highest category. Used cars and trucks down 11%. Is the lowest. Other tobacco and smoking products up 8%. We'll call that the Zin effect. Rent, owner's equivalent rent. Food and other items are right around 3%. Anyway, it came in pretty much on the screws. But I want to show something. Well, first, Andre, you asked about the Fed.
Yeah.
Since yesterday, we've shifted from 50-50 about to 58.5% of a quarter point cut and 41.5% of a half point cut at the September 18th meeting, which makes sense. Some of the panic has left the market. But there was panic if you were trading at 7:30 today. I wanted to show something real quick. This is the 1 second. This is for all. I know we say this a million times, but for all the knuckleheads out there that want to take things through CPI, even if you're right on the direction, it's not a coin flip because you can still be wrong. These are the 1 second bars in the NQ. All right. You could get in before at around 19,110. If you went short, you took 37 points of heat in the first second. If you went long, you took 110 points of heat in the first second. And if you go to the next one, let's say you're not in the second, this is the 1 minute chart then. And it's even worse at that point. You took 50 points of heat if you were short. So whether you were short or long, if you had more than a couple contracts on, you would have blown out your loss limit in any size combine. So moral of the story, don't mess around with this stuff. Okay.
No.
No.
Don't.
Oh man!
We have two quick hodgepodge news here. First, Flavor Flav, friend of Topstep. If you are a watcher of the show, me and John Doherty met him in Las Vegas at an intersection.
Yes.
Quite the time. Well, he's giving a bronze clock to Jordan Childs. She may have missed out on the bronze, but she gets a clock from Flavor Flav.
Good.
Get up.
Good.
It's
great stuff.
Down.
And lastly, following up on the dog perfume from last week, Hellman's is releasing a mayo-inspired fragrance. Tennessee Titans quarterback Will Levi's helped with this.
Who asked for that?
Hoag, you're a
I already
mayo
bought
man.
it.
I think we'll get
But for
you already did.
humans?
Who asked for this?
Who wants to smell like
All right,
mayo?
we're pushing.
Like, what?
We're
What
breaking
the
the
hell?
lows here.
Breaking lows here, yeah.
Breaking the lows here.
Breaking the lows, boss. Breaking the
Levi's
lows.
Rigolos. Thank you, Jack.
all the
All right, yeah, we're
lotions
going
have
to
He
mayo
puts mayo in
perfume
his
or
coffee.
cologne.
disgusting.
I already bought it.
18,975 last trade. We did break those 19,000s. Also, the 50s got busted. Elvis has left the building, like Hoag said. If Elvis leaves the building, watch out. Let's see what we do. All right, take a look at the levels here, Hoag. We did have 19,006 half as a potential long, but that was we wanted to wait until the initial balance was set.
Yeah.
Still got about 19 minutes left for
Oh, this
that.
could be a big drop. This could be
Yeah.
a big drop. Mm.
Guess I
Low
should have held
volume
that
rally
160
yesterday.
short in the XFA.
That was a nice short, Nick.
Yeah.
That was a 10-point trade, basically.
Yeah, but then you took a long after that, though.
I did, but they're different accounts.
Yeah. I
Yeah, but
gotcha.
that's a good way to do it. That's a great way to do it. I don't like copy trading. I was talking about that on my London session today.
Yeah.
Because I think it's like the stupidest thing ever. It's like if you've got 5 accounts, why not use them as an expanded risk limit to like 15K rather than 3K doubled up like or 5 quadruplated 5 times. It's like
Right.
you don't
Because
give yourself enough shots to do whatever you need to do to bail yourself out if the day doesn't start off nicely. I can
But
understand that some people are like, "Oh, it's great."
then I can't
Yeah.
then I can't go on Twitter and pretend I made $40,000
Yeah,
in
but-
today's session
Yeah,
and
making 300 a day.
grift a
yeah.
bunch of people.
Yeah, exactly.
Grift a bunch of people.
Well,
So
it's
look at
like betting the farm to
great
win
I'm
a
trading. I
farm.
made 300. Yeah.
Yeah, why?
So yeah, to me, it's not an efficient use of multiple accounts at all. Give like 2-3 trades for each one. If that one goes well, or it doesn't, move on to the next one. So you give yourself more shots. It's always going
Each
to be
his
a
own.
better option, at least for me.
You're the boss of your business. Do what you like.
All right, we're being patient with the house account right now. Taking a look at these levels. Hoag, what are we thinking here? Hey, JD, if we got Captain on the horn here, let me give him a ring. See what his thoughts are. 18,970 last trade in NQ.
Nothing yet
Yes,
from the
we-
captain this morning. He
Yeah,
was
very
waiting
cool.
for CPI to put some analysis together, but have not heard from him since then. So I'll keep you posted.
970. Yesterday's half back is 964. What's from there? That's Coach Vince, 964. Pivot, 952. So maybe long at 952. There was some value. Hey, Coach Jay. Or Eddie, you want to hit up Coach Jay, see what his thoughts are on the volume and levels. $54, $48, $49 now last trade in the ES for smack dab in the middle of zone 6. Smack dab in the middle of zone 6. 54.45 the kickoff high.
So my guy Mike Hobbs had a comment earlier, and thank you, James, for finding this for me. It was something that he put in the chat. He's also, in our private room, but he said, it helps to think who will feel the most pain. A lot of people will be long at the bottom of that data candle, that 730 bar in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. This tells me that if the market can trade below that level, we may squeeze down. Good call there, Mike. Good call there, Hobbsy. One of my guys. And thanks, James Harden, for finding that for me.
Richard Harris says, what do you think about liquidity issues? We don't really have liquidity issues per se in crude oil, because if you look at the dome, it still looks very firm, right? So hold on, I lost my platform here. There it is. There? Nope, I accidentally closed it. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
All right, this one's still open. So if you look at the dome, it still has 12, 14, 13, 13, 22. That's normal for crude oil, right? Crude oil is a thin market by design. So there is no liquidity issues per se that way. Like the units of contract available per price.
I got to run away for a minute. I'll be right
as they
back.
ever
Sorry
were.
to interrupt. Got to run away for a minute. I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
Sure.
Go ahead, D.
But the problem is that the daily range has reduced. So typically, what we used to see over the last 11 years that I've been trading crude oil, you get a normal average session range of about 220, 250 ticks, 300 ticks. But for the last sort of 8 months or so, that number is much, much lower. We're talking 90, 115. So from that point of view, the liquidity is less, and that makes things more difficult, because that means smaller stops, while the candles are still like 30, 40 ticks wide on a lot of the days. And that means you have to nitpick on entries. You have to be very careful with trade location. And then every so often, out of the blue, crude oil goes into a big trending day. But even those big trending days are not what they used to be. Now they're maybe like 200 ticks, and that used to be a normal day. So now we consider the 200 tick move in crude oil, oh my God, it was a massive day.
Yeah.
So that's the part that's changed. It's just the amount of movement in crude oil has massively decreased. And last time that happened to me in Forex, I ran away from Forex. So that's how I started trading crude oil. So this whole year has been, very challenging for me, because I do to find something else that I like just as much. But I keep coming back to crude oil, because at the same time when I'm looking at a chart, I feel like I know it really well. So it's just a matter of waiting things out. Interestingly, though, we had similar issues during the previous election year. So maybe there's something to that on election years, there's a lot of uncertainty, and crude oil just doesn't tend to move as much. So yeah, this is it's not great, because like I said, that is my main market. So I would like that to return at some point, because I love crude oil. I am a core crude oil trader. But until it comes back, I can, look at other things and stuff and, try and make something else work. But at the end of the day, my heart still belongs to crude oil. So yeah, it'll come back.
It will come back.
Yeah, it's a risk product. It has to.
Yes, it does. Nick, for a tick, what are your thoughts now on those 54.50s? I thought we were going to go down to 54.46. Then the buyer stepped in. That's a tough trade right there.
It is, because you're kind of you're putting your hand over the flame a little bit if you're going to long that right now. But the iceberg guy's still there. I mean, this is a massive amount of negative delta building on that low.
What's the number now?
I'd have to get out the old Series 3 calculator to do some maths, but yeah, it's pretty big.
It was 5,000.
It's a lot. Let me change the tick to points so we can figure this out.
All good. Yeah, I don't want to screw up your setup there. Yeah, it's massive battle going on, like D said.
I mean, you guys can see it. These are all at least 1,000 basically.
Oh shoot!
Between
okay,
52 and 46, they're basically all 1,000. So we are closing in at probably almost a 10,000 delta there.
Perfect. Yep. Like D said, let these two sort it out. Stay out of the way. Yeah, who's going to buy? The shorts thought they had him. The shorts thought they had him there. When we went and broke the 50s, they made new lows, but buyers said nope. There's more where that came from, and higher. Bit of a holding pattern right now. 72% long in the Dow. Tilt. Nothing really besides that. Look at Topstep daily levels. 18,993. I know, what do we got? 18,952. A pivot here from Coach Paul. Sort of. All right, let's do a quick position or P&L update. Nick for tick, we're good on the board. Take a look at the board and make sure we're good there.
Yep.
That's your P&L. And then D is long 5 from 78.20.
Yep.
All right, buyers try and take it above 19,000 here in NQ.
Yeah, that would have. It probably was a long there on NQ.
Yeah, well, yeah, hindsight, yes.
It's a little precarious, but yeah,
it felt like we were going to go.
Yeah, I mean, we still might. Gosh,
we still might. No trade right now. No trade. Let them sort this out. It's choppy with lots of volume. There's a couple of heavyweights duking it out here in the ES and NQ as well. So let them sort this out, and then we'll ride the waves that they create. Again, I always compare this to surfing. We need waves to surf. Let the big players make the waves, and we just surf them. So right now we stand pat.
This is a great analogy, Andre.
Surfing? Have you ever surfed before, D?
Yeah.
Have you ever tried surfing before? Same. Nick,
no,
you're
one
Cali
of the
boy.
I've never done.
Me neither. Hey, Cali boy, have you tried surfing before?
Yeah, I've surfed. I used to surf in high school and stuff like that, but not not well. Yeah, definitely not well.
You could get up though, right? Pretty good.
Are you talking surfing on water or surfing in a concert?
Either one.
A little bit of
Either
both.
one. I've done neither. Yes.
Yeah, that was probably Andre at the show last weekend.
Crowds. Oh man, that was something. He was there. We weren't crowd surfing, but yes. Nick for a tick, the Cali boy who's now in Texas, the great state of Texas. Yes, that's pretty cool. Let's trade gold here. We did see gold fall out of bed right before the opening bell. We bottomed out 24.87. Pop back up, kind of consolidating 24.95. John Jones. I like jet skiing at the Lake of the Ozarks. I've got a few buddies out there. That will do that. You're definitely consolidating right now. It's okay. We'll be patient. Again, we got the EIA crew numbers in about 8 minutes. So now, D, will you keep your position on through the number? I guess is my question for you.
Probably it's pretty small. So even if I get smacked in the face, it's only like $200, so it's fine.
Okay.
And it's probably going to be the only trade that I do.
Managing
today,
the risk.
so.
I like it.
Yeah.
This is they're still duking it out here in the ES. Nothing really tradable right there right now. They're stepping in 54. Man, the shorts thought they had him. Shorts thought they had the ES by the tail. Talking about the tail. They just loaded up with more.
It's like two dogs fighting.
Yep. What do you do? What do you do? You got to get out. Well,
that down pretty good.
Yeah, that was nice. It sounds like you've seen a couple of dog fights. Do your dogs ever get into it there, D? Or are they all buddies? All friends?
No, the worst that we get is if they're eating like venison bone or something, and one of them is like, "Can I have that?" And the other one goes, "No." That's it. They never really fight. They play a lot together, but no, we've never had like not even a single serious altercation. So we're very lucky that way. We did keep them separate for the first year. Everybody had their crates and everything. So we made sure that everybody had their own space, that there was, enough toys and food for everyone. And they just don't have it. They're like spoiled brats, right? They have no idea what hardships are. Yeah.
Don't take their bone, though. That's when they'll show the teeth.
True.
Don't take the bone.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I can take their bone.
Oh,
I can take
You're
their
in
bone.
charge.
No problem.
You're the boss.
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Coach Hoop said 600 scooped up at 54.56 half. That delta. That was very interesting to watch. We're starting to see a bit of a bid. We got a 450. That was filled. Saw 500 lot filled on the offer to the upside in the ES. Didn't catch the price, but then we just saw 456 trade off on the bid for 54. Oh, 50. Yeah, thank you, Hoop. 54. 54.56 on the offer there. All right, JD, if you want to jump in, we can do some XFA P&Ls. If you're ready, I'm ready, JD. If I'm ready, if you're ready, I'm ready.
Wait.
What do we got?
5 minutes
What?
remaining.
There we
Oh,
go.
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The 5 minutes remaining to the 5
Crude,
minutes
baby,
remaining.
crude.
Oh, let's
Thanks, Eddie.
do it.
Appreciate it.
Let's
All right.
do it, JD.
We had a little mix-up with some of our live P&L data, so we're going to hold off on those today until we get a few things straightened out. But here are your XFA P&L leaders from yesterday. Our guy Chung is back at it, guys.
Wow.
This
Chung.
guy's been nothing short of amazing this month. So in his lead XFA account, he was good for $54,575 yesterday. But he was trading in 4 XFAs yesterday. Total P&L across his 4 XFAs was $162,852. He was also trading it in a live funded account, and it took me a little while to get this confirmed, but I can confirm that he also made $31,252 trading in that live account. So his grand total across 4 XFAs and 1 live account yesterday was $194,102 in profit. Wowza.
Wow.
That's a day. Huh?
Numbers. And yesterday, too, just a grind higher day.
Yeah.
Right?
Just got long and rode it all day.
Rode it, yeah.
I mean, if you managed to catch that, that would have been an awesome trade. It's just so difficult once it's already on the way, at least for me.
Yeah. At least for me, not to take profit too. Just being like, you know what, that's good enough. We're barely kind of chugging along. I'm just going to cut it.
See, I'm good at not
moving 200 points in 10 minutes like it was last week.
Yeah, one of the things that I do well is to look for the home runs, and I can stay in trade because I used to be a swing trader. So, holding a trade over, a few hours, it's fine. Because I used to hold trades for like 2 weeks, up to 2 months sometimes as well. So that's not a problem. But obviously those trending days don't happen that often. They are outliers, and it's kind of difficult to predict them. True trending days like we've seen yesterday, they really only fall into a category of like 8%.
Yeah, I was just going to ask.
Observable days in a year. I mean, it's quite low. So, to expect that that's going to happen every day, I would rather take, a little reversal that I know usually happens about 70% of the time, every single day, than something that happens once in a blue moon. And I'm like, yay. But if I do manage to catch a trending move, I'm happy to stay in for like 3-4 hours. No problem at all.
Incredible. Yesterday was an outlier day. Interesting, D. It was outlier day yesterday. Go ahead, JD.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's finish these guys up. So Hoag had a great day trading the NASDAQ, nearly $21,000 in profits. Silviano trading the S&P, pocketed more than $13,000 yesterday. Anwar is another micro slinger. $11,172 trading the micro NASDAQ yesterday. I love looking up the trade reports when I see this kind of stuff. A total of 33 trades in a 150K XFA. Total contracts traded 2,980.
Well,
going ham, max position size, scaling in and out. 2,000, almost 3,000 micro contracts traded yesterday.
That's getting it done right there. The CME says thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, certainly lining brokers' pockets.
There you
go.
Yes. Yeah, CME is okay with that.
And then we have Cameron. Cameron with 10,000. I'm sorry, Kindle with $10,946 trading gold and the NASDAQ yesterday. Nice job, everyone. All right, I'll be back in a little bit with hot streaks and some payout numbers.
Thank you. All right. Still chopping around right now. We got the number here. Eddie, we got about 40 seconds till EIA.
40 seconds.
We'll throw it to D here. D, you got the position on long 5 micro from $78.20.
I've accepted the loss already. Don't care.
Yep. It's okay. We managed the risk.
Yep.
Pop here one time. This will be exciting, though. Buyers stepping back in. These wicks are getting longer in the NQ. Look at the 5 minute. And wicks are long in the ES. Look at the 5 minutes. It is chop with volume. Chop with volume. Very, very dangerous for us locals. We call us locals. We're the little guys. Us locals, it is
pea shooters.
Pea shooters, as Hoag says. Pea shooters. All right. Eddie, what we got? I've not seen it yet come up.
Well, we got an update from Papa Giorgio on Team JD. So he was looking at an ES
got the
level
crude
around
oil inventories here.
54.33. Oh,
Crude oil inventories coming in at 1.357 million. They were looking at negative 2 million. And D for your gasoline inventories coming in at negative 2.89. They were looking at negative 1.42. And there you have it for our EIA.
Thank you. Well, D, you said it. Whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, still alive. For now.
For now, I saw it just happen. Yeah, I was like, come on. What was the number?
Yeah.
It was better than expected.
They always do this at the release.
Yeah. They figure it out. Let's trade 54.56 in the ES. All right, now we got the initial balance, Hoag. We got it.
Yeah, the S&Ps are presenting as much stronger than the NASDAQ. S&Ps traded basically right down to weekly kickoff high, 54.45, and had a nice bounce right back to settlement, right back to VWAP. That VWAP is pretty flat. I don't think we're looking for opportunities near VWAP. We had average session range low by Ray. Again, hats off to D on that. That level was 54.38 quarter. Didn't quite get to that weekly kickoff high in the S&P is holding. NASDAQ has already traded down through that afternoon pullback low, and it's another 20 points down to that afternoon pullback low in the S&Ps. That would be kind of the next level I'd look at. But we do now have the initial balance established. We get a failed downside auction. That would be something that we could certainly look at, especially with as close as its proximity is to the weekly kickoff high, 54.
Crude, new low.
New low crude, yep. So I apologize. I had to run away for a second. We had a bunch of hail damage at the house, and the contractor came and he just needed to talk to me for a few minutes. But he's a really cool guy. He went to go see the Dead Company at the Sphere, and he brought me a T-shirt.
Whoa,
man!
How cool is
Loves
that?
it, man. Look at that. Look at the smile on his face. Look at the smile on his face.
What a nice guy. Hey, insurance is paying for everything, so why not, right?
Absolutely. You got a free T-shirt out of it. That's pretty cool, man. All right, sellers coming in here in the sellers coming in. We do have a check mark for 18,952 Coach Hall here in Topstep Daily Levels. Hoag, do you like it? 952. We got a pivot here from Coach Vince. Again, this is. We can take a look at the S&Ps as well. S&Ps stronger of the two.
Yes.
54.48. What Hoag? Weekly kickoff high.
Rejected on VWAP though.
Yeah, it did.
That was a trade.
Yeah. So 952, NASDAQ 952. I see value low yesterday, as well as the IB high yesterday, relatively close. I'm looking like 934 down to 921, 952. That's right where we are right now.
Yeah, and we blew right through it.
Some single TPOs there, but there's also single TPOs back down to the IB high from yesterday, which is NASDAQ 922. I mean, at this point, I'm really nervous looking for any kind of longs.
All right. Okay, downside time. We are selling here. All right, guys, hit up your teams. Hit up your teams for some levels here. We are selling. Yep, yes, we are.
So
see if the captain's got anything for us. Yeah.
We got a level from Papa Giorgio in the ES. He's looking at 54.33. Not quite sure if we're going to get there, but it looks like we are going to get there pretty quick. Papa Giorgio is working shorts all morning, but now starting to lean towards longs. We'll see what happens with that as we continue to break now, but we are approaching that 54.33 level.
433 check mark there. Another check mark.
We've got Hanjin, who has a level, an acceleration level to the downside at 18,910.
Oh, okay. I like this. This is a new type. It's a new type.
We've got range extension to the downside in the S&P and the NASDAQ. if we leave single TPOs, I mean, the play is to the short side. Obviously, it's been to the short side all day. We still haven't reached that afternoon pullback low, 54.33 at ES.
You said 54.33?
Yeah,
Yes.
I think that's what JG said.
Yep.
Brooksy also said we're looking at the 54.27 target, closely tied with the value low 54.22. So in that region, I didn't say range, did I? No. So that's a target we got to watch for.
All right, 54.33. We got 2 check marks for a long down there. We'll keep an eye on how.
Yeah, I'd say be careful. These downside levels are more of targets now than pivots.
Okay.
It's looking like for the
I
time
would
being.
concur.
So keep that in mind.
All right, cool. Then we can. Okay, so toss the longs out the window.
Coach Jay's got the 54.36 ES. So I mean, we're all sort of piling around that range.
Well, 54. Hey, 54.45 weekly kickoff high. We're right there right now. We got more selling. We got targets to the downside of 36. Would we consider having a check mark here for a short at 54.45 weekly kickoff high?
I just went long and then covered.
Of course you did. Of course you
did. Okay. 20 points.
Look at you. Look at you, sheepish grin over there.
Sometimes you're just not paying attention to what's going on, but I'm locked into trading, and that's usually when I'm at my best.
Dodging raindrops over there. Hoag 54.45, a short.
So here's the kind of thought with that is the IB low is 54.46, 54.45 is weekly kickoff, right?
Yep.
So we want price to really kind of remain below the IB low. D, what do you think of this? I mean, we're leaving. We're leaving some space maybe below in the NASDAQ, but we've got to be patient. We got to wait till something happens here, right?
I mean, for NASDAQ, we could have a possibility of a failed auction. There's some low volumes here, value low from yesterday, completed the value acceptance, very large move down.
Short.
I mean, if we get a pullback, then we can short through that level. I wouldn't kind of just jump in primarily because of like craziness that is NQ. I mean, maybe this little area at 189.78 could provide a little bounce, like initial bounce low. But yeah, I don't know. This is a big move, so this could be another one of the weird days where it just starts another trend. So I would actually wait to see where we end. If we finish in about 20 minutes, if we finish outside of initial balance, that could lend itself to more shorts. But if we're back inside, then value low will be acting as support. And then we have a failed auction, which is a high probability trade rather than doing a breakout after we've had a massive day previously. So,
D, do you see the do you see the average session range low in the S&Ps at 54.38 quarter? Ray put that in. Coach Ray.
Yeah, so he does calculate his average session ranges slightly differently. I think his start times are different, so it will have a little bit of a difference, but it shouldn't be terribly different. So let me have a look at ES. Everything's a zone, exactly. And hold on, I think I was messing around with my numbers yesterday. Yeah, so let's put that like this. So where is that? See, I have my average session range low all the way down at 53.74. But it's possible that, because he does those numbers pretty early, it's possible that he was taking the London average session range low, which can be reactive just as well, especially during the early part of the session. So I'm just going to go back in time to see where that was. You see, my average session range low is 54.03. London.
Okay.
Yeah. And that is right in the middle of my my area of interest based on some low volume nodes in supply and demand areas.
So
It takes us
438.
right back to yesterday's low.
Where is his? Where's Ray's? What was his number?
Here it is. 54.38 quarter average session range low. And right now, our session low is 54.38.75. He missed it by 2 ticks. Ray, y'all suck.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to ask him how he calculates it, because that's different from the dynamically tracked measure that I use. It could be that he just calculates it straight from like the top and then just wherever that number falls. Because there's a few ways that you can calculate that number.
Yeah.
It's not
You kind of,
one size fits all.
you put more weight on the more recent bars, right?
Yep, Nick.
Yeah. Yeah. Weighted average, yeah.
Twice today.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm gonna get in touch with Ray to see how he's coded his indicator up.
All right, we bounced off of, I believe. You pegged the high and the lows today. You pegged the high.
I may have literally shorted the highs and longed the low and got 35 points out of it.
Pretty good. I believe so, James. D, are you still in that crude trade?
I am still in the crude trade, but I'm thinking of cutting it early. Okay. Yeah.
You got
it's not really getting up there. Right, so I'm out.
We can't get a level.
Let's see what's going to happen here.
I get the level. Hold. Can't get the check marks right now, Hoax. 19,000 NQ. Got 19,000 support now. Support become resistance. Imagine some shorts try to come in here and short 19,000s in the NQ.
So somebody did mention that, we did have value area special situation plays today in the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps. It has played out completely in the NASDAQ. Opening above the range yesterday, value low, in essence, 18,933.
Yep.
And that's kind of the area we were looking at as a potential opportunity for a long. Now we're back inside the initial balance. It's looking more and more like we may have a failed downside auction here. Which could give us some decent opportunities as the day goes on.
I love that. I got a 35 point range here in the ES. Last trade 54.50. Remember, we had that big tug of war. The shorts thought they had him again. Had the tiger by the tail, and the buyer stepped right back in. I know Nick's kind of kicking himself right now because he saw more moves in those trades, but it's see profit, take profit. Like Mick always says, you just want to take a bite out of the apple. You're not getting the whole apple. Yes, hindsight capital. You're going to peg the lows, peg the highs. Who's to say, your third, your trade in the middle, your second trade was a very nice cover there. So,
yep. But I'm up 2,500 in the XFA and 1,500 in the live. I mean, that's a pretty good day.
No one's going to feel bad for you, Nick.
An hour.
No one's feeling sorry for you, Nick. No one's feeling sorry.
No one does. I took a $15,000 or $16,000 payout in the last 2 days. So it's like nobody can feel sorry for me.
Oh, there's a subtle flex. Look at that's my guy, Nick, for a take back.
I have been terrible about paying myself recently. And just like, for some reason, just floating up and down around a balance. And it's like, what is the point of that? I should just kind of continue to do what got me here in the first place, which is take payouts when it makes sense. So finally did that yesterday.
Good job. How far did you run this morning, Nick?
A quick 3 miles because I got up late.
Quick, get out of here! A quick 3 miles.
I mean, it's like 30. That's like a 30-minute, with waiting for lights and traffic and things through the neighborhood. So gotcha. you can do it in 30 minutes.
Awesome. We had an ultra marathon runner on with us yesterday, Zach B. It's ultra marathons, which is just wild to think about.
I have an ultra
my ex bass player does those.
Great trader too.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Ultra marathons. That is just another. It's a foreign land, foreign planet. Oh, Bad News Daily says your 30 minutes for 3 miles is slow, Nick. So you're slow.
Well, I wasn't saying
you're
that
racing.
that is my running time. That is like my door-to-door time of like, hey, I got 30 minutes. Can I go crank out a 3-mile run and be back and, ready to live my life?
They got on your ass
If
quick.
we want to get into, 5K PRs here, we can do that too. But this is a trading show, sir.
Wow.
We have cardio truthers in the chat.
Yeah, they're coming.
Worst kind.
Hey, and for anyone else in the chat that's not a big runner, a 10-minute mile, you're still completing the same distance as the guy running a 6-minute mile. So don't let anyone discourage you if you think that's a slow time. 3 miles in 30 minutes.
Thank you, Nick. Yes. Got a bunch of
It's
racers
amazing.
in here. Yeah, it's really good. What kind of shoes do you have? Are you a Hoga guy?
I am.
Rock the Hoka? Hokas, yeah.
I've been a Hoka guy for a long time. You guys may know I've done a few Ironmans in my day. So before they kind of blew up and became a leisure shoe now. They were kind of the original marathon shoe in my world. So that's kind of what I learned with.
Hoka Hipster. We got here live on Topstep TV. Click like, click subscribe. Show some love to.
I run in Birkenstocks, and when I say run, it's more like walk.
You're a hippie, Hoag. You are a hippie, man.
Hoag, I've been lifting in sandals in my garage more and more. It's actually like a new thing for me. It's kind of weird. Like, I know if you were serious, but I've actually been working out in sandals.
In sandals, why not?
You're
Don't drop any. Don't drop any weights.
Barefoot.
Not in my garage, just because it's so hot here. I feel like even my rubber mats that I have, it's like melting my feet if I don't at least wear sandals.
Oof.
This is now a exercise channel on YouTube.
Yeah, we kind of pivoted there. The markets are choppy. Markets are choppy around. This 54
trading, dieting, pretty similar.
Yes. 40 next moves. Yeah, 54.50. I guess the bounces off those 54.38s. We didn't have a real level down there in the ES. 54.38. Average session range low. Maybe that was the play. The downside here in zone 6. Feels like a summer trade, John. This week feels like a summer.
Well, yeah, we're just taking back part of what we did yesterday, and it's been a much deeper pullback off that rally yesterday in the NASDAQ than in the S&Ps. Still seeing potential support levels below in the S&Ps. We haven't been able to finish the value area special situation play in the S&Ps where we pretty much did, and at least on my charts in the NASDAQ, we tested to value low from yesterday. Found some buyers down there, possible failed downside auction. Just trying to stay patient. Does anybody like the idea of looking for a short up against VWAP?
Yeah.
Overnight VWAP in the S&Ps?
Let's do it. I got 54.56, Hoag. What do you got?
56, 57.
Yeah. What do we got? Ew. The base of the late spike, 56 is. So we got VWAP and we got Vince. Coach Vince, base of the late spike.
55 value high from yesterday.
Yeah, let's work it. Dude, let's work that special sauce that you worked yesterday.
Aha, okay. Well, what are we looking at? 55s?
55, 56s? Yeah. And then how do we do it yesterday? What do we do? Three handles apart?
Yeah. And then we've got settlement, which is, basically 54, 58.75, I think is settlement. That could be, that possible resistance. So we've got an order in at 55.5 and going 56.5, 57.5.
Vince and
we do have some liquidity up here at 54.60 ES.
54.60. The algo, or is that legit?
It looks
okay.
An algo?
451 lot. That's not the algo.
Okay, cool. Thank you. All right, we're right there. We got 5.
He's gone.
We just sold. It's that.
We've got a couple Topstep daily levels stacked right there at that level too. We've got settlement at 59, yesterday's value area high at 54.60, and yesterday's high at 61.
Where's our risk?
Thank you. Risk to the upside. We got levels. What's our bracket? All right, we're short 10. From what price, Hoag? That risk
54.56.
About 3,000 in risk, right?
Do we have 3 check marks on this?
That means view up. If you want to play for the trend day down, definitely worth a shot.
Yeah,
so where's our risk? 60?
I would say so. Yeah, that makes
Probably
sense.
previous day close. Even you could, if you wanted to. You got opening range right there too. Yeah, 60 is probably fair.
Well, what's
even
us?
61?
Nice guys, I like this. Way to talk this out. We are short 10 from what, Hoag? What price?
54.56. We're working another 5 on the offer at 57.5. And we do have, I mean, very reasonable risk here. If we can't reclaim VWAP, I think we might be pretty good. So now we're short 15.
Short 15 from average price of
54.56 half.
54.56 half. No, you have no more working orders, correct?
No, we've got a 15 lot stop up at 54.60, which is about a $2,600 loss if that's what happens.
It's manageable. Okay,
That is a long shadow at the bottom of this.
Short 15 from 54.56 half. Let's go. Got risk at 60. Maybe make it, not the round number, Hoag. Maybe 60 quarter or something like that. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, you can do that. You don't like the round number? 60 half?
Actually, D. I learned it from D, actually.
Yeah.
Don't put the stop in a round number. I learned that one from you, D.
Yeah, because that's when you're coding up algorithms and stuff, you're not going to go for odd things like 62.75. It's like they go for round numbers, you know. It's like let's go to 54.55. Let's go to 54.60. You know, it's
it's
just
60 half now.
60. Perfect. I like it. Okay, short 54.56 half risk.
NQ stalling at the RTH VWAP too. So helping us here.
Cool. Good talk, guys. Love it. Yeah, D. I was dumb. When I got into the S&P trading earlier, I'd have my stop at 54.60. And sure enough, the algos would hit 54.60, turn right around.
Yeah.
You said to me, don't put it at
it's
the round
just the
number.
survivability of positions is always better if you're away from the round numbers. Yeah.
Yes. We learn from each other here.
Yeah. All right, so I'm done. I locked myself out at minus 336. So I just have not been reading the market very well last week. So I'm not going to keep going.
Manual lockout. Engaged. DK says, I'm short with the crew on this one. Same entry. Again, this is not, we're not giving signals here. We're taking these trades. We're talking these trades out amongst us. You know, as traders would really do. So if you want to take the trade, you can take the trade.
It's a team effort.
It is a team effort. This is a
team effort.
Team talking it out right here.
I'm just executing.
The best learning for the week was me talking through the whole first 2 days move on Sunday night. And then Andre, you remember me missing the long, the initial long off that low on Monday, and then fighting the trend the last 2 days at moments. So that's how you can screw up, you know, your entire plan for the week by just kind of getting frustrated on missing a trade. So good to talk things out here and make sure it all makes sense and get everybody on board. We are getting a little bit of legs in NQ.
Yes, for now, 54.57 half might be the line in the sand. Do we have check marks for 15 from 54.56 half?
We don't want to reclaim this VWAP here.
No, it really has to stay underneath. Right, I'm trying to short based on single prints in crude oil. I've been shying away from momentum trades because crude oil just hasn't been doing that many momentums. But since I have single prints left on the profile, there's not much else to fall back on. And it's going to be hilarious if this one actually goes down, and yet I didn't. Yeah. No. It's typical, isn't it? It's like you do all of your great trades in, you know, after the fact. Your live account, you're like, take a couple, and it's like, it doesn't go well. And then you go to the combine, you're like, right, okay, now I'm going to try this. And if I was going to do this in my live, I can guarantee you it would have gone back up through my stop. So it's like, no. So I need to slow down in the live. It's just like, it's not been like New York session. I found it so difficult to read in the last little week or so. for some strange reason. Last week, I went back to review all of my trades, and it was anomalous day after anomalous day after anomalous day after anomalous day. So it's like, even if I was, looking at the market in super objective eyes, all of the levels that I had would get reached during London. Like, everything was like already done. And then by the time New York session came, it lacked momentum, apart from like one day. So I was like, okay, that's very interesting. So from that point of view, there are weird stuff. There's weird stuff happening for the summer in crude oil, definitely. Because usually crude oil and rollover shouldn't go into a momentum trade. That's why I was basing my first idea on a fade, right? So we open inside value, had a bit of a nothing burger on the inventories, but now they're using that as a catalyst to push it down, even though we're rolling over. It's like, okay then, guys.
All right, we gave back VWAP and we are out. Lost 3, just basically lost yesterday's so far.
All right, tagged. Still got
checking here
4 minutes.
Update. Go ahead. Yep. Hey, we got about 5 minutes here on some minor numbers coming up here. That Cleveland's number really not going to be doing much here, but a little earlier here, we had Coach Jay agreeing with Papa Giorgio when he was talking about. Brooksy also added on a shorter time frame. Shorts still look to be in control now. Longs would need to get above the local swing high, and the ES now testing that swing high. It was about a few minutes ago, so we'll keep an eye on the swing high. Brooksy also said that ES closed above the local swing retest of CPI high. That would be probably more probable right now. Thanks, Brooksy.
Watch this.
All
right, coming up
NASDAQ,
to
yeah, I mean, it hasn't taken out that VWAP 19,069 NASDAQ. We gave up that NASDAQ and the S&Ps, and that was it.
All right, we got a live funded trader update here coming at you. It's only 10 a.m. Central Time, 11 a.m. New York time. D down 336. Stick for a tick up 1,500. Tanya Trey's down 601. Santiago up 2,400. Matt S up 2,300. Excuse me. Karina up 3,000. John G up almost $10,000 so far this morning. Dylan B up 3,800. And Nicole B up almost $4,000. Good to see. I thought the shorts had it there, Hoag. I thought the shorts were going to wherever that sell-off was when Jack was. What was it? No.
It was a worthwhile effort. It was a team effort. We take the winners. We take the losses. That's trading.
That is trading. So we got that. All right. So John, what are we looking for when we hit 10 o'clock a.m. Central Time here? What are we looking for? What are we looking for the market to tell us? I don't think. Is it too late to say there was a failed downside auction because due to the time? What do we make of this time? I know 10 o'clock's a big number for you and D. So what do we think?
Yeah, D, go ahead.
It is, but it can happen any time of the day. I've even seen ES go into very late failed auctions that kind of start around sort of 1 p.m. and then just carry on. But, the conditions for that have to be a little bit different than today. But yeah, it's not beyond the realm of possibility to get the failed auction at this time. In fact, a lot of the days, what's the time? So a lot of the days actually establish a high or a low of the day right before that euro close, which is going to happen in about half an hour or so. So that's not unusual at all. And yes, the earlier the failed auction happens, this is something I learned from Hoag, the better the chances of it going the whole Hoag to the other side.
Wait, is that right? Wait, do you say again? The earlier the failed downside, the better.
The earlier the failed auction happens, the more chances that it's going to rotate back up all the way through the initial balance. So wherever we came from, you're expected to go all the way back up there. Yeah, or somewhere near the sort of top third of the initial balance. But yeah, so the later it happens, the statistics of the successful failed auction fade. but at the same time, not unheard of. So there is a time component to it, obviously, because the more volume that you have, the more movement you can have. But it's not always the case. So there's a smaller number, let's say about 35, 40% of late failed auctions that still rotate all the way through.
Okay.
Is that fair to say?
It makes sense now that how you explain it. Yes, very much so. And we are just kind of drifting higher here on low volume. This is Nick for Tick's favorite kind of trade right now.
No, it's not.
Just old zombie. I think D said it. Are we in zombie mode? We might be. We might be.
When there's no bad news, this is what happens.
This is
no bad news.
Miguel Mendez says, I've yet to see the house account go positive. I'm probably the bad luck. Miguel Mendez, I don't think you were watching yesterday. Literally 24 hours ago.
Yeah.
Literally 24 hours. Thank you for tuning in. You are not the bad luck. There's no such thing as that.
Yeah, that's just a self-limiting belief coming through. Oh, I must be the bad luck.
One of my favorite things is when someone comes on. Oh, here's my guy, SSS. Short ES 67. Short ES 67. Get 67s. When did you get 67s?
67.
Oh, is this a trade idea, SSS? Eddie, shout out, reach out to SSS.
It's cheap.
Short 67s. I like SSS has good levels. Sounds good.
What were you gonna say, Andre?
I was gonna say, I love when people come on where they're power players, power hour, and there's no volatility. Like Flyer Jim. Shout out to Flyer Jim if he's in here. And they blame themselves when there's no volatility in them. I think Nick for a Tick had to spell that too.
Yeah.
He'd come on and be like, I'm killing the volatility. I'm killing the volatility in the market.
Hey, if that's the case, then I've killed all volatility in crude oil this year. Because every time I try to trade it, it's just like, no. A couple of times I had to check my internet. I was like, is it am I on? Are we on?
I love it.
It was so slow. I literally would kick off a trade and 2 hours later, it would still be within the 10 tick range. I was like, that's interesting. Not?
Yes, I love it. They come in and kill all the vol.
Is this thing on?
Yeah, that's funny. Check it
exactly. We should do an ASMR session.
Love it. 67 cheap trade. So we got to check out from SSS. SSS has pretty good levels.
I haven't seen him. I know that.
Just saw him in the chat. Just saw SSS in the chat.
There. Okay. Oh, look, I missed it.
Bueller.
4-point stop, he says.
Yes. 4-point stop. We get there.
And that's just off. That's just over the IB high.
Guess that's a couple check marks right there.
Yeah, I mean it's cheap.
We'll take 67s. We can do that 5. We can go on 555.
There he is.
All right, so
we can work a 5er.
I got 15 scaled from 67 through 69, and a stop at 71.
Like a cheap trade.
Pretty tight, but I mean, that's above the
This is these ranges.
This might be range. 71 stop. Okay. Let's see if we get up there.
71 half.
Cool. $71.5 stop. Okay, so risk $71.5. Good. We got everything defined. I like it.
Yeah. So on SSS, Andre, you got a check mark there?
Definitely check mark there. Yep. And then we got IB high, correct?
Right.
Check marks. Yep. SSS, IB high.
Check mark.
Cool.
I'm gonna say no.
No check.
No check mark D.
Ooh. Zombie rallies.
Nick.
Zombie rally. Yeah.
What are we doing?
My guy. That's my guy, man. We're shorting 67s. We're shorting 67s. 5. Working 5 at 67. 5 at 69. 5 at.
So I'm saying no because we are going against the failed auction long, which is generally a terrible idea for equities.
What are we doing? He's Counting his money over there. I know what you're doing. You're counting your money over there, Nick.
I'm looking for a trade, but it may not be a short. I'm just kind of watching and waiting potentially.
All right. So do I get a vote, Andre?
Yeah, we can have a vote.
Yeah, you can put your input. Yeah, 4 hour. 71.5 is a 4 hour level. That would be the entry according to BD. What do you think? You don't like it, John? Sounds like you don't like it.
I've been of the frame of mind today that we're looking for opportunities for longs, and here we are shorting. I'm inclined to agree with Market Stalker D.
Oh, okay. Well, what kind of pullback, if we were looking to get long, for inclined to get long, what kind of pullback will we be looking for to get long from?
I would want a pretty substantial pullback. What about you, D?
Same. So jumping in right now, there's no good way to limit risk.
Mm-hmm.
Nick, what were you looking for? Nick, you were looking for a trade. I know you.
I was looking for a short off 80s in the NASDAQ.
Did those trade? Did 80s trade?
Yeah, 83 and change.
Okay.
And there it goes.
So
those damn shorts would have worked.
So basically, I would call that a check mark for yes in the short and the S&Ps for Nick. But do you want to go back to it?
We need to get back below VWAP here quickly for NQ for me to love it. But
okay,
let's see. I mean, I'm still leaning. I don't know. I've been playing both sides today.
Yes, you have. Well,
I'm just kind of looking at what's in front of me. I would assume we may go kind of retest initial bounce low, but that's kind of the read I'm getting right now.
Would we have gotten those 67s, John? Were we working 67s?
65.
We were working them. We did not quite get there. It looks like the high was 65.75. 575.
That close.
We're still working them right now.
Yeah, okay.
Dang.
Check the chung.
Yep.
Trent here, one of my guys.
Don't force the trade. The trade will find you.
Yep. What do you got, Eddie?
Love that. Go ahead, Eddie.
One of my guys, Trent, still long from 54.42.75. Great entry. But he's targeting the 54.85's resistant from August 1st. And Coach Vince mentioned that date also.
85 upside.
Thanks, Eddie. Always counting my guy Vince.
He mentioned August 1st also, yeah. And I think it was. Here we go.
Those 80s were nice, Nick. Yeah.
So, by the way, I'm short in a combine from 77.72 crude oil.
77.72. Okay, thank you. Short how many times, D?
Just one.
One from 77.72. One time in the combine. We got London close coming up in 22 minutes. Coach Hoop says, feels like I'm forcing a trade that isn't there. Perhaps, yeah, damn, that's short.
So
Nice.
Yeah, I feel that.
Cancel all orders, and we'll look for something else.
Yeah, well, we read it well.
Oh, hey. I must have fat fingered us into a short here.
No.
Nice.
What price, Hoag? What price?
54.61 half.
Oh, right here. Damn.
Wow.
I was hoping it was up
I was
there.
hoping it was like 65s.
Me too.
Yeah, me
I was hoping
too.
65 too.
Like he's going to say, he went up in 65s. It's like, oh,
It's
nice.
long. I'm flattening it.
Scratch.
Long.
It's flat.
It's long. Flattening it. We're not going to be the accidental trader today.
No. I was hoping to accidentally short from 65.
And I did not set up any hotkeys, so it wasn't a hotkey. I fat fingered something there. I was just trying to cancel the orders.
So here's a question. If we weren't doing Topstep TV, would you be trading actively during the second part of August?
Well, based on
Mornings,
the previous 10 weeks, yeah. Based on the previous 10 weeks, yeah. But then it does feel like market conditions have changed to you.
I would be out with the Euro close every day and maybe come watch Power Hour. I would not sit here after probably 10 a.m. Central, 10:30.
Isn't that the best with trading? Isn't that the best, man?
Well, I've learned, and I think there's been a lot of people who have talked about like the statistics, like that's when the volume is, that's when the largest, ranges are. So and then it kind of just really compresses during the 3 lunch hours. So you're kind of just pulling your hair out, hoping for a move that you can trade. So if you're not already in a trade, it's hard to find one during that time period.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't trade lunch times unless we have like super high volatility, some kind of black swan event. Then you can catch some really decent sort of almost like take profit moves as it goes into the lunch hour because of the volume and Euro close and everything dries up. And that used to be actually a pretty tasty trade for me during COVID. But the recently it's just not been worth it. So I usually just take my dogs out. And then if I've already done my sort of DAX trading for the morning, I'm done for the day.
You go have a ham sandwich.
Just ham without the bread.
You don't. Oh yeah, that's right. No bread, right, D?
Yeah, no bread.
You miss
you have like low carb tortillas and stuff. Oh Christ, yeah, I'm a total carboholic, which is why I'm on keto.
Yes. Ooh,
like, do not give me bread or pasta. Oh. It's not like it's not pretty.
A warm baguette.
The cookies. D is coming.
The Cookie Monster. All right.
Yes.
So we were in the range. That was the pullback.
We're pushing above VWAP on NQ. Yeah.
Choppy.
Well, here's JD.
What's up?
Here's JD checking in for Team Ham Sandwich. You guys want to see some hot streaks real quick?
Yeah, Team Ham Sandwich.
Yeah.
What's up, croissant boy? Come on. Yeah, what do you got?
Here we go. Ham and cheese on a croissant is a delightful little snack, by the way.
It is. I like cheese croissant.
Here are yesterday's hot streaks.
Okay.
All right. So names on this list are the same as yesterday. All the traders extended their respective hot streaks for another day. I did mention this yesterday. I'll repeat it. Delesh is the lone legacy member of the hot streaks list right now. In the event that Delesh's streak ends, we will only be sharing traders' names on this list that are eligible for a payout. That means at least... Yes, sir. That means at least 5 trading days of $200 or more in profits in order to make it on the hot streaks list. So with that, Delesh made $3 yesterday to extend their streak to 26 days. Abel picked up $300. Yep. Abel picked up $304 trading the MNQ, now at 22 days. Muhammad had a nice $418 day trading the NQ and MNQ. Carlos is still in it. Carlos L, he was our former Hot Streaks winner, made $58 trading the YM, that's the Dow, and the Micro NASDAQ yesterday. And Chris picked up $155 trading the Micro S&P and Micro NASDAQ. Muhammad, Carlos, and Chris are all on 21-day heaters right now, and everyone on this list, with the exception of Delesh, is eligible for a Topstep payout right now. Speaking of payouts...
No, all right.
Andre, what's your over under?
What was it yesterday? 780?
Yeah, right around there.
Some there. All right, I'll say 650 today. 650. Over under. Nick, over under.
I'm gonna say 6.
600 going under. D over under $650,000 of payouts here at Topstep.
Is that for the week or for a day?
Just
for yesterday. Just yesterday.
Just for yesterday. I'm going to say under.
Under, okay.
I'm going over.
Hoag's going over. All right, we got 2 unders and 1 over. 650,000. I set the over under at.
Under.
He says under.
Ooh, it's a rare day. Today, the under has it.
Wow. 610.
Payouts.
Wow. Nice calling the unders. Look at that fist pump.
Yeah, right.
Fist pump over there. Nick fist pump.
Nick, what was your call?
I said 600.
600?
Yeah, real fist pump never. This is 610's it.
It's pretty good.
If we were playing
both showcases.
If we were playing Price is Right rules, Nick definitely would have won. Yeah, 610,000, 315 payouts with an average of $1,937 average payout. And here are yesterday's biggest payouts.
Chong, where's Nick for a tick?
One being 17,436 out of a
Mine's-
single XFA.
Split between two, Andre.
Oh, pardon me.
It should still be, the total should still be on there. Maybe was it approved already?
It might have been processed separately because I did them two separate $8,000 transactions.
Okay. And they were both approved? I'll take a look. I'll look into it and see.
I think now they are.
Okay.
Maybe it shows up tomorrow.
Maybe it'll be on there tomorrow. I get these right from the risk team. They give me the top 5. So, yeah, Quinn, 15, almost 16,000 out of 5. Balkeron, familiar name, 15,300 out of 1 XFA.
Yep.
Kevin pulling money out of 2 XFAs, and Christopher W, 11,111, I should say.
11s are wild.
Took that out of 5 XFAs. There are your payout leaders from yesterday. All right, be back in a little bit with that coveted leaderboard.
Already over about $1.3 million in payouts just 2 days into the trading week. Pretty impressive stuff. Shout out to all the traders cashing checks. That's what it's all about here on Topstep TV. Click like, click subscribe. We're not too far from 114,000 subscribers on Topstep TV. All right, guys. It looks like we're kind of looking at the 5-minute here on the ES. 1, 2, 3. Last 3 bars. We're in the 4th bar right here. Looks like we're in a bit of a range here, Hoag. Bottom end of the range. 60s, upper end of the range. 65s is kind of what I'm seeing. Can you concur there, Hoag? I think it's no trade for right now. No trade.
Sir. Yes,
no
sir.
trade in the ES.
And we're up near we're up near that potential short that we were talking about, but we
that's 67s.
You couldn't get the check marks.
No fill, no check marks. That's okay. Crude continues to sell off here. 77.38 last trade. Low of the day, $77.28.
Momentum day on the last
momentum?
day of the contract.
Oh, that's right. We're rolling from September to October. Thank you for reminding me, D. This is the last day for September. October will be tomorrow.
So in a way, this is also a very anomalous thing because it's like usually even with the inventories, we get like a bit of a nothing day on the last day before we roll into a new contract because there's just not enough volume there anymore. So again, for me, crude oil behaving slightly out of statistical norms.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, so maybe I should have given myself another chance in the live, but that's how it goes. So we're in a combine.
That's how it goes.
3/4 to target. Yay.
D, look at that. Oh, I love it, D. I love it. D, how's London?
So I'm going to go jump off a bridge soon.
Oh, no, dude, that's two references like that. You can't have D. Look at
Can't lose your will to live.
You said that earlier.
Oh, why not? It's fun.
Yeah,
London session is going okay. I do. I'm looking forward to getting DAX because DAX has been pretty nice and like all this year has been moving really nicely. So it would be good to have a product that really moves for London. So there's still a little bit of a stretch where, I'm trying to trade copper and most of the days it just does a tiny little trade. So I kind of do like a trade that's either scratch or, small loss, or it goes maybe up to like $400. But it's not really like none of the stuff is really moving. Asia moves more things, has more movement than London at the moment. But DAX has just been like smashing it because that's its main session. So the faster that we can get Eurex, that will be a very nice addition to the London traders. So I'll be looking forward to that coming in sometime this year. Yeah. But overall, we do a lot of education. There's a lot of good questions. So I think it's providing a big sort of framework for people on how to create plans, how to use some of the available data that we have in order to make better trading decisions. And then, we try a couple of trades as well. So, if we can illustrate those sort of movement, like, for example, DAX did a beautiful failed auction long today. and just immediately went to the other side, similar to what ES is doing now. So if we could have those sorts of examples in London, that would be even more educational, right? To just see these events playing out in real time. So it's fine. Like, I love doing the London session. I just wish that we had London specific products that are, a little bit more suitable. But it'll come. It's okay. It'll come.
All right, buyers are starting to step in here in the Dow. Only thing I'm really seeing movement out of the corner of my eye. Come to 40,000. Last trade 39,999. We are 1 day 40,000 sprint 40,002. 40,002. And buyers are stepping in here in the ES as well. Hoag, we canceled everything.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
We didn't get the check marks on that, so we wait. We look for the next opportunity that finds us. We have a tendency to look for things. Yesterday,
One thing
we
on
found
Bookmap,
yes,
we had a block of orders. Right, you can see them.
What?
It was like a block of orders, liquidity basically, but now they're disappearing.
To the upside.
And we've had buyers that are aggressively pushing into it. So every time you see that liquidity just bailing, that's not a great sign for shorts. Because there's nothing to keep it from going all the way through it. Yeah.
Yep, offers are getting pulled, creates a vacuum in the market. Buyers will have to chase. Kind of in zombie mode right now. Got about 9 minutes till Euro close. Quick look at the tilt. 75% long in the Dow. Again, Dow did finally pop above 40,000. We've been here before, so no biggie there. Nick can keep the air horn beneath his desk for the time being. I know he loves one air horn. No time for air horn right now.
Well, we did
no
an
air horn
on Monday for gold, didn't we?
Yes, we did. $80. I think we got an air horn for gold. Yes, we did.
After it was above 2,500.
Yeah, gold. Yeah, but peaked about 2,500 last trade. Speaking of gold or a gold last trade, 24.88. But like I said, we got 9 minutes till London close. But in the meantime, I'll throw it to my main man, Eddie. Killing it back there. Eddie, what's going on? What do we got announced here on TopstepTV? What's up, Eddie?
We got a few things here, so let's everybody gather around, pay attention. Quiet in the background, quiet in the back. Jared Tendler today, trading psychologist and fan favorite. We got Jared going to be with us here, back to answer your questions at 11 a.m. Central Time today. So coming up here in just a little bit. Now, Jared has coached champion poker players, PGA Tour players, entrepreneurs, traders for almost 20 years. All right. So I'm going to post here in the chat. If you got a question for Jared, get it in now. This is your last chance. There is a link, and get that question to Jared. Also, 6 days a week. What am I talking about? I'm talking about Topstep TV. We've added Sunday night programming, if you are not aware. We got a 4:45 p.m. Central Time market kickoff with the guy right over there in the black hat, the black shirt, and Nick for a tick. Cool. Don't miss that. 4:45 Sunday. 7:30 also slow markets with Coach Dakota. We start that. That's Sunday through Thursday. Also, we have recently added At the Buzzer with our good friend and trusted trader, Coach Jay. It's going to be Monday through Friday, 3:15 p.m. Central Time. And, of course, don't forget the brilliant, knowledgeable, and lovely Deanna for our London Open Monday through Thursday at 3:30 a.m. Central Time. That's Monday through Thursday. Also, I'm going to put another form out here. Asked you yesterday about it, and I think I asked you Monday. What should we add next? Okay, adding next, what will help you become a better trader here at Topstep? And I'm going to put that link in here. Let us know what you like. I mean, I think sky's the limit, but if we can do it, we will do it. If we can't, well, then we apologize. Also, just a reminder here, mark your calendars, August 20th. Coming up here soon, it's a Tuesday. Brett Steenbarger, author of The Daily Trading Coaches, also going to be with us here for a great psychology session with, yes, the man we call Hoag. Yes, Hoag's going to be with us here. And Andre, I think that is all I've got. I think so. Yes, that should be it. Back to you, Andre.
Nice, Eddie. Exciting stuff here at Topstep. All right. Consolidation mode right now. See,
someone turned off the volume, enthusiasm, the volatility, and just about everything else the second half of this morning.
Sit on them profits. If you got profits, sit on those suckers. Let's see if we can push higher.
I'll lock it out.
Just a heads up. 5 minutes, London will be closing. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Eddie. Looking today, YM long 79%. Crude 63% short. 50-50 in the ES and Q. You do notice we have taken the tilt data off of the top of the scroll here. We will be replacing it with payout numbers here shortly. Yes, if you want that tilt data, you got to have Topstep X. Now we're kind of releasing new stuff. We just released hotkeys this week. New journaling features as well. Released the performance analytics dashboard a couple weeks ago. Journaling, I already said journaling. Hoag's levels on here. What's next, man? What's next? You want to see what's next? Click on that question mark. Go see what's on the roadmap. Make your suggestions. Vote thumbs up, thumbs down. Things you want to see in the future and in the near future, because you know how we turn things around here. Win Dow on tilt, Captain Marv. We need more Dow traders. We need more Dow traders for us to be pulling that data for you guys. But I can tell you right now, Dow is 79% long. Where's the hotkey menu? Glad you asked, TF. Click on the gear. On settings gear, you see the tab, hotkeys, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over. Oh, you're sharing my screen. Well done, right there. Do it one more time. Gear right here, settings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hotkeys. I got my hotkeys. Buy market up arrow, sell market down arrow, cancel all right arrow, and flatten all left arrow. Really quick. In case of emergency, break glass type of situation, I would say. But yep, right there. On that gear. Go set up your hotkeys. Here, I started. This got zombie rally written all
just
over.
Grinding higher.
Yeah,
again.
it's one of these again, man. It's one of these. Should have seen it coming. That sell-off was just. I don't know what that sell-off was. That just a puke? Was that a long puke? Was that just that iceberg order just puking? I'm not sure. No, we're just
That was just such a quick and early rejection of that extension below the initial balance. That was such a fast failed downside auction. It was like, hey, give us a chance.
Yeah. I remember because D was saying, the earlier the failed downside auction happens, the more conviction it has to absolutely, D, if I understand, to retrace the entire move, correct? With the failed downside auction, the earlier it happens,
right.
the higher propensity it is for it to rally all the way back. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now.
Yep.
That failed downside auction took place when the initial balance was set. So about an hour ago. We couldn't wait till that 10 o'clock hour Central Time, Hoag. It happened at 9:30. We had to wait for confirmation. Sure enough, like D said, the earlier it happens, the more
finally getting it.
Yep.
I'm trying to go back up with crude oil because I'm still a little bit on the fence about this this sell-off. We hit the average session range low at 77.45, and we have the euro close that on a lot of the days brings a reversal in crude oil. So I'm going to try going back up. I'm long one at 77.40.
Long one for 77.40, okay?
That took about 35 ticks in the other one.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Zombie road. Okay. 54.60. What kind of levels do we have? What kind of levels do we got?
So we'd be short 15 right now.
Oh, yeah. SSS in the chat. You still, did you pull the trade? Did you still do that trade? Let us know in the chat. SSS. Did you sell the 67s, or was it trade off after you saw the price action from over the last 20 minutes or so? 19,000s, 100 trade in the NQ. Taking a look at Topstep daily levels on the NQ. 19,100. Sounds like Nick Sounds like you're going to be very, very disciplined, very, very picky as to whether or not you do take another trade today.
Probably, especially in my live. I'm probably done.
Yep. Bounce back. Okay, 19,104.
Traded
Now
very
into
well
zone
today.
4. Settlement. We are at settle. We just, man, they are just, look at this. Look at this.
There goes IB high coming up.
Yep.
Now, there may be some opportunity when we
Ended closed.
take out that IB high and come back in. D, what do you think? More range bound after that, right?
I would prefer to long a neutral day from the bottom than to short it, given what we've seen yesterday. So, I don't know, this just doesn't look... The power that it took to bring us to the other side, that's one of the things that I'm looking for. And if you look at the whole ES chart, just pushing. Like there's no, oh, we push a little bit, then we stop, then we retrace, then we push a little bit. No, it was just like, we go. It failed the auction, kept pushing. So that kind of momentum, what happens prior to creation of the neutral day, that's something that I look for. So if I see something like this, I don't want to stand in its way.
Yep.
So you might be looking for a potential long as the day goes on up here, huh?
Yeah.
That's right. If we get single prints left behind and there's not many pullbacks, that's an opportunity to go long. But at the moment, we don't have anywhere to limit risk for longs. You need something to be created, a little bit of structure, even if it's like a low volume node somewhere, just something that we can lean on to go, okay, if this starts getting taken out, we're out. But it has to be structure based for me. I don't like doing the neutral days that go into like a normal variation, but they do happen in equities. So I can like it or not like it. If it happens, I have to find a way to get in. So
love it. Good stuff, D.
Thank you, D.
Yeah, I just wish I do that in my live account.
Close right higher. This is what if you listen for Nick for a tick from yesterday, we're shorting these zombie rallies that got him, and that's kind of what got us on our first trade. So we pulled the 67s, which is probably a smart play. Obviously,
we'd be out by now.
We would be out right now. So hindsight capital.
Yeah.
They're just going to creep this higher on no volume. These days are tricky to get into. Damn it! Look at this.
There was a good no check mark on that one.
It saved us $3,000. Gold dumping here.
Leaving some single TPOs up here. Then we might start thinking about looking for continuation.
And then there's a ton of space before we hit any low volume areas or ADRs, ASRs. They're all the way up at 55.34. So a ton of space.
Yep, SSS did the same as us. Pulled the 71s. Pulled that offer.
Pulled it off.
When the front run happened. Look at these. Look at no volume on this rally. Unreal. Brutal. These are tricky, Nick. Nick for tick. This is
PCP.
I mean, just a crazy move off that low.
It is a crazy move off the low. I thought they had him. I thought the shorts had him.
So they looked like that for a while.
It did. It was aggressive. There was actually volume behind it. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green bars. I'm looking at the 5 minute after that sell off about an hour ago. But Europe has closed now. Not sure that's going to make much of a difference. This one gold selling off here. We did break beneath 2,500 last trade. 24.85. Crude. I don't know how crude's tricky today. Crude found a bottom. 77.22.
Yeah, I'm in on that. In the combine, of course.
How'd you know to get long there? How'd you know?
Because like I said, listen, Andre, listen.
I got a million things going on.
After Euro close, so yes. I know, I don't.
Oh yes.
So we hit the average session range low, then we slow down, and we have Euro close, and crude oil tends to turn direction on a lot of the days after the Euro close, and then it kind of runs the same. I have a dog that keeps kicking my stand.
Look at this rally.
So So yeah, whenever you hit euro close, there's a very high chance that crude oil is going to go back the other way. Because we're in rollover, I was very suspicious about the whole move down, because this is not what roll usually does on the last day. Usually they bring it back into range, they ping it back up. That was the reason why I was trying longs earlier, because I was kind of hoping we are going to fill that whole range to the upside. And it didn't happen, obviously. But now we've kind of fallen back into more of a pattern of sell-off after the inventories, euro close hits, then we reverse and we go higher. So it's like, it's some scalps that have worked for me very well on crude oil over the years. But yeah, so it's just literally time-based, orientation level, price action. It's like a little decision tree. So when that lines up, that's when I have my signal.
Awesome. Yep. I remember you talking about that after the euro close, reverse after the euro close. I do remember. I do listen, D. I do listen.
I know you do. I know you do. You did a great job.
I've been kidding.
Well,
all right,
guys,
we're just pushing. What's
I
up?
got to take a few minutes here to get ready for the session with Jared Tendler. So I'm going to step out here for just the last 20, 25 minutes here to just kind of go over the questions, get my notes together. And so we have, just a really good session with Jared Tendler. It's a pleasure being with everybody today. Pleasure trading with everybody today. We had a little bit of a loss. That's okay. Andre, maybe we can beat that on the positive side for Power Hour later on. D, always a pleasure. Nick for a tick. God bless. And see you in just a few minutes with Jared Tendler, everybody.
Heck yeah.
Awesome. Looking forward to it.
Johnny. Yeah, make sure to tune in. Talk about the power player of all power players, Jared Tendler in the house. Hoag will be joining him. Get your notepads out. Take notes. Probably go back and watch it this evening. Maybe the markets aren't moving. You'll get some very valuable information there.
I'm going to post that link again one more time, Andre.
Thank you. Good stuff, Eddie.
There it is in the chat.
And while Hoag's putting his face on, you guys want to take a look at the leaderboard?
Please, Hoag.
I know we're hitting the eyes right now.
Yes, let's do it. How's your face doing, JD? Is it evened out a little bit?
Just a little crisp. Got a nice red nose, but everything else is looking all right.
Very good, good. As long as you're not in pain, I'm okay. I'm happy.
Got that hand.
I was never in any
put
pain.
some zinc.
Good.
Yeah. I was never in pain. It just looked ridiculous. That's it.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
All right. Here's the bottom half of the top 10 list. Okay, where are we at? In sixth place is that's not correct, is it? Yes. In sixth place is Liam. Picked up about $19,000 trading in 4 XFAs. Nope, that is not correct.
He's in 10th.
Yes, Liam Curl's in a single live account.
All right, no, double check. Come back when it's accurate.
Totally backwards. No, we're good. All right.
Okay.
Sixth place, Kane. Got it. All right. Kane picked up $19,000 trading in 4 XFA. I was looking at yesterday's list, not today's, when I was looking at my
silly old bear.
I know, right? And then I looked at the overlay and looked opposite of what I was reading. All right. So Kane picked up $19,000 trading in 4 XFAs, stayed in sixth place for another day. Edward is back. Edward profited $45,000 across 5 XFAs, jumped from 16th place up to 7th place. Justin took a $10,000 drawdown, dropped from 7th down to 8th. David had a nice $29,000 day trading in 5 XFAs, popped into 9th place. He was in 22nd place yesterday. And Liam, that's where I was looking at from yesterday. Liam rounds out our top 10. Liam is trading in a single live funded account, suffered a $4,000 drawdown yesterday, and he fell from 8th place down to 10th. All right, Eddie.
All right, here we go.
Moment.
Oh, joy.
$15, little man. Put that shit in my hand. If that money doesn't show, then you owe me, oh.
What was that?
Jay and Silent Bob.
What was that, man?
$15, little man.
Wow.
Eddie, you top yourself every single day. It's perfect.
You got me.
All right.
I'm in trouble.
All right. A lot of the same names on this list. They just shifted around a little bit. And one new name that popped up. Not new. He was in at the bottom of the list yesterday. Nicholas was in 10th, but we'll get to that in a second. All right. In 5th place, we have Brian. Brian profited $15,000 trading in 6 funded level accounts yesterday. That's 5 XFAs and 1 live funded account. Still dropped a notch on the list. Brian was in 4th place yesterday. Drayton picked up about $6,000 trading in 5 XFAs, fell from 3rd down to 4th. Nicholas A was in 10th place yesterday. Nicholas had a great day trading the S&P, gold, NASDAQ, and the Dow, really spreading around there. Banked just over $35,000 across 5 XFAs. Good enough for 3rd place today. Rafa suffered a $12,000 drawdown, still sitting in 2nd place, though, by a pretty sizable margin. And Chung, $194,102 in total profits yesterday. Just incredible. Dude, he also took a $93,000 payout last week. Chung is living the trader's dream right now. Good on you, Mr. JD, Chung.
Have we talked to Chung at all? Or I mean, I don't know.
I'm sure he's been reached out to. There's no way he's gone this long without someone contacting him. I personally have not contacted him, but I imagine someone has tried to get him on TV or at least say a few words for an interview. But I can follow up on that too. I'll let you know. Yeah.
No obligation, but yeah.
Well, there is your leaderboard for today. Catch you later.
Thanks, man. $324,000. Beautiful to see. We are rallying and volume is not. This is it. D, you were concerned about this?
Yep.
You did call it out, happening. The zombie route. Yep. It's happening indeed. It's happening. It really is. All right. Take a look at the tilt here. 65% long in the Dow. Dow's probably the strongest I've owned. Well above 40,000. Now trading 40,082. Nick, when you go quiet on me, it makes me think you put a trade on. You didn't do anything.
No, I'm flat.
Okay.
But
okay,
I'm
good.
just pulling my hair out, thinking about my
that long,
the 930 long.
Yeah. Was that the one that got away, or was it that short you had this morning?
I mean, but you could say either or. You could say Monday's long. I mean, my trades tend to get away from me. Guys, if you see me cover, maybe don't. That's my advice in this market right now. If you see Nick cover and you took a similar trade, just let it ride. No.
Stop.
So does it depend on the direction? Maybe, maybe try holding longs longer?
I should be holding longs. There's no question. I should just let it ride.
Because you're so good at like sniping it
rather than shorting.
Stop that talk.
I mean, you're pretty good at shorting, obviously.
Yes.
But shorts are always going to be more scalpy type trades unless we have an outlier day, right?
Exactly.
Right on. 100%.
Did you guys know?
Sniping.
He cracks me up. What's up, Jack? You guys crack me and Nick. You guys crack me up. What's up, Jack?
Did you know that if Chung desired to, he can now afford with that account to take the Series 3 2,357 times?
Did not know that, Jack. Good to know.
It's 140 Cicero Klamarewskis to take the Series 3.
Now, did you know if you fail 3 times, you got to wait 3 months before you take it again?
Oh, that's a lot of years then. That's going to be a lot of years.
Hundreds and hundreds of years, lifetimes. Chung and his descendants can take the Series 3.
I'm too old to take the test.
What a bounty. Okay, let's see the question.
Here's my Jello.
An investor who is long October gold could establish a product spread by executing which of the following orders? A, buy October silver. B, sell September corn. C, sell December platinum. D, buy October copper.
Well, I'm going to throw out the agricultural product. And
so C?
That's where I'm leaning. That's where I'm leaning.
We'll give it a few
everything else
seconds.
is a buy or an aggro. So
yeah. That's my.
Yeah, I remember seeing these ones.
We'll just give a few moments here for people to
This is too
throw in their
straightforward.
favorite answers. A lot of the questions are very straightforward.
Okay.
I started by harvesting the harder ones that didn't involve math, but here we are.
Okay.
We don't have
All
any more
right.
of those.
I'm with Deanna. We'll
That's
see.
enough of this. Let's go ahead and see the answer.
Oh, thank God.
You guys.
Nick, where
are
were you on
correct.
that one? Where were you, Nick?
That was my thought. But
Okay, good. That was my thought. He's still thinking about the 930s. He's still
I'm still trying to trade, man. I'm looking for something here.
I love it. Thank you, Jack.
Just go long. Go long.
Go long.
200
All right,
points
that was very
later.
straightforward.
But, yeah.
I like those questions, Jack. Keep those
Very good.
questions coming. He's still shaking his head. I'll stop. I'll get off you, man. Here's the pullback. You guys want the longs? This might be that pullback.
Yeah.
Or is it the upper end of the range? But Topstep daily levels. 54.75 last trade in the ES. 54.75. Upper end of zone 6. Nothing really here as far as levels go.
And the algos are back. Tracking price.
Lovely.
Sandwich.
Yep, lovely.
Look at that. That's not a human.
No, absolutely not.
Tick for tick. Look.
Okay, we got good everything. We got some fast market stuff coming out. And then, of course, appreciations at the end of fast markets. I cannot wait to hear what Nick for a tick is appreciative for here in about 10 minutes.
So think a little bit today.
Start thinking now. Oh, shoot, yes. Oh, yes. Okay, cool. I can't.
So Nick, are you a glass half full or a glass half empty kind of guy?
I'm usually a glass half full in regular life. I tend to be a little more negative skewed in the trading world, it seems.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm a very calm, patient, happy individual in my personal and regular life.
Yeah.
I think trading can it's like kind of like family. It can really like press your buttons sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So even if you're like the calmest person, I'm a pretty calm person. It takes a lot for me to actually kick off. But sometimes when you do something or you don't do something in trading, you're like,
exactly.
Why did I do that? Yeah. And then you're sort of like pissed off at yourself almost, and you don't have a way out because there's nobody else to blame. It's just you, right?
That's
you made the decision. You have to live with it. And that's one of the things that we have to do as traders. Now, that's something that causes a lot of tilt in people because, they do something that they know is not maybe the best decision in the moment. And then they just go absolutely crazy trying to correct their previous decision and then derail the combine, XFAs, everything. So just keeping a lid on those sorts of emotions, it should be like a deliberate practice. Since we're going to be having Jared Tendler here of psychology and all that, I think that's something to think about. Nick is obviously, he's an experienced trader. So, he's sitting there kind of going like this, but he's made money for the day. And, that's a positive, right? We're done.
Yep.
However, people who don't make money on the day and they still try to maybe correct that, drag themselves out of a hole, usually you will make it worse on the day. So just use that lockout button to practice deliberate psychology of walking away and being cool with it. Focus on the positives of whatever you did that day, right? So for example, today, yes, I took another loss, 7th day. Yes, 7th day of drawdown for me, which I'm going to say it hasn't happened to me probably in like 18 months. So it's not easy, but at the same time, I'm not going to allow that to kind of go, yeah, well, tomorrow I'm going to come back and I'm just going to smash in like a 10 lot, because that's not going to lead anywhere. So focusing on the positives. I actually took the setups that I thought were very valid in light of the data that I had at that point, and then went to my combine and decided to stop in my live at 336, not kind of go over that. That's a positive, right? I didn't keep going. So, I'm going to be focusing on that and just journaling. But at the end of the day, there's not that much to journal. Try to trade.
Yes.
There was a hypothesis that has worked for me 1,000 times. Didn't work today. I stopped, went to test some of my other hypos that I had on the day. They worked. This next two trades, they worked. They were in a combine, but they still worked.
Yeah.
So it's fine. It's just one of those things that you have to accept as a trader and be okay with it. So, do some meditating or, if you can, go do some exercise. Go lift some heavy stuff in the gym. That'll always make you feel better if you're able to.
Love that. Run 3 miles like my man Nick Frick Tick does. All right, real quick. We got 7 minutes left here on Fast Markets. And before we get away, I was mentioning this earlier. Great new release here at Topstep X. Hotkeys. You asked, we delivered. Man, Gabe, been doing these awesome demos all week. We're going to do it again right now. Gabe, show the people what's up with these hotkeys, man.
What's going on, everybody? Good morning. I am back with another update. You guys are probably already have seen it. We looked at hotkeys just a moment ago with Andres, but I wanted to show you guys just a couple awesome updates that we immediately got to. You guys provide feedback and we listen. And the first thing that we did last night was add 3 new functions or actionable items that you can now enable hotkeys for. In addition to one major update was that previously you had to actually click into the DOM or click into the order entry panel for hotkeys to actually function. Now you no longer need to go into your DOM or DOM or your order entry panel to be able to use the hotkeys. So first things first, to find them, you're going to go to the platform settings and the gear icon in the far left toolbar. You're going to click on the second to the right at the top there, hotkeys tab. Notice there are 3 new functionalities. You have increasing contract size. There's a typo. We need to get that fixed. But contract size +1, contract size -1, and also now a break even hotkey. So 3 major requested items that we've now added, in addition to making it functional while you're in your charts. So let me go ahead and let me test a couple out. So I've got my contract size +1 as my plus or equals key on my keyboard, and then the contract size -1 is my minus. So I'm going to go over back to my charts. And on my DOM currently, I have 1 contract size selected for my buy market and sell market. I'm just going to go ahead and hit my plus button a couple times. Now my sell and my buy are both at 5 contracts, doing the opposite to bring it back down to 1. But that's, once again, just really quick updates that they pushed overnight last night. Wanted to point those out to you guys so you know that they are now available. But that's what I got for you for this today's update.
Good job, Gabe. How about that? Sweet. Nice. Sounds good. People like the check. Good job, Gabe. Coach Hoop, ES just grinding. Zombie like higher. Yeah, that pullback was a move. That was it. But D was D, when we were talking about getting short, you said, I don't like it. Trade is off. You pull your check mark. Save the house account $3,000. So we are in, even though the house account is down 3,000, could have been worse. We didn't compound the mistake. That's all you can do. It's just we didn't compound the mistake. So on the week, house accounts just scratch. I believe, house accounts scratch on the week. Good. So we're still in the game. It's only Wednesday. Two days left. We'll see what happens here in Power Hour. We got about 4 minutes left, and as you, wow, we are just pushing higher, Nick. At what are new highs?
It looks like the COVID recovery right now.
What's that?
It looks like the V shape from COVID. It's one of those days.
It does. Yep.
There's nobody on the bid on the way down, and then suddenly someone steps in, and then it's lights out for anyone trying to sell this market the rest of the day.
Yep. So don't get your hand cut in the cookie jar. Don't touch the stove again. It's hot. If you're trying to get short, you saw the pullback.
There's no shorts here unless we stay in the initial balance range. We're above it. I would not try to short this.
Okay.
All
All right, guys. Let's do these appreciations. Let's end a little bit early so we can make sure we get the Jared Tendler segment started right on time because very valuable information, very valuable time. I see him in the green room. Hello, Jared. I see you. We will be seeing him very shortly. Hey, we're seeing him in about 6 minutes. So, real quick, Nick for a tick. The people want to know. The crowd wants to know. What are you appreciative for, Nick for a tick, on this Wednesday?
I'm appreciative to, my trading buddies, not only in Topstep, but the wider community as well. It's days like this where you guys know me. I like to joke around, have a little fun, make just stupid jokes that make people laugh. So I'm thankful for, Rips, Dakota, Coach Jay, all my guys that I kind of talk to day in and day out, as well as my other friends in this community. So, I'm appreciative of them just to keep it light, keep it fun, and keep me coming back for the next day.
Awesome. Yes. Lovely D. Deanna, what are you appreciative for besides the 9 dogs and that Dolce & Gabbana perfume we're sending your way as well?
8 dogs. 8 for now.
8. Oh, yes.
I'm appreciative that I can do this every day and also that I can do it from my house. So that's always a good thing. I'm appreciative of the nice weather that we've been having in the summer here in London, even though it's a little bit sweaty, but it's still very nice weather. You can spend a lot of time outside. I'm appreciative for all of you guys and our banter. I'm appreciative to Topsteps, to community, and everybody who gets involved. And of course, to my lovely London session crowd who keeps turning up, keeps asking amazing questions. And, at the end of the day, this is the place where I get to share my experience and hopefully somebody else can benefit from that experience. And that is always an awesome thing.
Oh, it's very well said, D. Love it. Absolutely love it. Great insight today. Say the house account again. Say the house account about $3,000. And what am I appreciative for? I'm appreciative for a world-renowned trading psychologist that's worked with a variety of clients, including world champion poker players, PGA Tour golfers, entrepreneurs, and many independent and institutional traders. Who is that, you ask? He goes by the name of Jared Tendler. Jared Tendler coming up next on Power Players. Let's go. Everyone tune in for this. Get your notepads out, and we're going to rewatch this segment again. Let's go.
Yo, Andre, real quick, I wanted to point something out. We have Jack cooked up something special for D. I just wanted to share it real quick with you guys before we finish off the day.
That's a lot. Is that what it looks like in your house,
He forgot some lizards as well, because I used to have 2 leopard geckos up until very recently. They were so old. They were like 19. So yeah, add a couple of lizards, but I like it. Yeah, that is my life. This is the actual photo of my life. That's what it looks like when I go to bed. I'm just buried in dogs.
It looks like it could be fun. Awesome. Thank you for that, Gabe. Good work, Jack. All right, we're continuing to make new highs, ES, NQ. Again, Jared Tendler coming up on the other side of this break. Let's get it today. Let's go.
welcome, and we are so happy that you are all here for this Trading Mindset Q&A with Jared Tendler. Now, Jared is a leading expert in how your mental game impacts performance. He has worked with world champion poker players. He's worked with PGA Tour players. He's worked with hundreds of professional traders, and he's got that master's degree in counseling psychology, and he's been doing this for 18 years. He also is the author of 3 wonderful books. Most importantly, right here is The Mental Game of Trading, but he's got 2 others, The Mental Game of Poker and Mental Game of Poker 2. We are so happy to have him back with us. It is an honor. I'm honored, and I'm very excited to get this session going. Jared, it is wonderful to see your smiling face again. How are things going?
Thanks, John. It's great to be back. Always love being here, and certainly love getting a chance to have a conversation with you, especially with that beautiful handlebar you got going on, which is impressive. So well done there.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, it was kind of a leftover. I had a long beard over the Christmas of last year, and I just decided to leave the mustache on there. So yeah, it certainly tends to be a talking point. I forget about it a lot, and then people are like, "Whoa, I haven't seen you for a while. What's with the mustache?" But hey, it is what it is. We are who we are, and again, very excited to have you with us. Is there anything that you want to kind of talk about or just kind of open up with before we start really getting into the questions?
Yeah, I mean, we looked at a lot of them, and I think, generally speaking, there's a level of kind of education on some really key topics that I think are important to kind of have as a macro perspective here, right? That a lot of traders, a lot of you all are still getting some of the basics wrong. And having the basics wrong mentally and emotionally makes everything harder. It's kind of like having the basics wrong and just how you're, reading and interpreting price action or, your own basic strategies, right? You got to have a firm process for how you make trading decisions. And, the same thing is true mentally and emotionally, right? You need to have a system for how you approach the trading psychology, the mental game. And we're going to kind of talk about some of the real key elements of it as we go through some of the questions. But just keep in mind that sometimes the way that you're thinking about your problems is actually the biggest problem and stops you from really being able to problem solve in the right way. So having the right perspective is oftentimes the first step. So hopefully if you get nothing away from today, if you can begin thinking about the issues you're experiencing differently, that's an important first step.
Makes perfect sense, Jared. I mean, if there's something that's in front of us that we want to go through, over, under, or around, we're going to have to change the way we're thinking about doing that, isn't it? Isn't that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah. If you're, thinking that you've got to kind of climb this mountain, but you're not really prepared with the right tools in the backpack to get you up there, you might fail just because you don't have the right tools or the right, chart or not chart, but the kind of the road, kind of laid out in front of you. That might be the reason you fail, not because you're not capable. And I think sometimes mental, emotional stuff, trading psychology stuff can feel kind of intangible. I've really worked hard to make it more tangible and real and practical. And that intangibility can kind of sometimes lead to this like hope or wish that we can have things kind of just like snap in place and like instantly fix our tilt or the revenge trading or the FOMO or whatever problem you're struggling with. Like, it would be nice if you could magically fix it fast, right? It would be nice if you could magically have bigger muscles. Like, who wants to go to the gym for, a long period of time and get your butt up at 6 a.m. And I got up at 5:15 this morning to get to the gym, right? I would much prefer to sleep in and relax. But, if I want to achieve my fitness goals, like, you got to put the work in. So yeah, there are things mentally and emotionally that take that same kind of shape. And, I'm not saying that you've got to put in 2 hours every single day of dedicated time on your mental game, but I am saying, if you expect instant results, you're probably going to get the opposite, which is, a lot more problems, because that hope and wishing, is a bit closer to maybe what you were showing off in December, which is, your version of Santa Claus, right? Adult versions of Santa Claus would be thinking that you can instantly cure, your mental game issues. And that is fiction, right? There are times where it will make it feel like you're able to magically correct FOMO, and you go through periods of time where there are no problems. But, like a good trader has a back-tested, proven history of success through ups and downs, through different market cycles. You need to have the same thing. So you need to be able to prove that the corrections you've established for FOMO, for revenge trading, for over trading, are, kind of proven through those different cycles, not on a single day, not because you read something, not because you even watch this interview and say, oh, that makes sense. Now I got it.
Now I got it. Right.
Now you got it. Well, now you got something that's put you at the starting line to begin working and integrating that knowledge into your day-to-day trading. Do not rely on momentum. Do not rely on this placebo effect to convince you that you actually have something that's reliable. You have to prove it consistently day in and day out, especially when things get hard. And that's where, some of these questions, right? Some of the issues that you all are struggling with is you're not really prepared for those hard days. You're more comfortable kind of riding momentum. And that's really, really common. It makes sense because it's fun. It's easy to ride momentum, both from a trading sense and also from a trading psychology sense. But that's not really what's going to create the transformative corrections that you're actually asking for.
And, as traders, I think we should all be aware of the fact that, when we decide that we're going to be patient, there's a lot more to just saying, I'm going to be patient, or a lot more than just some sticky note on your screen that says, I am going to be patient. So on that note,
why weren't you in the first place? Why were you not patient in the first place? That's a question that's important. I know that we're going to get to it, so I'll stop my rant there and we'll get it.
No. That's what we're here for, is to hear you rant on all this stuff. I just thought that, the idea of saying I'm going to be patient and actually being patient are two different things, which leads us to the first question here. Nama was asking, how do I stay patient when it comes to trading? There it is, flat out, just like that. I feel like that's the main thing holding me back from becoming profitable.
So two parts of that question is, the first one is the patience. And again, that question, why are you not patient? So when I look at dissecting this particular problem, we have to first rule out that this violation of discipline, which is going to come at times where I'm assuming that you're jumping into positions that you shouldn't be, right? You're getting in too early, or ones that are not actually viable. And, it could be because you've lost money on the day, because the market's been sideways, or for your strategy, there just haven't been opportunities. And the itchiness to want to be in the market, kind of overwhelms the strategy that you've got laid out. But in order to firmly know that it's truly a discipline problem, you have to rule out that there's not emotion compelling you to violate that rule or to become impatient. Because greed, fear, anger, or tilt, overconfidence, lack of confidence, all of those emotional issues can spark that impatience and compel you to act prematurely. And so you got to first, really examine a little bit more closely the situations where you are becoming impatient, and ask yourself, what the heck is happening, right? Are there some emotions here? Or is there kind of some itchiness, some impulsiveness? And if it's on the heels of being down money on the day, being down money on the week or the month, or, wanting to get a payout, or, just something circumstantial, is that situation kind of triggering some emotion? And if it is, then it's not about patience, not about forcing yourself to adhere to that rule. You have to correct that emotion. So we'll go into some other examples today and kind of how to correct those emotions. But first and foremost, that's a really important kind of way of kind of deciding what you've got to work on, because so many traders make the assumption that they have a discipline problem because they're violating their strategy in a variety of ways, including being impatient, when in fact they actually have a problem with their emotions. And those are two very different problems. And if you mistake it and you try to force yourself to be patient when it's actually, let's say, tilt, you're actually going to create a bigger problem, because the tilt is going to kind of build up in the background like a pressure cooker, and it's going to explode. And then you're going to make some very, very bad decisions, right? We need to actually address the anger, and then the patience either is going to happen automatically as a result of correcting the anger in that example, or you then just kind of have to like train yourself a little bit. But you can retrain it a lot easier when you're not are coming because you have an anger issue. It's kind of like having an injury to your ankle. You don't want to build skill on an injury. You can't get faster that way. You have to heal first, then you can build the skill. So in this case, correct the anger, then you can build the skill that will correct the discipline problem. That's why I say they're two very different issues.
So in essence, I mean, basically what you're saying is, I mean, I've always thought of a lack of patience as one of more of the root causes for other things, but the way you're talking about it, a lack of patience is probably a symptom of something even deeper, like fear, greed, ego, fear of missing out. All of those things are leading to that patience, and you got to find out what it is.
Yeah, I would say 90% of the time it's that. Like, it's really actually quite rare that discipline problems happen in a pure form. And when they do, and I think there is a question here on that, when they do, it's more about your connection to your goals and more of a motivational problem, because your motivation is what drives your ability to build skill. So again, like, we got to get in the gym and lift muscle, right? And lift weights to build muscle, right? The energy to do that is fatiguing. And it's also, going to give you the opportunity to build that capacity. When you're trying to build discipline, you're using your motivation to push yourself at times where it's easy to kind of fall back into those old habits, right? Just lift the easy weight, right? Versus the harder weight, right? You got to be disciplined at times when it's hard in order to build discipline, right? Just from that analogy. So yeah, those are two very different things. And if you're trying to build muscle on top of weakness, you're going to create bigger problems. And that's why a lot of traders get into, a really sticky spot where they're trying to correct a discipline problem when it's not actually a discipline problem.
It's like building a building. You got to have a firm foundation before you're going to be able to build anything on top of it. Fantastic exactly. Question, Jared. Medi's asking, how do you quickly reset your mind after a win or a loss? I find it interesting that Medi's asking both sides. Most people ask about resetting after a loss. How do you reset after a win?
And I'm glad you picked up on that, because I did notice that as well. So if we can get the screen share up here with this tool that I use called an A to C game analysis. This is a tool that is going to take a little bit of work for you to create on your own. Okay. We're looking at both from a mental standpoint, but also a technical one. Okay. These different dimensions that would define the differences in your A game, your B game, and your C game, right? Your best, your average, and your worst. And when you are paying attention to your execution and you're grading your own performance, it becomes a way to kind of anchor you to qualitative processes, right? That are far more reliable in the short term, and it gets you to break out of that obsessive, hyper focus on P&L and short-term wins and losses, which we know are highly, invalid to determining how you're actually performing, right? Because of how much the market, how much luck is involved in the market in the short term. So if you want to break out of this problem, you can't, we as human beings need feedback. And if you don't have something like the A to C game analysis to kind of anchor you in the moment, you're going to default to getting feedback from your results. You're going to use P&L as a way of knowing how you're doing, whether or not it's reliable or not, right? Because not having any feedback whatsoever is way worse than having false feedback, right? The uncertainty of not knowing where we stand is really, really hard for people. But if you know, okay, you just kind of look at this chart, right? We got focus, FOMO, fear, execution, fear, P&L, focus, and distraction. Now, this is one example. So if you deal with anger, you can put anger in here. If you're dealing with overconfidence, you put overconfidence on here, right? But or just like confidence, and maybe in your A game, you're feeling like really solidly confident. Your B game, there's a little bit of signs of overconfidence. And then C game is like, man, everything I touch is going to turn to gold. So again, we're kind of creating that gradation. It gives you the ability to very quickly identify how you are performing. And if you know that you're performing at an A game level and all you're seeing is red on the screen, like, all right, well, it's one of those days. Now, I'm not saying that there's nothing for you to learn from a technical standpoint. We're not going to just slough it off as if it's, just the market and bad variance. But for the most part, at least today, you're doing everything you can. Will you learn something that could be valuable in the future? Sure. But it might take a little bit of time to do that. But as far as today goes, A+, pat on the back, good job. I'm not saying like go out and party and celebrate the fact that you performed great on a day where you lost money. All right, we're not going to be crazy here. But it can significantly kind of alter your sense of having to make adjustments. Because if you're trying to reset after a loss, but a loss that was taken correctly, there's nothing to reset. So again, I think the more you can kind of anchor yourself to this.
I am sorry. I got popped out there for a second. I apologize.
If you can anchor yourself to this way of grading yourself, then you'll kind of know what to do. And if you're, trading poorly, right? Like some C game, some B game, and you're making a ton of money today, I mean, you might actually decide to take a break because you could be vulnerable for, maybe oversizing some positions and giving it a lot back, right? Because you're not in a great space from an execution standpoint, even if you're making money, right? And obviously the inverse is true too, right? If you're performing poorly and losing money, then get away from the screens, go for a walk, try to figure out what's going on before you come back, right? And if you're making a ton of money and you're losing, if you're making a ton of great decisions, but losing, maybe you take a short break just to make sure that you're not going to kind of lose a little bit of that precision, because as those losses mount, sometimes then B game becomes more likely and you want to keep yourself in a good spot. But this is a tool that could take a few weeks to create, take some notes down, on days where you're performing well, right? What does my A game look like from a focus standpoint, from a decision-making standpoint, my distractions or fear, etc., right? What does my worst look like? On days where you're performing poorly, it's not fun to be there, but it's a great opportunity to identify what's going on. That's how you can kind of make the most of those bad days or those losses or your reaction to those losses, right? And then B game kind of tends to become like, a hybrid of those two. It's like not as bad as C game, but it's not as good as A game. So it's a bit of a battle line between the two. And like I mentioned, we can also look at this from a technical standpoint too. Again, just to kind of have further detail here. But also what's helpful about having this is if you are in your B game, then you look at your A game and say, like, how do I push myself to be there? Or if I'm in my C game, how do I push myself to get to my B game? Because another common mistake that traders make is like when they're in a really tough spot, that's when they're most likely to do a bunch of dumb things, right? To gamble, to, oversize, over leverage, re-enter constantly. In essence, they're trying to use P&L to get them back into their A game. And that's really unreliable. You give up a lot of your control. You give up a lot of your progression. If you want to become a seasoned trader, you independently need to be able to push yourself from your C game to your B game. And that's challenging when you don't understand what those details are. So again, take a few weeks, take some notes daily in the middle of the trading day, at the end of the trading day, start to consolidate it. But if you have this thing, it makes every aspect of your performance way easier, especially in handling wins and losses.
Jared, a lot of folks are asking how they can get this. In the book, right?
You go to my website, jaredtendler.com/worksheets. You can download a copy of it, but it's also a pretty simple tool, right? I mean, you literally just, got 3 little categories. I mean, the specifics kind of going, across each row are going to be specific to you, right? As I said, the ones that you're kind of struggling with most, because not everybody has focus issues or FOMO, right? So, kind of define the problems or the opportunities that you think are necessary. So, like sometimes in your A game, like energy could be the thing, right? By your C game, you're just really kind of low on energy. In your A game, you feel that maybe not like intense energy, but a really engaged, poised presence, right? There's a calmness. So energy doesn't mean just having more of it. It means what is optimal decision-making, right? What does your decision-making process look like? So this is just a sample, right? Make it personal to you about what matters most. And yeah, you can get it from my website or just make it yourself, because it's not a very complicated tool.
Excellent. And Jared, thank you for that. And I did put that link on there to Jared's worksheets. It's in the chat right now. Just hop in there and you can get those worksheets. I just wanted to expound on this for just 1 second, if we can, Jared. You mentioned, if you're getting paid through your C game, how damaging is that?
Immensely. Because confidence is really important in trading. And it's not in the way that a lot of traders think, right? Your confidence needs to be accurate. And if you start getting a bit overconfident, that means you're thinking things that are not true. And generally what that means is you're thinking you're going to make more money in the future. You're thinking that you've kind of figured something out. You think that the market's not going to change. You think that this particular setup is always going to work, right? There's just a lot of faulty, fictional ideas that can very easily be believed by the mind. Okay. And when you're getting rewarded, not because of your performance, but because the market decided to pay you some jackpots, on that slot machine, and whoo, we got some money in my account. The false feedback is going to kind of cost you in the future. So yeah, it is really important on those days where you recognize that you're underperforming, but getting paid, that you don't treat it like a celebration. It actually should be, it should hit you a lot harder than losing days on a P&L basis that came from A game days, right? Mm-hmm. Those can still be painful, right? I'm not saying that losing is always going to feel good, but the losses that are directly a result of your underperformance should hit way harder and should motivate you to figure out what the heck is happening. And it could be more mentally and emotional, right? I would say for traders that are at least break even or profitable, if you're in your C game, it is very, very likely that that's being caused by something mental and emotional, right? There's fear, there's anger, there's greed, there's overconfidence, because it's generally not technical, right? The mistakes that you make when you're in your C game tend to be really obvious. And for you to make an obvious mistake, it means that you're not lacking knowledge, because in order to know that it's obvious, you have to have the knowledge that tells you that it's obvious. But what's happening is that your emotions or your mind is not functioning properly. And so you're defaulting to a more primitive way of making decisions. And it's the emotions or that faulty kind of mental processing that's leading to those obvious mistakes. So my point is that a lot of traders kind of use their strategy. They try to kind of like outwork their emotions in a sense. Like they want the technique, the technicals, the strategy. They'll back test to the day's end. They'll go out looking for many different, styles and strategies and gurus and Discord groups and whatever to try to outwork their emotions. And that you can't. You cannot ever reach a point where something is going to click permanently, where those C game issues on a mental and emotional level are gone. You have to look at them directly and correct them. So
when you have a profitable day on your C game, don't celebrate it. Think about what you were doing and say to yourself, well, I really got away with something on this one, and the next time I'm not going to do this, because it seems like 99 times out of 100 when you're trading out of your C game and trading out of emotion, bad things have a tendency to happen. So when the next time you do that and you say, well, I remember last time this worked, odds are pretty stacked against you. Great answer, great questions. We've got another question here, and this is Christian, who I think has a really interesting question, because this is not just inside of trading, it's outside of trading. What are the 3 most clear signs of a possible bad trading day? For example, an argument with your wife or late on the bills may cause you to tilt. What are the signs that you see most that cause a bad trading day outside of trading?
Yeah, there aren't 3 that are just that. Again, I think this is a question that is leading towards some kind of mythical magic, that there's just like, oh, there's 3 of these most common things that happen, and if I kind of can find these 3 that exist, then I'll know it for myself. And the reality is you got to do the work for yourself. So the data collection worksheet is, in my opinion, like the easiest way to begin kind of gathering up the puzzle pieces that are uniquely true for you. And a lot of you have these puzzle pieces already. You just haven't kind of taken the time to write them down and kind of formulate a little bit of a profile of what's happening. and yes, this tool can absolutely be used intraday to take the notes down that I was talking about to complete the A to C game analysis. Okay, so what we're looking at here, there's a little bit of a kind of Venn diagram, right? Some overlapping questions, okay? But we're trying to kind of capture as much information as we can. And sometimes when you ask a question or look for information that is sort of connected or ancillary, it can help you kind of tease out something that you wouldn't have gotten from the first question. So number one, identify the situation, because the situation, right, is oftentimes a big part of it, okay? And in this case, we're talking about a swing trade. Okay, trigger, right? What's the thing that sparks the emotion, or like is the part of the trigger behind why you make the mistake, or why your mental process kind of gets off? Okay, in this case, it was when I don't take profit and it turns into a losing trade. Okay, and we know there are some of you here that deal with this exact problem. Okay, what's the emotion? Well, there's a mixture here. There's some fear, right? Maybe that I'll do that again, and I don't want to lose this profit. And there's some anger that I didn't maybe capture that profit as it was, and some disappointment that I'm now out, whatever that unrealized P&L was. What's the behavior? Acting like an undisciplined trader with no trading plan, and that's linked to the mistake you see at the bottom, which is like now this trader is actually taking a suboptimal next trade, right? It's leading to a mistake, right? So they're compelled, I think, to kind of make up for that perceived loss, right? Even though, and I say loss, obviously it was a losing trade, but the loss of the unrealized P&L is kind of what they're reacting to. Actions, constantly looking at P&L, right? So if you catch yourself kind of doing certain things, that's oftentimes a tell of something being off, right? It's like kind of being like a poker player here, right? You kind of have to read yourself in a sense, much like you read the market, right? Same idea, just turned inward to identify, like, when I'm in an optimal state, right? When I'm in my A game, what does that look and feel like? Versus when I'm being triggered by, this profitable trade, reversing and stopping me out. Well, now all of a sudden I'm like kind of hyper-focused at P&L, and I know that I shouldn't look at it, but yet I kind of can't help myself from looking at it. Or maybe, you're hyper-focused on, shorter time frames than you would normally, right? You kind of get in this. Now, change in decision-making, change in perception of the market. These are ways in which your mind starts to kind of think differently about the market, about your positions, about your own strategy, about yourself. Okay? In this case, start setting targets as soon as I put on the trade. Don't worry if the stock continues going up, right? Or thinking about the market, thinking the market won't give another opportunity. Again, there's not like a singular answer for any of these answers here. There's instead the uniqueness of what you experience. Now, the good thing is that when we get a little bit deeper and we decide we want to start solving some of the fear, anger, etc., there's a lot more commonalities that we start to experience. But on the surface, they can be as varied as human beings uniquely are. But they tend to kind of aggregate, and yes, there's a lot of commonalities, and this was certainly a common one. But the data collection worksheet is your way to start gathering up more of those data points for how you're reacting, so that when you're kind of verging on bad trading, or when bad trading has happened, that you can spot it quicker. I've had plenty of traders who really don't realize that they're in a bad mental and emotional state, that they're actually trading poorly, because the emotions can kind of block that, right? If your fear, your anger, your overconfidence gets too high, emotions kind of make you a little drunk, and you don't realize the implications of your actions in the moment. You only see it after the fact. But if we see those data points after the fact, well, then we just need to gather them up and begin to use them to generate foresight. And that's the power of this tool, as creating the building blocks for that foresight. It may not happen instantaneously, but I promise you, if you're doing this regularly for 2 weeks, you are guaranteed to have more vision. Now, that vision may not necessarily stop you from making these mistakes, okay? But it will be there, and that will give you the option to start doing something different, even if it means ripping yourself away from the screen so you can just take a break and kind of start to chill out a little bit.
Jared, I mean, this is a wonderful tool. I mean, it's something similar to something that we kind of talked into a while back, but is this something And of course, everybody has to make the tool work their own and make the tool their own. Is this something that you would consider doing trade by trade, as long as you weren't, a fast scalper type person, is kind of going through all this trade by trade?
Yes, especially if you're going to try to do that A to C game analysis, which obviously I recommend. So, when you're trading well, you're not maybe not necessarily looking for the triggers there, right? But you can identify what your emotional state looks like, what your actions, what your behaviors. Sometimes there's like kind of physical signs, right? Like there's maybe a lot of tension in your chest or heat in your head when you're either angry or fearful. But when you're trading really well, there's a sense of kind of poise and calmness, or even kind of Zen-like or hyper engagement, like whatever that looks like. So yeah, I think that your answer is going to look differently when you're trading well versus when you're trading poorly, obviously. The only kind of thing here is that there's a lot of times where you don't take trades. So if that was a mistake to not take a trade out of fear, well, then we need to use the data collection worksheet. If it was correct to take a trade, and it is a reflection of your, a sound mental and emotional state, then the data collection worksheet could help you to capture that. So around your trades is not always the greatest marker, because, right, like not being in a trade is technically a position. So you can look at it in a few ways. One is what you just said, which is like, all right, well, we're going to do it around my trades. Sure. You could set a timer to go off every 15 minutes, right? It might be a little disruptive. You're in a trade, or short, you just kind of delay it for a couple minutes. It's fine, right? But it just kind of gives you a frequency to kind of look at it regularly. So you might be able to kind of like actually start to chart your mental and emotional state more clearly in terms of how it's going throughout the day, which might be characteristic day over day, or it might be characteristic to how your P&L is doing. Again, I mean, there's patterns here that are yet to be discovered, and this tool is your way to do that. How you kind of find those opportunities to collect data, there's a wide variety of ways of doing it. And frankly, you can do it at the end of the day. I think it's definitely better to do it as close as possible to, kind of real time. But it certainly can be done in retrospect.
All right. Awesome. Okay. Chris's question is something that I'm sure every trader has kind of gone through or thought themselves through, or maybe even several times throughout their career. Chris is saying, I've been trading for 3 years now and have spent thousands on courses, countless trading Discord groups, studied, took notes, back tested, fork tested, live tested, demo traded, and have even taken signals. None of the education works for me in the live market. Starting to believe that trading is not for me, but I've wasted so much time and sacrificed so much to become a successful trader. Am I wasting my time?
A few ways I can answer this. Number one is on the wasted time part. If you can identify the things that you've learned about yourself through this process, if you can identify the transferable skills that you've learned through trading that do apply elsewhere in life, and there are many, then you can kind of guarantee that it wasn't a waste. Could you have spent less time on it to acquire those things? Sure, right? But if there are tangible kind of pieces of value that you can carry forward for yourself, then you kind of remove the option that it was a complete waste, right? But I would say that your style tells me that there's probably a lack of confidence at the core of what's happening for you, that you're kind of desperate to seek the thing that's going to work, right? Like you're kind of looking for maybe the magic bullet, this like one kind of perfect system that's going to help you to make money. When I would strongly recommend that you take some time to consolidate your learnings and create your own unique fingerprint, right? You've gathered up enough information here, but if you've been doing some version of like copy trading, right, that's not, you're not actually becoming a trader that is capable of becoming their own best. And that's because you have to develop your own unique style. Like, I mean, every trader on the planet, right, who actually I would say is a trader, right, has their own unique fingerprint, right? They're not just kind of taking signals or styles and just, applying it willy-nilly. Because most traders, unless they're, they've developed an algo, they don't fully understand what it is that they see in every trade, and they can't properly communicate what they're doing. And the traders that are not as good, who are great at teaching, may be able to give you foundational elements, but they're not going to give you the vision to be able to be as profitable as you could be. So I think you got to step back, consolidate what you've learned, and create your own unique strategy that is different from everything else that you've learned, but maybe kind of borrows from bits and pieces of lots of things, which is totally fine. But it's got to be something that is yours and is your own unique fingerprint. The last piece I'd say here is that maybe there is an element of you kind of undervaluing the mental and emotional side of the coin here. Because if you've attempted to, apply a specific strategy that may have some unique features to it, even if it's built on the platform of somebody else's, but you can't do that regularly with enough reliability to, kind of get to more of the long term and see if it actually is playing out, well, then maybe there is something with your confidence, or there's more fear or anger or something in there mentally and emotionally that's blocking you from being able to properly execute.
Excellent answer. And trading profitably and eventually successfully is never a straight line. I'm sure that there have been times, when Chris has been, he's had some times when things seem to be going well. Of course, there's going to be hard times. There's going to be rough times. My dad always told me, you're going to have to put some money away. There's going to be lean times in this. The path to success is never going to be a straight line. But if you never give up, then you've got a much better chance of eventually succeeding. And I love what Jared said is, you've got all this information, you've got all this stuff rolling around in your head, and it's there for a reason, and it is valuable. So don't feel like you've wasted your time on any of that stuff. Take the little bits and pieces. We talk here about, instead of trying to hand out fish, we want to help you learn how to fish so you can fish for your whole life. And I think you've come a long way in doing that. Don't give up. Take the time that you need to kind of pick the things that speak to you, work on your mental case, on your mental state, of course, always. And, Chris, we'll be looking forward to seeing some success for you, hopefully very soon, but it is 100% up to you. Jared, we got a couple questions that are very similar here in boom and bust cycles. I'm gonna go with Josh first here. I am trying to manage consistency, and I am doing well for 1 to 2 weeks. I'm not greedy. Lock me out when I hit my profit target. But then comes that one day where I lose all my gains, overthrowing every good habit, and lose all the gains I made from that week. I can't accept losses. I need a coping mechanism or something. Do you know any exercises before I go to full tilt? And he says, thank you for your answer.
So, yeah, this is, I think, a classic description of what many traders go through, especially those that are kind of trying to pass these combines or what happens afterwards, right? It's very often that you get funded and then boom, or you get your first payout and then boom. So we really want to kind of provide let's say a fairly robust strategy for this. And there's not like a singular answer here. Okay. Number one, overconfidence during the phase where you're doing well is crazily common and oftentimes really subtle, right? We want to feel good, but if you feel too good, then you start to, again, as I said before, start kind of believing these lies, like I'm going to continue to make money, or maybe I'm kind of firmly past this cycle. I'm never going to tilt again. Now I'm going to be able to become a full-time trader, right? And yes. I'm like kind of one step away now. Yeah, there's so many of these things that start to become predictions. But just like an individual trade, we don't know the outcome of this individual trade. Like, you don't know what's going to come until you've proven with enough reliability through backtesting, or sorry, not backtesting, but just through historical execution, that you can actually manage your tilt. So what I would say is, number one, you need to be on guard for tilt from day one until, let's say, day 180 to 270. Like, you need to have a significant period of time where you've proven that this pattern is behind you before on day one, right, you're getting ahead of yourself, right? So that alone can help to minimize the overconfidence. But there may be other reasons for what's kind of prompting the overconfidence. So you do have to look a little bit deeper and maybe kind of dissect the causality of that overconfidence, right? Because again, confidence is just perception. When you're believing something that's not true, your confidence can get too high or it can get too low, right? Sometimes when you're in a losing stretch or you're in a cycles like this and you can't see how you're going to get out of it, it can produce more negative feelings about your situation or yourself or your trading style, etc. So predicting the future doesn't just create overconfidence, it can also create a lack of confidence. Okay. Number two, you really start to have to create more of a profile for the anger, right? And the data collection worksheet can help you to do that, to see more clearly like the very early signs of how you're reacting to losing, because we want to use that information to correct that very distinct hatred of losing, right? When you say you can't accept losing and you're tilting, that tells me that you hate losing. And I'm cool with you hating losing if you can control it. Right? There's some of the best athletes, some of the best traders absolutely hate losing. But you know what they hate more? Being the reason for those losses. So right now, you're kind of allowing that hatred of losing to get the better of you. And the reason that you're doing that is because you don't really understand what's creating such an intense overreaction to losses, right? And it might be that you're just viewing the situation incorrectly. I think it's so easy to get kind of too myopic with trading and kind of not see the bigger picture. So I think this example can kind of help to frame what we're talking about. Imagine a basketball game, NBA game, 48 minutes. A single trade could be like a pass or a shot. A single trade is not losing a game. A single trade is singular moments within that larger game. And so imagine playing an NBA basketball game that takes 90 days to complete. That's what you're trying to do here. Okay. Now, again, that's like one way of kind of reformatting how you're seeing winning and losing within trading. But that might not be the only reason why you hate losing. Maybe you hated losing as a kid. Maybe this is a problem that didn't just start in trading, but has been reverberating throughout your entire life. So now we're not dealing with a trading problem. We're dealing with a personal problem, right? You have to get better at handling losses in general. And again, it's cool to hate it, but it's not cool to react the way you are to it. So that's side of the next piece here. But regardless of like kind of what's causing these boom and bust cycles, one of the bigger problems that I see is something we'll call the F-its, right? Where during those losses, and it could be, 10% drop, 30% drop, 40% drop, at some point, it's very easy to just say F it and just launch a massive position that might, blow this combine, might blow this account, might blow wherever you're at, because you want to kind of gamble your way out. And the reality is that if you are actually successful, right, taking just a complete crap trade, gamble trade that gets you back to, kind of a full account, right? All those losses just instantly eviscerated. As John said before, right, you're worse off for it. Why? Because now you've reinforced the bad behavior. You will be in that situation again. Why? Because you didn't correct the tilt or any of the reasons that got you there. And you're going to gamble your way out. And we know what happens when you gamble. Eventually, the house is going to win, and you ain't the house here. So if you're going to correct these boom and bust cycles, you have to start developing some hardiness, some toughness, some strength and integrity to dig your way out the right way. And that's a bigger commitment to your goals, that it's not just about being successful. It's not just about passing this combine or getting payouts or reaching, 10K a month, whatever your goals are. It's about doing those things the right way that allows you to keep building for the future. I do not care about any of you making $1 million today, because anybody can win the lottery. The question is not, can you do it? The question is, can you continue to hold on to it and build it in the future and actually become a real profitable trader? So yeah, I'm not impressed by people that make money quickly, because it's easy to do, right? You just have to get lucky.
I like what you call the F-its. I always call those capitulation trades, where, well, I'm just going to put on max size. If it goes my way, great. If it doesn't, oh well. And that's the game. That is not
Okay.
A game behavior. That's C game. And if you get paid for it, well, it worked last time. And like you said, we are not the house. The more we do that, the more they are going to take from us. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful answer. Looking for, I think, we've got maybe about 10 minutes here. I'm looking for another good question here. And maybe we can go into over trading now, Jared.
Sure.
A lot of them are just really quick. What's the best exercise to stop over trading? How do I stop my brain from being over trading? One person says, he has personality he knows is hyperactive. How do we deal with over trading? And everybody does it. Everybody has to deal with it. What are your thoughts, Jared? I know it's
Again,
a broad.
go back to that early question of like, we got to distinguish between discipline problem from emotional. So there's a handful of traders out there who the over trading is just a symptom of fear, anger, greed, overconfidence, FOMO, right? And so like that's the thing that's going to help you to kind of crack through this problem. Okay. Now let's assume that you've made some progress there, or you're in the other camp who, yeah, maybe it is a little bit more from a dopamine addiction, like you just are just loving the action, and the idea of not being in a position is torture. Like, well, what am I doing here? Yeah, there's some kind of disruption to the intensity and the momentum of that pattern that has to happen, right? And I would say give yourself like a 2-week time frame where you're going to like begin to kind of break the habit here. That 2-week time frame can be viewed as experimental. It like kind of remove any expectations on P&L. Like you are solely focused on breaking the habit and just kind of getting yourself out of it, right? Especially like there's lots of people that have phone addictions, right? Or technology or social media addictions, right? There's lots of things that can kind of suck you in. Sometimes the beginning of the progress can't happen until you just like jump over the fence here and try to get on the other side in a more aggressive way, right? And so to do that, maybe you have a timer set for a half hour, and you can trade for a half hour, and then you're gone for the day, and that's it, right? No screens, nothing for the rest of the day, and just then if you really feel that compulsion to trade while you're away from the screens, then you're going to do a bunch of writing to get it kind of out of your head, to understand more of the nature of that reaction, release a little bit of that tension, or you're just going to do a bunch of other things to kind of distract you and keep you out of it, right? But the point is we want to disrupt the momentum of that strong connection to trading, right? I don't think it's enough to just like actually take that break where it's like, all right, I'm going to go on vacation, because that's too blunt, right? We want a little bit of trading to spark it, but then you need to be able to control it thereafter. And if you're away from the charts, you can begin kind of dealing with, the nature of that impulse in a way that's not going to get you back in. And maybe you do get back in. Don't see that as a failure, right? If you were able to stay away for a half hour, 2 hours, like, okay, that's something to build on. It's too easy sometimes to look at the progress in too black or white of a way when we need to see like the steady progression, much like lifting weights. Bench press 250 pounds. You can bench press 100 right now. You might, it's not going to be just a quick jump right to that, right? We're going to have a progression. And so it might take you, 3-6 months to really establish a lack of over trading in the way that you ideally want. But in the process, you can sort of steadily build towards that, in the way that I've kind of outlined, right? At least the starting point is to break it.
Kind of like an inchworm.
Kind of like an inchworm, sure.
Move a little bit forward, bring the other back up, bring a little bit forward, a little bit back up, 2 steps forward, one step back.
You have to suck less in those moments where the over trading wants you in, and you say, no, I'm cool right now. I'm going to go do this other stuff, or I'm going to write about those impulses and just keep you out as long as possible, right? But a lot of traders have this need to be in the action because there's an adrenaline component to it that they're used to elsewhere in their life, and they're just flexing that, in trading. And there's a degree of command and control that you have to establish, but that's a skill like anything else.
Fantastic. All right. We've got 3 minutes for the next question, which I'm sure is not going to be long enough, but the next one is about fear. What do we do about the emotional fear of, number one, random outcomes or negative outcomes? How do we deal with that fear of loss? I mean, a lot of people are extending their stops even further and further away. I feel like it's kind of a human nature to do that. Nobody wants to take a loss, so we avoid it. We create bigger ones. Everybody wants wins, so we take them and we cut them short. Any thoughts on that?
Quickly, kind of play out the fear, right? Like, don't just play into it. Describe like what the worst case scenario is were you to have the outcomes that you don't want to have. Okay, so if I take a full loss here, what's the worst that happens? Well, it's going to feel like I took a step back. I'm going to feel like a failure. I'm going to start to doubt my strategy. And then like, all right, so like what's bad about all of those things? Or are those actually legitimate thoughts, right? Because taking a step back from a loss means that you're far too P&L focused, right? So A to C game is a bit of an antidote there. If it's, I'm going to feel like a failure because I took this loss or I took a bigger loss, then you're dealing with a confidence problem, right? Then the fear is really protecting weaknesses in your confidence. Sometimes fear is protecting anger, right? I take a loss here, I'm going to be pissed off and I'm going to revenge trade. So sometimes fear is protecting you from, bigger problems. And in that case, don't remove the fear, because if you remove the fear, you're just going to unleash hell. So, right, work on correcting the anger in the background and just, accept that the fear of loss right now is cool. It's your way of kind of managing around the problem, much like putting on a brace on an ankle that's jacked up, right? You want to be able to walk normally without pain, put on this brace, but you can't run yet. So deal with that reality. Again, we kind of look at what the fear is doing. Fear is often protection. Protection from what is what you got to figure
out. Jared, we are rapidly running out of time. I can't thank you enough for joining us today. I know that everybody that was watching got a lot out of this. I know I get a lot out of every time we have you on. So I've booked you again for tomorrow. Same time, same channel. How does that sound?
Oh man, if my schedule allotted for it, I'd be here every day.
Well, we love you and we appreciate you. Any last words?
Yeah, I just the bottom line is like you can see that there's just like some work that has to be done here, right? As I said at the outset, we want those easy fixes, but you're kind of gambling to get them. So instead, just start with something that's doable to get you started, right? We don't need to have these big strategies and mental game tactics like all ironed out on day one, right? But just begin focusing a bit more on it and making some steady progress. And a couple months out, you'll be in a different position, right? Sometimes we want, just like our account, to go up rapidly, but then it comes at the expense of where you could be in 2 to 3 months. But if you look at that steady progress, just finding ways to be a little bit better every day, 2 months time is enough to actually kind of round the corner on some of these problems.
Make a big difference in 2.5 months. Well, thank you again, Jared. We will look forward to having you back here again very soon. Blessings to you, and pray for peace, everybody. Jared, we'll see you next time.
Great to see you, John. Thanks for having me. Good to see everybody. Take care.
Hey, Hoag here. I'm excited and honored to tell you the Topstep levels are now available on Topstep X charts, including the weekly kickoff levels. Now, to add them to the charts, you'll find it under indicators. You can just type in Topstep's daily levels. You're going to get weekly high and low, daily high and low, value areas, points of control, and yes, those weekly kickoff levels. In settings on the indicator, you're going to be able to choose which of those levels you want to populate on your charts. Daily levels will update daily. Use them in confluence with your strategies, your levels. It's all about context, no guarantees. We hope that they serve you well.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. I am Jack, joined by risk manager Mick today on this lovely Wednesday, CPI Wednesday. Mick, how's the day treating you?
Hey, what up, Jack? It's going well. It's going well. A little flush down and then back up after the CPI stuff. So, keeping everybody on their toes here and, influencing the trading activity and whatnot. But all's good over here. It's a nice, bright and sunny day here in Chicago.
Awesome. And give it up one more time for Jared Tendler there. I know we're going to have him back soon, maybe monthly. He's the man when it comes to that sort of thing. And boy, can he cook. With that, how are our funded traders doing today?
Well, let's cook. I know JD shared some of the XFA numbers and P&Ls from yesterday. We had a little issue on the leaderboard with the live account data and stuff like that. Like many days, it's a mixed board, a mixed bag. We got some significant standout P&Ls. John G up $9,800 trading the NASDAQ in his live account. That's someone we're going to talk about on our second card here. He's got 15 days in the live account thus far, and everything's been going really well. So that's a shout out we'll be getting into a little bit deeper. Other shout outs, we've got Santiago up 2,400 in his live account. Dylan, 3,900 in the live account. Nick for a tick. Last I looked, he was up about $1,700. Rafa, our number one, he's up 2,000 today after that big $84,000 payout on Monday, I believe it was. Tarek's up 3,000. Nicole up 4K. Lucas up 3,300. And then Fabian up $3,000 as well today. So all good stuff. All good stuff.
Very nice. By the way, I think Rafa's been dethroned. I think he's number 2 at the moment with Chung.
Oh, really?
Sturging. I have a request as well, Meg. One of these days, we got to do the card for the guy that made 11K trading 3,000 micros yesterday. I want his fills. I want his life story. I want to write his book. So we'll look at that. But I understand today we have 2 cards, and if there's time left over, we'll take a few questions.
Yeah, sounds good. 3,000 micros. Wow, I'm a little hung up on that right now, Jack. 3,000 micros.
A lot of micros.
11K, that is a big day.
And JD, if you can mute.
Oh, I was just going to say, do you want to know who this trader is? Because I could tell you right now.
Sure, lay it on us.
Michael Patak.
Let me pull up my yesterday's best. Anwar H. $11,172 trading 3,000 micro NQ yesterday.
JD, can you
is that 3,000 round turn?
Send me his admin link.
Likewise.
Reasons.
Sending it now.
You got a little buzz on your mic, too.
Yeah, don't zap us with this. Don't zap us with the stun gun while you're at it, JD. Really quickly, one last question: is that 3,000 round turns or 3,000 total contracts for 1,500 round turns?
3,000 total contracts. I'll send you everything that you need to know.
Okay, 1,500 round.
I don't have the trade report up right now.
Well, good on him for putting up 11,000. Anwar, I think the name was. Good on him for putting up $11,000 doing that trade in the micros. Jack, my mind immediately goes to why are we doing this with the micros and not the minis? Guess what that $11,000 would have been if you didn't get gouged, if you didn't get your eyes gouged out in the fees and commissions. So if people haven't been aware of this, while the cost of trading a micro or the price is a little bit lower than the mini, if you're doing it via fungibility, 1 mini equals 10 micros, the cost of your transaction for those micro products is significantly higher. I think it's right around double. So Anwar, you really got a lot in the way of fees and commissions yesterday. So little tip, if you're trading a bunch of micros and doing size because you want to swing around, 150 lots or something in the micros, maybe that feels cool and stuff for the time being. But since this is a performance-based business and there's real money on the line, do go for do go for the minis because it's significantly less expensive to trade that. So that could have been a lot more than 11,000 if they were doing it the right way.
This guy's an absolute savage, Mick. On July 31st. I mean, he's got a good balance, man. This guy is trading. On July 31st, Anwar traded 3,820 micro mini NASDAQs to make $17,000.
I'm pulling up the trade report right now.
We got to get him on reversal challenge. Anwar is a menace.
All right,
I love it.
Let me. Sorry for the pause here. I got to see this. Let's get this thing loaded up. Jack, can you fill a little airspace right now while I'm waiting for this trade report to pop up?
Yes, indeed, I can.
I have a feeling I could talk about this person the whole time and we won't even get to our featured trading cards today. I'm sorry, everybody, if that's the case, but this is kind of a little bit of drama here, if you ask me.
Remember that after this, we have group coaching with JD and David Green. Patience with KV at 1 o'clock, and then Dakota and David Green are on for Power Hour with Hoag and Andre. So it should be fun. But what's more fun? I got to see this person's bills at some point. I'm so curious.
Holy smokes.
It seems okay. I think micros definitely have their place, but what stands out to me is this person should definitely be trading minis because, yesterday nearly 3,000 contracts traded, but only in quotations, 146 trades, right? So they're not doing one lots, right? Like it seems like they're slamming. Oh, here's one on August 9th, 1,470 trades. So I think he's just trading 10 lots. Why?
Yeah, 10 lots. Oh, look, they got a $17,000 day on July 31st, too.
On 3,800 micros. Okay, we're putting Anwar on Mount Rushmore.
Anwar, come on. Go to the minis.
Yes, the scale in, scale out would make sense, but it doesn't look like that's what's happening. It looks like he is just slamming 10 lots of micros.
Just like a wild man. Okay, yeah, very short hold times too. Average fees and commissions on Anwar's account trading those micros, $500 a day. $500 a day trading micros. Yesterday they had $1,100 in fees and commissions. That other day where they made 17 grand, 1,400. Yeah, I mean, look, this is some consistent profitability. It's really good. I don't see why the micros are the product that they're trading. It's all relative. Go to the minis.
Hey guys, I do have one quick stat I want to share for Anwar for that July 31st, $3,800 or 3,800 contract day. I remember when this happened, he was also on the XFA P&L leader list. I looked at total volume in the micro NASDAQ for that day, and it was just over 400,000 contracts. So on this particular day, July 31st, if Anwar was trading in the live market, he would have done roughly 1% of total volume in the micro NASDAQ for the day.
Let's move on.
Yeah, let's get to the cards.
All right, so back at it, Jack. Yeah, Jack. Let's pull up KCW. I want to talk about him. Casey, this is a bit of a shoulder tap. Let me get Anwar's trade report off here. All right, so Casey, I haven't liked what I've really seen out of him in his trading in his live account. However, while this is predominantly a shoulder tap, I got to turn it into a shout out. Casey's up $600 today in the live account. And today marks day 10 of a win streak for him. 10-day winning streak after a very, very bumpy start where there was mostly losses, big losses. Despite them not over trading, their average trades per day, Jack, are only 2. Things haven't really looked that good here, but I think that they've kind of turned over a leaf and are making some improvements here on their trading. So I'm very happy for Casey, but for someone who has had 63% winning days and 63% winning trades, I always see when I see those and I see a negative average daily P&L, and granted they're not, getting crushed. If this is 32 days in the live account they've got. Now, if you're only, on average losing $50, $45 a day, that's not too bad, but it could and it should be a lot better. 63% winning days and 63% winning trades, and they're actually losing money. I see some problems there, but again, they've kind of turned the corner and things are looking a lot brighter than they once were. Why does it say average winning days at negative? That could have been a typo on my end. Average winning day is 443, not negative 443. So average winning day of 443, average losing day, $860. We got to keep those average winning days significantly larger than the average losing days. Nobody has any business. If your average daily P&L is 440, 443, your losing days need to be less than that. So again, I think that there were exceptions made early on in the account where where these metrics really come from, and they've changed their tune, their tone, their approach, which is very, very good. But it's still after 32 days. That's what is the data that's plotted out here. So that's got to be something that Casey looks at, which I think he is looking at. Like I said, he's really changed things around. So I think he's caught that, and that's really good. But for everybody else out there, if your average winning day is $500, you shouldn't be risking more than 500, regardless of whether or not you're in a 50K, 100K, 150K. You just don't risk more on a daily basis than you take down on a winning day on an average daily basis. And then it is listed up here, the best day in this account, which they're pretty close to their best day, being up 600 here today. Best day, right around $900. Worst day, daily loss limit, $3,100. Something to look at. And what else do we have here? Jack, is there anything that you're seeing?
What strikes me is you're right. This is a little different card than we see often, in that this is definitely not swinging for the fences. And what I like is that there has been a change in behavior. You're right. That worst day, it looks like there were a couple days early on, this is a 150K account, where on one day, Casey hit the loss limit of minus 3K, which, as you mentioned, if your high day, which up to that point was like $500, you really have no business losing $3,000. But Casey took that memo. It looks like they have cut their self-imposed daily loss limit since that $3,000 loser, which was on July 17th. So looks like 20 trading days since then. The most Casey has lost in a day was $788. So I don't think you told him to do that. I think this is Casey just realizing it. And I always like when people make changes. So it's been good since then. And just lost too much on 1 or 2 days early.
Which is the best. We always talk about how important those early days are in the account, be it an XFA, be it a live account, heck, even a trading combine. Like, what you do in those early days can significantly influence the trajectory of your remaining trading days. Not only from a financial standpoint, but from an emotional standpoint, a psychological standpoint. And it takes, kind of true grit and honesty to have someone that looks at their trade report or analyzes their trades, however they want to do that, Jack, and actually, have the maturity to say, I got to make some changes. And changes were made, and now, things are going well. And the changes that you make, even if you kind of buckle down and make the right changes, it doesn't always translate to a 9-day or a 10-day winning streak like Casey has. So that's really, really nice. I can only imagine the confidence levels that have, come and increased with Casey, not only making the change, but seeing the positive benefits, and then those two things alongside just profitability. it's huge. It's huge for confidence, and every trader out there needs confidence to perform at their best. Nobody's going to be trading very well if they've got their tail between their legs, or they're scared, or they're thinking about, what had happened in the past. What I see here is someone who got off to a rocky start, picked themselves up from their bootstraps, and, really just turned things around with a little bit of discipline and, a little bit of luck and a strategy that's working in the markets because, again, they are selective with their trades, averaging only 2 trades per day. And if anybody out there is having a rocky start or having performance issues, going down to limiting how many trades a day you're making is definitely where you want to start. If you're over trading, if you're just, trading not even too many contracts or taking too many trades, anytime you can scale back and give yourself, 1 in the chamber or 3 in the chamber for the day, it's going to really ensure that you're stalking the market, taking only the best setups, letting some of those, grade A, grade B, grade C, which you shouldn't even have in your repertoire, grade B, grade C setups, and just leave those and look for the good ones. So
one last thing here before we go to the final card. Little flip sides of a coin here. This is an unorthodox way of trading because I was looking, the first thing that jumped out at me, I'm like, oh, if he's making this much, he's trading way too big size because it looks like he's trading 4 lots of E-mini NASDAQ, to make $500. That seems pretty low to me. And then I looked. So this is going to be a compliment and maybe like, oh, look out. Casey is really pushing the limit, and he is a live account, so this is real stuff, but kind of pushing the limit of aggressive scalping. A lot of these winning days are 1 second trades, 3 second trades. But okay, so if you can make that work, Godspeed to you. What I will give as a compliment on that is I have never seen someone who has those sorts of durations that is only making like 1 trade per day. So he comes in, he's very selective with his setups, but they are very short in duration. So be careful there.
Got to be careful with that. Definitely got to be careful with that. You mentioned the trades per day, and while they've been on this streak and that confidence has gone up, these bigger losses that Casey experienced early on, or the poor trading performance early on, I'm happy to say it was all done with 1 contract. And after they kind of took a little bit of a turn, you're seeing that while they're still only doing they're actually doing a little bit more trading per day, anywhere from 1 to 7 trades per day, but they have increased their size. So they did the more negative performance on this trade report was all with 1 lots. And now that they're doing a little bit better, they're starting to add a little bit size and not trading big. I don't think there's any trading day or trade where they've had more than 3 contracts on. It looks like mostly 2 lots, but I kind of like that too. It's like, hey, it's working. I'm going to trade a little bit bigger. We always say the opposite, or we say, if it's not working, scale down. It wasn't working with 1 lots. Then all of a sudden, the trading took a turn, and now they're kind of ramping it up a little bit. But going from 1 to 2 contracts, that's 100% increase in your size. So I like what I see. Cheering them on. Hope the streak keeps going, and we keep making this card and these metrics look better and better and better. Let's move on because I know we're running out of time.
Let's burn through this card because we got David Green coming up for group coaching.
All right, perfect. We'll be really quick here. John G. John is the guy I mentioned earlier who's up $9,800 today trading the NASDAQ. And he's been doing really well. He's got 15 days on this trade report here so far. Today's day 16. At a $9,800 winning day, it's not even his best winning day. $12,437 is his biggest winning day. Worst day, for a 150K, people that put up 5 figures, it's common that we see a $3,000 daily loss limit hit. But winning days, 40%. Winning trades right there at 40% as well. The average winning day is $6,000, which is twice as much as the average losing day. I like that math. As far as a per trade basis, risk reward is a little bit better than 1-to-1 on a per contract basis. They're making a G ball. $1,040 on the average winning trades. Average losing trade is only $745. So, that's okay. If they were to maximize that risk reward a little bit, we'd see some different numbers. But, here I am trying to dissect and talk about a trader who's profitable in their account. They've been good at taking their payouts. I just think that hitting that daily loss limit is probably something that could be avoided, because at 40% winning days, 6 out of 10 days, they're hitting the daily loss limit. And, I'd love to see a personal loss limit come into play there. It's one of those scenarios where, just because we give you 3,000 on the downside doesn't mean you need to use it. And if you, could ever run some numbers where you extrapolate the math a little bit, let's just say they, risked $2,000 versus 3,000, then, all those losing days, you give yourself an extra $1,000 that you add to the account balance for each one of those winning days. And, the account balance is looking very good, very healthy. John's been someone fun to watch.
Yeah.
And yeah, it all kind of speaks for itself, I think, here. This is just good trading. There's certainly a few small areas for improvement, but I don't want to harp too much on someone who's, coming in and taking over $500 out of the market on a daily basis.
This is good trading. Keep it up. One area for improvement. I see 2 days in the last 3, once can be an aberration, where the swing's too big. He was flat up $8,300, hit a DLL. Then the next day, interestingly enough, he was flat up 13,000, and then end of the day up 12,500. Great. But then on the next day, he was flat up 7,600 and hit the DLL again. We say this a lot. Depending on your loss limit, swinging 4 times your loss limit is too much. You got to keep some of that. But overall, great card. Definitely justifies having and using that loss limit. But yeah, just try not to, on this size account, don't have a 10K plus swing. It's too big a percentage of your account.
We were talking about it yesterday, Jack. Those big swings from the P&L high of the day to turning, not locking it in and turning a losing day, a good winning day into a losing day. Like you said, in the last 3 trading days, there were 2 $11,000 swings. So 22 grand. If you could keep half of your equity high, you call that $11,000. And then, there'd be, just like I said, risking only 2,000 versus 3,000, and you'd add that many more thousands of dollars to the account balance. That's an easy layup as an example to have $11,000 more in your account, which is, those 2 things would have covered his last payout that he took in the amount of, $18,000. So, it'd be like he never even took that payout as far as putting a dent in his account. But again, really happy that he took that nice big payout. He's got a super healthy account balance to take that payout. So this isn't even a scenario where I need to say, keep an eye on that account balance maintenance level. He's doing well. And with that, I know we got to clear a little room for Mr. Green.
Yep. Stick around. Mick, thank you. Always a pleasure. Stick around, because right after this, we have David Green and JD doing group coaching. You won't want to miss it. David Green's the man. Tendler's the man. We have a lot of that guy on today. So stick around. We'll be back right after this break.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. It's everybody's favorite time of day. It is group coaching time. We got David Green here with us. I'm JD behind the scenes. I'll be feeding David some questions. We've got your questions. We've actually got a question form pinned in the chat right now. So if you do have a question for Mr. Green, go ahead and use that form, fill it out, and put your question. We got a couple good ones, though, so hopefully we get to them all. David, how are you doing today? Catch any of those moves? Pretty volatile morning.
Yeah, it was an extremely volatile morning. Yeah, we caught a little bit. Not really anything until like I think it was like 10:30. We spiked all the way down to one of our pivot points down here. We caught a little trade there. One tip that I like to give everybody, and we try to follow this as closely as we can. I don't like to trade during lunch. Lunch is for lunch, right? And if you look what happened here at 12 o'clock, I mean, we just blasted down through almost every technical that we had. And now we're kind of just sitting in nowhere's land. So it has not been an easy day. That is for sure. It's been a difficult day. It hasn't been easy for a couple of weeks. You know, we get these 100-point moves in the NQs coming out of nowhere for no reason. And it's not easy. It has not been easy. We had a nice little momentum trade right here around 11 o'clock. You can see we are going sideways here for a good half hour. We finally got above that little level, and that gave us a little momentum trade to the upside. And then look at this. I mean, for the last hour and a half, we're kind of just sitting in the middle of nowhere's land doing nothing. Yeah, no, not unexpected. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. You mentioned trading during lunch. When you were on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, did everybody take off at the same time? What was the New York lunch hour? Do you still practice that same schedule
I
now?
can tell you this. Yeah, in summertime, we played Liar's Poker all day. It was just absolutely dead, right? A big move in the SPY back then was 3 points, right? Now we move 30 points in 10 seconds. But nobody left. I sat at the post. We ate lunch at the post. Nobody left. There was really no lunch. You know, we'd run outside to have a smoke every once in a while back then when people smoked. But no, we were pinned to the floor all day long. And in the summertime, we were doing nothing. So
just waiting for someone to come in, maybe a little paper to move the markets a bit.
Yeah, and it didn't happen.
I'm familiar with that.
It just a lot of people. The reason why you sometimes see these big moves during lunch is because a lot of people aren't around, right? And they can easily move the markets when nobody's sitting here watching things. The volume wasn't great until the last really 2 bars. So generally speaking, I tell my peeps, go have lunch, go to the gym, do whatever it is, take a break. It's very difficult to sit here for 6.5 hours all day long staring at a screen. So it's important to get up and walk around every once in a while, especially during lunchtime. You know, the bottom line is the first round. I'm sorry, Dave.
I was just going to say, it definitely takes a toll physically and mentally.
Yeah.
Just
100%.
being glued.
I mean, you start going cross-eyed after a while.
It's true.
And then you start looking for things to do that really aren't there, which is even worse.
Yeah, you trick yourself into thinking you see an opportunity, and it's really just nothing.
Just look at the last 45 minutes in NQ. What are you going to do here? Anything you do, you'd be wrong for 20 points. So you wait.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if we can break out above these levels, maybe we can start heading back towards highs. Again, there's no volume in anything now. So I say this all the time. It's okay not to trade. We don't have to be in a trade all the time, anticipating what you think may happen. Those trades usually don't work out too well.
Yep. All right. You ready to hit a couple questions? We got some good ones.
Sure.
First, we got a question from Tom. He's got a question about a technical indicator, an oldie but a goodie. Bollinger Bands, are they worth using? What do the pros use to get an edge? Were you ever a fan of Bollinger Bands? I know some people think they work better for certain markets. I know there's guys that swear by him trading gold, but I never found much use for a Bollinger Band myself.
Me neither. Bollinger Bands, MACD, relative strength, they all kind of measure the same thing, which is either overbought or oversold. Right? If you're using Bollinger Bands and it gets outside one of the bands to the upside, it's overbought. Gets outside one of the bands to the downside, it's oversold. So my edge, what I use is relative strength. And the way I use relative strength is, especially in the NQs, more so than any of the other futures that we trade, I'm looking for a 20 or below RSI if we're going down. and an 80 or above RSI if we're going up. Most people use 30 and 70. I like to be a little more conservative. And what I'm looking for is a reversal when we get to that close to the 20 level on the downside or close to the 80 level on the upside. And if you really watch the NQs, and this is one of the reasons why I don't have to average into a trade. So what I'll do is when I see my relative strength get to 20 or close, I'll go to my 1 minute chart. As soon as I see a little reversal bar, I'll grab a little. I have my stop order if it breaks that recent low. This trade works a lot more often than it doesn't. It's just a matter of being very, very patient. Usually after 100 or 150 point move in the NQs and you have a 20 RSI, you're going to get that nice between 20 and 50 point bounce. And same thing on the upside, you'll get that nice 20 to 50 point pullback. So no Bollinger Bands, no MACD. I have my relative strength, what you guys can see on my chart down here. And it's just a line in the chart. Right now we're sitting at 47, which is about where we should be, or neutral. We're not doing anything. But you can see the times that we get smacked down, we usually get a bounce. As times that we really stretch up, we usually get a pullback. So no MACD for me, just RSI.
Yeah, the classic way to trade the Bollinger Band was to say your trade on the lower end or the lower channel line. You would wait for a price to cross through the midline, purchase, buy whatever product you were trading, and then get out at the upper trend line. And I remember many years ago, a group I was trading with, we actually built an automated trading program to trade Bollinger Bands exactly that way, and it never made money. You could buy at that midpoint line and sell at the other extreme and still lose money using Bollinger Bands. It was, it never worked.
Listen, people have been trying to come up with an automated trading system as long as the stock exchange has been around since, 1854. I have never seen one that works in my 40 years of trading. I see a lot of people selling them. I can tell you that right now, selling automated trading systems. But think about this. If I had one that really worked, you think I would sell it to anyone for $39?
Would you even tell anybody that you had one that worked?
Of course not. Of course
you wait till it doesn't work and then you sell it. That's how it goes.
I see thousands of, not thousands, but I see tons of people selling automated trading systems. Not for me. Like I said, I don't think it exists.
Yeah. Most people here, I guarantee 95% of the people in chat right now are point and click traders, just like the rest of us. But maybe we can get a poll out there.
I'll tell you this. If anybody finds one, please let me know. I'll post my email. If you find one that works on a consistent basis, I'm in. I'm all over it. I'm in.
We'll open the account for it. We'll fund the account and see what happens.
Yeah, exactly. 100%.
All right. Next up, we got a question from James. James has a question about your moving average system. How do you manage risk on a too far from EMA trades? James says, I'm using a 21 EMA. I start averaging in at 5x average true range from the 21 EMA. I just sometimes turn it into a moorhead trade, which means cannonballing, until I hit my DLL. It would be great to manage the downside better with this strategy. Thanks. So what's your process for getting to a position when you're far away from an EMA?
Yeah, usually what I will do, and again, keep the NQ is really calm today, right? What's the ATR? 28? I mean, a couple of days, even beginning of this week and last week, we were trading with an ATR that was 80 to 100, which was absolutely insane, right? I mean, that's crazy. Generally speaking, I like to keep my stops around the ATR. But, even if you're trading one NQ contract and you're giving it 30 points, that's $600. That's a lot. What I will do when I'm looking for the far from moving average trade, when we get really stretched out, okay? When I get in on that 1 minute reversal bar, I won't give it more than 10 or 15 points. If it doesn't, usually if this trade's going to work, it's going to work very quickly, okay? So I'll give it like 10, 15 points to the downside. If I get stopped out of that, and I'm also only going to start with a very small contract, one contract. And then if I get confirmation on the 1 minute bar, I'll go to my full contracts, okay? And then I'll just have a 10, 15 point stop. If it doesn't work the first time, I'll look for it again. Sometimes it doesn't work the first time. I can tell you that when we're trading and you see an RSI that stays at a 20 level for, 10, 15 minutes, I avoid it completely. Because that's telling me that we might not get the turn. I want this quick V bottom when we get to that, close to 20. And that's like, it works a lot more often than it doesn't. So I'll wait for the confirmation on a 1 minute bar. Once I have that, I'll grab my maximum amount of contracts and start legging out of it, once I have 10, 20, 30 points. And I'll keep a fairly tight stop on that. And I'll try it again if it doesn't work the first time. But I can tell you more often than not, when you get to that really oversold position, it works more often than it doesn't. But I'm still going to have a stop. We're always going to have a stop. I'll tell you what you never do, okay, is if you get into this and it starts going against you, don't average in, because you're going to blow up your trading account. Have your stop like you do on every other trade. And if I have to try it again, I'll try it again. If I lose 20 points, look what happened here. And we didn't even have a 20 RSI, right? We made a low of, let me just see, 18,930. And 15 minutes later, we were up 75 points. So even in this 5 minute bar, we went up 35 points. So if it's going to work, it's going to work very quickly. So, but I'm still going to have a stop order no matter what I do. And the more extended it is, go ahead, JD.
Oh, so because you're looking for that move real fast right away, are you assuming, or I shouldn't say assuming, could one assume that a 21 EMA is a place where a lot of traders are placing their stop orders at? Since there's so much liquidity built up around there, is it blasting through liquidity and then just reversing on a dime? Is that kind of the setup you're looking?
We're talking about RSI, not EMA, right?
Right.
We get the RSI down to the 2021. Yeah, usually what you're going to see is just an exhaustion sell. That's what happens. Everyone starts in getting in it. And I'd like to see even a big tail on this, because to me, when I see a tail at the end of a 40, 50, 60, 80, 100-point move, that's just exhaustion. That's just the last little people getting in that are trying to sell it. And more often than not, you're going to get a nice big bounce from there. Even when we look up here and we didn't get quite extended, but, we had a 30, 40, 50-point pullback from that. So, and again, it works more often than not. Have a stop order no matter what trade I'm getting into. And I look for, 4 or 5 different kind of trading setups on my same 5-minute chart. I'm always starting on a 5-minute chart unless I don't have support or resistance. And then I'll expand my time frame. And I'll do it a lot in the futures. I'll expand my time frame, 15-minute, 30-minute, as far out as I have to go to find some support and resistance. I can tell you this morning, when we got up to this 19,203, I'm pretty sure on a daily chart, we had something like 10 points above that. We didn't quite get there. Let me just see if let's see what we had. Yeah, check this out. So this morning, if you look at my 65 EMA on a daily chart, okay, our resistance was 19,216. So now if I go back 5-minute chart, check it out. Okay. I have no resistance anywhere, and we missed it by like 10 points, right? So how good would it have been if we got up to that 16 level and we were offering it there? We just happened to miss it. But I didn't have that any chart at all until I went out to okay? And very clearly it tells me, here's my 65 EMA, 19,216. And it missed it by like 10 points. And then we had to go down 100 points. So the further out I go, the larger time frames, I pay more attention to those levels, because they're usually going to be pretty good support and resistance levels.
Excellent point. Thank you. So your stops, do you place your stops so far away that you, I suppose, as Jim Dalton would say, you should place your stop in a spot where you never want it to get hit. You should be out of a bad trade before your stop ever gets hit. Do you ever maneuver your stops like that, or are your stops?
Not really. Not really, because when I get into a trade, I know what my risk is. What I'll never do is change it if it starts getting close to where I'm going to take the loss. But no, if I get into an NQ trade and I have a 20-point stop, I'm going to let it go to my stop, because a lot of times what you'll see is it might go down 10, 15 points, come close to getting you stopped out, and then rally up from there, right? Same thing with the ES. Usually I have a 5-point stop. I don't know what the ATR and the ES is right now. Probably, it's around 6. So I use that, generally speaking, for my stop order in the ESs. But I know my risk before I get into every trade. I'm willing to give it some room to get there. What I will do sometimes, and I think this is very, very important for traders out there, if I get close to stopped out on something and it gives me a chance to get out of that trade break even, I'm going to get out of that trade break even and just move on to the next trade. Because I've seen a lot of people when they get close to getting stopped out on something, and then it gives them a chance to get break even, or maybe even losing a little, not do it, turns all the way around, goes back to their stop order. I'll just move on to the next trade if I get it. If I'm losing in something and I get a chance to break even on it, I'm okay. And I will never look back and say, oh my God, I should have stayed in that trade because now it went up 30 points. No. I don't look back. After I make a trade, I'm done with that trade. I'm looking for the next technical setup. You'll drive yourself crazy. I mean, I can't tell you how many times that happens. I got out break even, it went up 20 points. I can't tell you how many times I missed a trade by a tick from getting to our level. You can't get upset at that either. It's just part of trading. It happens. So sometimes a break-even trade is a good trade, especially when you're down going into that trade.
And I know exactly the type of scenario that you're talking about there, and that's where I think being able to read the tape or the ladder really is an effective tool. So if you're good at reading the ladder, price action as it's happening in real time, lifting bids, hitting offers, if you could see when things start to peter out around your break-even price, it's not going to go much lower or higher from there. You could physically see it as buyers step in or sellers step in, vice versa.
No question
so
about it.
definitely
a lot of times where you buy something because you're buying on a support level and it breaks below that, like you just said, it could become a resistance level next.
Excellent. That was great. All right. Next question we have from Andrea. This has something to do. You mentioned when you first came in, you had a nice trade off of a pivot level earlier. So Andrea's question is, how do you determine market pivot points when you're using your trading strategy?
Pivot points are something that automatically go into your chart. So I'm pretty sure that Topstep has pivot points. Is that one of the things that we can use in Topstep?
I believe it is integrated with.
I'm pretty sure it is. Look, I do not only futures. We can check. I do stocks. I do options. I do a whole bunch of different stuff. I'm probably in the trading room. We're probably 75% futures now. It's most of what we do, but we do some stocks and we do some options. And I do some swing trading also. Pivot points are just something that it's a mathematical equation that you can put into your chart. Okay. It could vary a little bit depending on the chart system that you're using, but I use them as I would a regular moving average. So when we looked here in the NQs, okay, we went, I think we went down like 150 points. We hit our pivot point right here. Okay. I'm going to use that as I would one of my regular moving averages. It went a little bit below it, hung out there a little bit, and then gave a nice, I don't know what it was from here, 20, 30 points before we hit the resistance. So pivot points, again, it's just a mathematical equation. They're going to be further away than any of my moving averages. That's why I like to use them sometimes. If we could have gotten up to this pivot, right, that would have been a beautiful resistance level. So use that one of my regular moving averages. I use it like I would use my 30, my 65, or my 200. And they're especially effective when we get giant moves.
Yep.
This almost correlated with, a far from moving average trade too. We got to like a 25 RSI. So
yeah, it looks like a nice setup.
Yeah, it was.
Just for clarification, so pivot points are not available in Topstep X, but Coach Robert did build. Robert Cooney built a small tool that he shared with everybody a couple weeks ago. That's what I was thinking of. That will create the pivot points for you depending on what product you're trading, and then you can just draw the lines in on the chart for you. But when he's back next week, I'll have him reshare that tool. I don't have the link on me right now, but that tool that he built for Topstep X is available to everybody. So
that's spectacular.
Yep.
Beautiful. Yeah, and listen, David Green does not have the holy grail of technical analysis, right? Nobody does. Okay. I have journaled hundreds, if not thousands and thousands of trades. And the techniques that I use for what we do, very simply, it just works more often than it don't. And that's all I could ask for. I'm just trying to put the odds of the trade in my favor working. And that's all we can do. And quite frankly, anybody, I don't know which trades are going to work. I don't know which trades aren't. I know I'm going to do every single one that sets up based on my technicals and what kind of trade I'm looking for, because I know they work more than they don't. And once you find something that works more than it don't, then it's just a matter of the trade management once you get into those trades and making more on your winners than you lose on your losers. Look, I could fill a room with 10 people that bought this on a pivot point, and we'll probably get 10 different results on how they got out of the trade or how much money they made. So once we get into a trade, that's half the battle. The other half of the battle is, okay, I know what I'm going to lose, and I'm going to try to get the most out of my winning trade that I possibly can. Anyone who's here will tell us that one of the biggest problems we have is we lose too much on our losers and we don't make enough on our winners. And that's trade management, period.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of that, we got a question from Royal. It's sort of along those lines, but a little bit opposite, I want to say. The question is, how do you stay focused when you're on a win streak, not a losing streak? Royal says, I just went from just about $2,600 in profit to down to $100 in just 2 weeks. Feels like the better I was doing, the less I was focused and steering away from my actual trading plan. Just lost focus. Started breaking his own rules. So,
yeah,
trading psychology. How do you keep your mind in the game when you're making money instead of keeping your mind in your game when you're losing money? It's kind of the same thing.
That is a great question.
Yeah. You're working at different polar opposites there.
Yeah, I mean, you have to ask yourself, did you start doing things differently making money than when you were losing money? My bet is that you did, right? I bet 100% that you started doing things that you shouldn't have been doing, that you weren't doing before that. Look, the hardest part of what we do, we know, is in our brains, right? Every trade that I do, and I'm not focused on my P&L. It's not, I'm not going to say it's not important, but the process is important. The P&L is going to take care of itself. Be consistent in what you're doing, okay? Especially if it's working for you, right? I have no problem focusing whether I'm making money or losing money. Look, this is what I do for a living, okay? This is what a lot of people that we teach do for a living. It's like being a brain surgeon or you know, you got to be on top. You got to be there when you're there. You got to be present. So my guess is you probably changed something that you were doing, you know, to start changing the results. It's all about being consistent. This is a very, very difficult thing to do. I don't care what anyone tells you, okay? It's hard to make money, and it's very easy to lose money. That's the bottom line. It is. You can see how we lose money much more quickly than we make money, right? Especially if we lose focus and we're not paying attention to what we're doing. So, you know, go back to the same process that got you to where you were and don't deviate from it. It's hard, man. The mental part of this game is why most people fail at doing this. This here, guys, this chart that I'm showing you, this is the easier part of trading by far. And I'm not saying it's easy. It takes time to look for the different setups and what you're looking for and when it makes sense to do and when it doesn't. There's a million nuances involved in trading that just take time to learn. But this is the easier part. The hardest part is what's between our ears. I mean,
we got a great follow-up question to that from Andrew. Andrew says, you seem to have a system that works for you. How long was that process of finding that system? What did it take you? What did it take for you to become comfortable enough with your system to not deviate from it, even through bad days? I know a lot of this comes back from your days of stock trading also, but how much of that actually rolled into what you do for futures, and how long did it really take you to come up with the system that you're trading right now?
Spectacular question. I can tell you that, okay, for a couple of months, everything was spectacular. We had some really, really beautiful couple of months. And then we started running into this big, giant volatility. And I can tell you that what I was doing on a Thursday didn't work on a Monday. And you have to recognize that very quickly and say to yourself, okay, time for me to take a different tack. My different tack when we started getting really crazy with the volatility, which is just be much more patient. Be much more patient. Wait for, I don't care. I didn't care if I missed trades. I was just much more patient, waiting for maybe just the fall from moving average trades or just my 200 EMA trades. So it's constantly evolving. Trust me when I tell you, I didn't know what a chart was when I started trading on the floor in New York. I'd never seen a chart in my life, right? So even after doing this for 35 years, you have to recognize that when conditions change, you have to change along with those conditions, period. And for me, it's just being a little more conservative. But to put together what we use now, and I'm still changing what we use now, I've added EMAs. Someone comes to me who has taken our course and said, Dave, I added this indicator. Here's 200 trades that I did. I had a 74% win rate, I'm in. Okay. You show me something that works over a long period of time, and I'll change it in 2 seconds. There's no ego. I'll say it again. I don't have the holy grail. What we have works. Once we figured out that it works more often than it doesn't, when I get into a trade, guys, I'm making money on that trade. Am I going to every time? Of course not. Of course not. But I know what I'm willing to lose on that trade. But with the technicals that we have now, unless the market's absolutely insane, I'm confident every single time that I get into a trade that trade's going to work. Whereas a lot of people, no matter what they're using, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong, are scared to get into a trade, right? Because it might not work. You got to almost you got to be robotic when you're doing this and take the emotion out of it. To me, if I have a losing trade and I execute it properly, it's the same as me having a winning trade. One, I made some money, and one, I lost what I was willing to lose. And that just takes time. That takes time. It takes a long time for some people. But that's what you should aspire to. You know, it's the process, not the money. This tells me to make a trade. I'm making a trade. Two things are going to happen. It's going to work or it's not going to work. And trust your system. And if you don't trust the system that you're using, change it. Find something else. And again, Dave Green doesn't have the holy grail. Find something else. Guys, we are so lucky to have Topstep, okay? Because there are some of the best instructors. They want you to succeed. They're here to help you. So take a little bit from everybody, right? That's what you should be doing, especially if you're struggling with this, you know? Take a little bit from everybody. Topstep is here to help you all freaking day long. It is by far, and again, I don't blow smoke up at anyone's puppet because I have no skin in the game. I really don't. But you're on a platform, guys, that is here to help everybody. And they want everybody to succeed. So just pay attention. That's all. Pay attention and suck in as much as you can from everybody.
Yep. And if you want to know more about David Green's strategy, you could check him out at Wall Street Global Trading Academy. He and Peter Tuchman do a couple live free webinars every month. You got any webinars coming up anytime soon? Tonight.
We happen to have one tonight. I think we got right now 848 people registered. Just click on the link WSGTA and sign up and come hang out with us for a couple of hours tonight.
Excellent. If we can get someone to throw that in the chat right now.
Yeah, we just added, as a matter of fact, we just added, because so many people are doing futures and we only recommend Topstep. We just added a 90-slide course on how we trade futures to the Wall Street Global Trading Academy, which we'll talk about more tonight also. But go check out the website and definitely come tonight. It doesn't cost anything.
Awesome. Free webinar tonight. Go check it out, folks. Wall Street Global Trading Academy. All right, with that, we are out of time for group coaching today. Thank you, David Green, for joining us. Thank you for answering those questions. We all appreciate it. Again, Wall Street Global Trading Academy, free webinar tonight. Check it out. Link is in the chat right now. All right, stick around. We've got Patience with KV coming up next, coming in hot from New York City off a big day in the trading combine. He's going to be joined by Dolby and Gabe. After that, we are going to close out the day in Power Hour with Andre. David Green is coming back for another hour to close out the day. He's going to be with Coach Dakota and Hoag. So stick around. We got more tradertainment coming your way. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back, folks.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Patience with KV. We got KV in the middle, and we got Gabe on my right. I think so. Gabe, hello. KV, hello. Welcome to Patience with KV. KV, how patient have you been this week on a scale from 1 to 10?
As close to 10 as possible. It's been one of those weeks where it is slow as crazy. I mean, especially if we're comparing this last week where we had that crazy drop last weekend. It's literally like night and day. This is closer to what I was expecting August price action to be at. That first week, I think that was an outlier. A lot of traders have been, and investors as well, have been waiting for these inflation numbers that just came out yesterday and today. So hopefully it gets better tomorrow and Friday, but it has been slow. Again, there's still opportunities, but you're not getting those crazy follow-through moves like we saw last week, unfortunately. But there's still money to be made.
How did you do yesterday? We had the slow melt higher. Sometimes that's a tough trade for people. Were you able to hop in and just
I don't like
ride that
price
escalator?
Action. I was not involved in that price action whatsoever. No. Again, it's good for people who just buy and hold. I'm more of a trader who likes to get in and get out within a couple of minutes, maybe seconds sometimes. And this was just a slow grind higher, which for me, it's just energy draining. But yeah, I mean, very unexpected, especially after seeing that consolidation in the morning. Really unexpected. I feel like there was more opportunity in the afternoon. This, again, for me, it's tricky. For some people, it's easy. For me, it's not my cup of tea. I'd rather mess around with these trending moves like today.
And the megaphone of death?
The megaphone of death.
NQ looks pretty tough right now. Gabe, while I was gone, it sounded like you passed a couple trading combines. So Gabe's road to funding, it's more like road to funded. So you got some trades on right now?
I do, yeah.
XFA.
I am in an XFA. I am down $1.19 on the day. Currently in a long at 19,064 3/4. Just risking 10 handles. Looking for an ultimate target. I'd like to see us push back up towards the 100s. I've got some supply up at 113, 114, so that's where I'm looking to potentially exit if we can get back up there. But yeah, just catching the bottom end of the range.
64 3/4?
64 3/4. Yep. So pretty much right where we're at now.
Awesome. I'm going to live vicariously through your trade because I'm not in one. KV, do you have anything on?
Nah, I do like the trade location for Gabe, though. Again, the zone is not amazing, but I really do like that entry in terms of like risk and return here. But yeah, it's pretty neutral to me. I have these two levels at the bottom. So I have this blue level at 43 and then I have it 17. That's a nice area. We had a little bounce at 2 p.m. right here at 43. And then we had that 12:45 bounce.
Oh, we're not on your screen. If the producers want to switch to KV screen, we can get that maybe get the explanation.
Yeah, so basically,
there we go.
Levels. Yep, these two levels. So the 43, which we bounced earlier, and the 17, which we bounced during lunch hours. That's the two levels I'll look at for any potential bounce plays as well. If 17 doesn't hold, my little bias is we sell off today low. Okay. So far,
lows. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so far it is neutral though, so I'm cash. Hopefully we get some more trending movements in the next 60 minutes, but staying patient here. No volume. The candles are very, very tiny as well. You gotta be very good with your patience because it can just kill you mentally, right? The price action right now just drains you. Similar to yesterday in the afternoon as well. I mean, literally from similar time, from 2 p.m. a little bit earlier, all the way to the close in that same zone. So it is a little bit mentally draining. I'm going to say that.
It is. What's your opinion on low volume sort of days? You've been trading for a while. We were talking about the low volume yesterday. I think typically the average is somewhere between like 700 and 800,000, and we only traded around like 450. It's like almost half of the volume. Yep. What does that mean to you as a veteran trader?
Yeah, so that's one way to look at it. I personally look at it on an ATR basis. So I'm just looking at the 14-day daily ATR and seeing how much of that average have we moved in a day. And if I just replay TradingView here back to yesterday, at the close yesterday, we're at 60% ATR. Even after having that amazing, not amazing, but like that rally, right? Only 60% at the close. That's it, right? Today, so far, we are at 60% as well. And I don't feel like we're breaking day low or day high unless we get some crazy amount of volume, which I don't know where it's going to come from. But we're still probably closing on 60%, right? So we're not even hitting the average. Like, that's how slow the markets are right now. So it's one of those weeks where all I've been saying to our traders is do not force setups, right? Because what happens, you start seeing things that are not even there. You literally start making up setups that are not there to begin with. You enter trades that when the market is closed and you go back to look at those trades, you're like, why the hell did I even open that position?
I've been there.
So I think just trading as light as possible and just calling it a scratch week. If you can make money, sure, good, but don't dig a deep hole, because we had this happen with a member of ours either Monday or Tuesday, where he's been on a crazy great performance and he just wasn't hitting those trades that day. And I was like, better just lock the account, because you can dig a very deep hole in this price action, because just by trading from this price action here, there's so many times that you could have just, oh my God, I think it's breaking out. You enter longs, it fakes you out. Oh my God, let's try it again. You try it so many times that it makes you hit your daily stop loss limit, even if you're controlling those losses, because they're going to add up eventually.
Yeah. You have to have a pretty decent buffer on stops. I mean, me trying to risk 10 handles right now, that's a little bit riskier of a stop, right? I'm more prone to get stopped out just due to the kind of the nature of consolidation right now, the ranges that are developing. They can easily be 20 points, and so if you can't afford to risk 20 handles, right now I'm obviously going against that. I'm just risking 10, but it's more on like, this is the bottom of the range. I need it to move right here and now. I'm keeping it tight just to, I'm on one mini, so I'm compensating for the fact that I am on one mini and I'm risking $200 with $1,000 daily loss. But yeah, ultimately, you're 100% right. It's really easy to get chopped up, especially if you're keeping things very tight. Nature, I think that's a double-edged sword, right?
What's your opinion, Gabe, on entering one mini compared to 10 micros?
I keep going back and forth, man. Honestly, I don't know if I have a good answer for that. It's weird. I default to the minis when I keep trying to tell myself to go to the micros to give myself the opportunity to scale. But for some reason, I keep finding myself back on the minis. So that's a discipline issue that I need to work on, and being able to stick to, my words in terms of what I'm looking to do, how I want to engage with the market.
What's your opinion on that, KB? Would you rather do the 10 micros?
I personally prefer the micros just because the way I like to trade is to scale out, right? It's very difficult for me to be like, okay, this is the level where I'm 100% going to exit, because it's a little bit difficult. I'm more of like, okay, here's one target, here's another one, and here's another one. Just like the price action is right now. Like, for example, if I was on the same trade as Gabe there, right, I'd first start making a first trim at the 100, where we have these previous highs, another trim around previous day high, so 120, and then
okay,
I would fully exit at 137, which is today's opening price. Like, so I would just scale out like that compared to just like picking a target and being like, okay, that's where I'm going to fully exit. Which with one contract you have to do that, because you can't scale out.
That's interesting. So you're looking for pretty big targets then, right? So you're not like, say, getting long 10 micros at like, let's say 65 and then trying to peel at like 70, 75, 80,
nah,
85, 90.
It's too tight. It's too tight because you have to think of it on a risk perspective as well. If it doesn't work out, it's very difficult for you to like exit at a 5-point stop loss in this environment right now, right? So like right now, I would be a little bit more confident with like a 15-point stop loss, 13 to 15 points. So if I can't at least make up for a 1-to-1, I wouldn't prefer to take a trim.
Oh, that makes sense because like it's almost like why even put it on in the first place if you're
Yeah.
not even going to get 1-to-1 on that. So that's cool. That does make
But
sense.
again, there's traders who have a crazy win ratio, right? And can make up for those, not having the risk and return ratio 1-to-1, right? Like if you have like 80-85% win ratio, you could like super scalp it and be happy with those 5 points, even though your stop loss is a little bit wider.
Yeah.
You gotta be you gotta be right a lot of times though.
Yeah.
Speaking of stop loss,
yeah,
I just got stopped out at break even, so I'm down 100 still on the day.
Oh, you went to break even on that. Nice.
I went to break even once we got up to my first kind of target area of the 80s again, and just to, I figured if it's going to make its move, it should make it now, and it didn't end up making a good push into that zone, so I ended up getting stopped at a break even, just trying to manage my risk. Once again, I want to give myself a few trading opportunities today during this session, especially with
your entry ended up being really nice. Like you're kind of right in the bottom area of that like 1 minute range. So it's kind of a bummer you got stopped out. I'm really hoping that they didn't stop run you, only for you to shoot higher.
I'm probably gonna watch it go without me here, but it's okay. We can always look for some new structure to re-enter. Things look
whichever
similar.
Consider shorts at like 80s or 90s, or you're just looking for longs all day.
I've been hearing, so I was going both ways a little bit, but when it comes down to, I've been hearing a common theme of having a harder time in shorts on low liquidity days. I don't know what it is about the slow grind higher or just the back and forth nature on low liquidity days, but I don't know. I'm a little hesitant on trying to stay short, right? The common, kind of topic of conversation is see money, take money when you're on the short side, especially right now off the last few days of the fact that we're rebounding pretty well, at least off of an initial move down we've seen in the volatility increase. So see money, take money on shorts.
Yeah, I was messing around with the practice account yesterday, and I was just trying to short all day, and it was just so stupid. But that's what practice accounts are for, right? What happens in a practice account stays in a practice account, and that is why it is called a practice account.
Absolutely. Hey, KV, we got a question in chat that what's the easiest way to find the average daily range?
I personally have like an indicator of mine, but I think there should be a lot of, if you are in TradingView, there should be indicators out there that give you the labels. Just search for daily ATR, and then something should pop up, I'm sure. The custom, the settings are going to be up to you. I personally have it on a 14-day range, and I personally keep this on a regular trading hour. So I'm only looking at the ATR from New York session only, right? From like 9:30 open, and that's it. That way I can, because again, for people that are like new to these sessions, like I started from options trading 10 years ago. So I've been trading QQQ for like years and years and years, and keeping it on regular trading hours is a little bit more similar to how the ETF is on the QQQ compared to like the NASDAQ futures.
Got you.
So on the settings,
and it is.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's the average true range, and then you just set that to 14. Yeah, 14 is the input that you want, and then the time frame is going to determine what data you're receiving for that indicator.
Correct.
So if you're on the 15 minutes, it's going to give you the last 15 minute candles. So just make sure if you want the daily range that you're looking at the daily time frame. But yeah, KV is 100% right. It's available in Topstep X, TradingView. It's a very common indicator. Average true range.
Yeah, it's not like I discovered it. It's out there.
Yeah, no, for sure. But it's definitely, I think, a valuable tool if you're looking for some gauge on volatility, other than getting to some of the more technical tools that you can use for it.
What's like a basic? What's a basic way to use the ATR? Let's say you're like a new trader, maybe you don't have a framework for how you're viewing the market. Well, how would you use it?
Yeah, the way I use it, because a lot of people are like, oh my God, but aren't you going to know what's the daily ATR after the day is over? Sure, right? Like that's the final ATR of the day. But the way I look at this is in the first half an hour to 1 hour, there should be a 50% ATR on NASDAQ and the S&P for like a proper day, because most of the volatility happens in that morning session. So if you're already at 10:30 New York time and you are not at 50% ATR, daily ATR, that day is slow. Okay, and that's been like this every single day. Especially, I mean, if I go to Monday, I don't even want to open Monday, but like, let's go to Monday here. We closed at 50% ATR as well. So it's like,
yeah, it's another...
this should have been done in the morning, and it wasn't even done in the morning. So again, if you are not above 50% average daily ATR of the 14 last days, usually it's going to be a slow day to begin with. Like, expect low volatility, expect these type of candles as well. Like, this is just squashed together. Yeah.
All right, so NQ's starting to break.
That's how I look at it.
Yep.
NQ's pushing the recent highs in the 90s, in the low 90s, high 80s here.
Low 90s.
I have this break line of this trend line.
I have this line here, not a trend line. Personally, haven't anchored the VWAP, guys, from the day high. We've rejected once, twice, 3 times there. Let's see what it does this time.
What's the price that it's at right now, KV, on your chart for anchored VWAP?
Price is at 92 and a quarter.
92 and a quarter.
It's literally here. So we got to see if sellers come in on this area again, and because the sellers have been aggressive from the rejection. Like, they've been very aggressive, actually. So let's see.
Yeah.
Bilby, would you be interested in a short, knowing that we're getting back up at the top of this range, retesting VWAP, maybe looking for a false little sweep here of the 90s and then look for a move down?
Yeah, hell yeah. 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, the range is so good.
I would like that for sure.
The range is so good that even if it doesn't work out, like, it's almost a trade that, you know, if I was in like a live account or something, I would almost have to take, because like a range theoretically can range forever until it no longer ranges. So it's a pretty safe short. I mean, you got 1, 2, 3, 4. This would be like the 5th opportunity of being able to short, let's say, somewhere between 90s and evens. And it's getting you, you know, somewhere between 30 to 50 points pretty consistently. So like, it's proven to be a solid trade. And like, I've said this before, I would rather bet on the market continuing to do what it's already done versus betting that it's going to all of a sudden do something different. So
it's a nice way to put it.
Yeah, so I should have listened to myself like yesterday, because it's like, hey, we're uptrending. Why would I bet against this no longer uptrending, right? So it's like kind of the same thing. Another way to say it is don't fight the trend, but, you know, ranges don't trend, so you can use that one instead.
There's no range.
Yeah, there is.
I mean, there's no trend. Yeah, there's no trend.
Yeah, so let's just bet on it doing the same stuff, and maybe this is the one time in which it breaks out and you get egg on your face, but it's
ranges work until they don't work.
Yep, and then it's a breakout, and then, you know, switch strategies or change it up. But yeah, but that's why those trades are hard, though. I mean, like, range trades are always really difficult in the moment because it looks like the most appetizing to go long at the top and the most appetizing to go short at the bottom, when in reality it's the most expensive, you know, in terms of value, it's the most expensive trade you can take, in my opinion, as a range trader. Some people see value in breakout trading. Not my system, though.
Yeah. I think breakout trading is it's a very common approach, right? There's a lot of people trading breakouts, and depending on, you know, your targets, what you're looking for, and how much you're willing to risk, I think, you know, they're quicker trades, right? It's not something breakouts typically that you want to hold. It's like a really quick in and out, maybe looking for 10, 20 handles at the most. At least that, I feel like that would give you a little bit of a better probability to see some wins in that strategy, trying to not hit those home runs off breakouts. Because a lot of times price will sweep highs or sweep lows, maybe by 10 or 15, 20 handles, depending on the volatility. And then it'll go back the other way, maybe retest an imbalance that caused that break. So it's really, just easy to get whiplashed out, right?
Yeah. David, did you ever try breakout trading in your journey?
Oh yeah, I think everyone starts as a breakout trader. It's the easiest. It's the easiest way to trade. Like, okay, you wait for this level, you wait for the break, and you take the breakout. There's not much that goes into that. So yes, like I started, and it was really good up to a point. I would say up to 2020, a little bit after 2020, that's where things got a little bit messier, where Like, look, even today, let's say you waited for day high breakout, you broke out, you rallied like 3 candles and then sold off. So if you were actually waiting for follow through, you got no follow through, compared to like people who entered while the trend was reversing. So personally, the way I'm trading right now is more pullbacks. So like we are downtrending, wait for a pullback, and then just continue with the downtrend. And that's why on price action like this, I don't like it, because like, what's the trend? Are we downtrending? Are we uptrending? It's a little bit tricky. Like micro, you're uptrending here, you're downtrending here, and then on the day you're kind of still downtrending, right, a little bit. So that's why it's tricky for me to actually say, okay, this is the perfect setup right now, because there's just
for a short.
Yeah.
I mean, you're up against that anchored VWAP. We got like 4 or 5 touch points up there. I mean, it looks pretty tempting.
Yeah, no.
Not gonna lie.
Looking at the previous rejections, it is a pretty nice area.
Yeah, I would maybe be a little bit worried of like a really strong push into like the 110s, which could really shake out maybe a lot of shorts who are stuck between like 90s and 100. So that would be the only thing that might have me not throw a trade on right there. But I'm kind of curious to see what chat says too. Chat, if you had to make a trade right now, what is your strategy for trading the NASDAQ or maybe another market? We have spent a lot of time on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I had somebody ask what we thought of gold, so maybe we can switch over to gold momentarily. But the reason, so I like possible shorts, but I wouldn't try to look short until we get into about 114, like that, higher 110s, 120s. Excuse me. That's when I'd really like to possibly look for a short or a shift in structure. We'd obviously run a lot of those highs that have been developing this afternoon, getting back up there. But that's the reason why I like it. I mean, KV, I don't know if you have any opinion on this, but this is a pretty clean area of basing or consolidation and a really nice momentum the other way. So there's a lot of sellers that stepped into that area. So that would be a possible target. If we're looking long, that's why I'm targeting up there. But in addition to that, the main reason I'm looking more long rather than short is because we broke above this prior little swing high on the 1 minute. So that's technically a change in structure, what I would see as looking more long than short. And we continue to keep kind of holding these lows. We've made some, liquidity grabs and sweeps below. Looked at this low around 19,052. And we've just been holding in this range. So, leaning a little bit more on the long side. But once we start pushing up into those 110s, that's where I'd start to get a little bit cautious about holding it long.
Yeah. Yeah, we are in a Dorito. From megaphone to Dorito. I don't know if it gets much worse than that, to be honest. That is brutal price action. So we have yellow is the arrow of sadness. So megaphone, tight range, and then Dorito in the middle. So good luck to everyone who's trading. It's extremely difficult right now. Ethan has a question for the panel. Any books? Do we recommend any books for trading? I'll go first. It's so easy. Reminiscence of a Stock Operator is my
Oh my god, you just took that away from me, Nick.
Damn. I can do another one.
I've got one locked and loaded, but I want to hear KV's first. See if he steals mine.
That's my top. I never recommend any other book except
there isn't
because a lot of the trading books are complete BS. Like there's no actionable steps, right? That one actually teaches you how the market actually works, how psychology actually works in the market, and how one of the greatest traders alive actually ended up just completely destroying himself as well. Like that shows you like how ruthless everything could be in the trading world, which a lot of the other trading books are just, rainbows and easy stuff. So that's why I love it. It shows the complete darkness. I would say that a lot of people fail to understand at the beginning. Like they get to that point after 5 to 10 years into trading and they're like, oh my God, why didn't I realize this earlier?
I probably have a quarter of that book highlighted. And that's not really an exaggeration. I mean, it is honestly that good. Also very easy to read. It is like a fun, easy to read book that you can crush in like a week. Doesn't use obscure terminology or weird terms. There's no charts. It's just trading as like a semi-fictional, maybe real story, whatever. I don't know how that works, but I think most of all of that book is real, but super interesting stuff and an easy read.
Based on a real story.
Such an easy read. Gabe, what's yours number one?
Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas.
Yeah, that would be my number two.
Man, that's
another good one.
Yep. That's a great one. Eddie Horn with the reading list link. That's a bookmark that one, chat. That's actually a really good link. So that's a link with all of the books that we recommend. I think it's kind of like a little library, if you will. So grab one off the shelf and read it this week. I'll be reading the Series 3. Wonder if we should put the Series 3 in there. That'd be pretty funny, actually, if we did.
I want to know if anybody in chat is trying to take the Series 3 because we are, or joining us in that effort. I'm curious if there's anybody out there willing to take a stab at it.
Yeah. Did anyone in chat also short 90 evens in the NASDAQ? Because we were talking about that range for quite a bit, and Anchored VWAP kind of did a little rejection right there. 1 minute
we had a
very
breakout.
tight.
Yep, absolutely. Had a test of those 92 highs, which is the last swing high on this little 1 minute chart here back from about 40 minutes ago. Yeah, man, I'm with you. That was a nice little possible short entry. Looking at around 10 handles in profit currently. But prices kind of failing to break with some momentum, and we're retracing right back up to those 90s.
I don't even know. None of this even feels particularly real right now. It's just so tight, these ranges. 10-point range into 10-point range. Arrow of Sadness into Dorito. This is not very inspiring technical action. I do think that we will get a lot of price movement for Power Hour. I do find that if the lunch area is slow, sometimes the last hour we'll break out of whatever this is and find something else to do. I think it's just a setup. Adrian in chat, that is reminiscence of a stock operator. I think that was the link that I posted. I can repost it. Bam, there it is. That is KV and I's most favorite trading book.
Yes.
So good. So good. We should reread it, KV. Maybe we can take turns reading it out loud to chat.
Probably. Let's do a book club.
A little book club? That'd be fun. Do you ever do those little diagrams? What were they called? You get like a shoebox and you like design a little scene and put it in the shoebox and bring it to class. I forgot what those were called. I used to use Legos for that. It was very fun. Maybe someone in chat knows.
Little tilt update here for you guys. The S&P's 56% long. NASDAQ looking at 53% long. Crude oil, 63% short. And gold, 57% short. So looking pretty mixed on the indices. Commodities looking a little heavier on the short side.
Someone was saying NVIDIA might be breaking out. And it's also in the Dorito of doom.
Yeah, I don't see NVIDIA breaking out now.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot going on.
Yeah. It's a late post, but 0.68.
Yeah, we're starting
Testing
to
the middle,
pull back down.
Middle of the range currently, retesting the little demand imbalance around the low 70s. Got a nice little 5-point bounce off that, but we'll see if we hold and want to continue to make higher lows, or if we want to break down, retest the bottom end of this little channel that's going on right now. For Dorito.
Yeah. The Dorito.
I mean, you rejected the anchored VWAP, but the only risk is it keeps on making these higher lows.
It does.
It's not selling off. It is not selling off. Plus, ES is a little bit stronger as well. ES is maintaining those higher lows much better.
I mean, yeah, it's hard to. I mean, there is opportunity in here. It's just it's all between 10 and 20 points.
Well, it's close to a guessing game with this range.
I mean, I would feel fairly certain, though, at 90s. I mean, I'd have like 80% confidence at shorting 90s. I just wouldn't have any confidence in anything past like 15 points. But it's still like a solid setup. There's just no follow through. Gabe, you got any trades?
No, I'm still holding strong. Nothing in at the moment. I'm interested in trying to get into a trade still on the long side as long as this structure holds, but trying to figure out how I'd want to enter. Really the retest of the 70s was kind of my chance.
Yeah, maybe use like that previous range high as like a platform for a long. That's like around 73 and a quarter or 73. Kind of like splits it right in the middle, splits that level.
This is a pretty make or break area though, because I think if we close below the 70s, I think we're going to end up retesting the absolute lows, which would be back in the 50s. So, but buyers continue to step in.
Yeah, they're holding.
I'm anticipating chaos, whatever it is. Whatever it is. This definitely seems like a late, I would say like last half hour of the day. Things can get pretty gnarly here. There's the book again.
You're still sending the book?
Yeah, people are asking for it. KV and I get no commissions from Amazon for that
nothing.
link. We get nothing. Just a heartfelt endorsement. Ooh, Dakota's in chat looking for a pushback up to 140s.
Opening price.
See if that ends up happening. Dakota, are you long? Are you currently in a trade? Are you long? So Tony Smith long 1ES 5471. Could take a look at that. 5471. Oh, nice. Almost 3 points on the money in that one. Also coming up against 5475. See if we can break out of that. ES kind of looks pretty similar as far as NQ does. Megaphone of Doom into Dorito, and now we're trying to break out.
Coda's long a few micros in the live account.
Oh, nice.
Yep, that 70s
From
was
where,
definitely the play.
From where?
Knowing him, he's probably long from the 60s would be my guess.
I was going to say like 46. Maybe
he caught the bottom of that.
45 and a quarter. You know, he's a magical man.
He's a sniper. Yeah, he definitely has his ways of entering. AV, are you a trader who takes one lump sum entry, or are you scale in and scale out? That's your go-to right now.
All in and then scale out.
Okay.
All in and scale out. I just it's more comfortable for me. I feel like if I'm scaling in, it's like me trying to guess, did I have the right entry point? Did I not? So I try to put as much effort in on the entry, and then the exits are, as long as the market continues, I keep on just scaling out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody has a different methodology, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, look, I'm not here to say one is better than the other. I've seen traders do great with both of them. So.
Oh, absolutely.
It does seem though we get more of the latter than we do the former. Like I don't really know how many people are really, starting with one and scaling in over half an hour or an hour or 2 hours.
Yeah, it's
not that many people I know that we've brought on, at least.
It's a little bit more difficult because if you don't know how to do that the right way, that could really destroy you, because there are people that just average in on a losing trade, and that doesn't make sense most of the time. You really have to have some years in the market to actually average in, scale in, and trade properly. If not, it's probably the number one reason why most people blow up accounts.
Yeah.
They're like,
I think most of us probably,
maybe it holds this level. Boom, another trade. Maybe it holds this level and another entry. And it's like, how long are you going to keep doing that,
Yeah.
So Dakota's long from the 85s, it looks like, by the way.
85s? Okay. So
still that anchored view up. Look at that. The anchored view up at the day high. That's still holding this.
KV's anchored view up is crushing any attempts to go bullish right now.
It's really not, But even on the selling side, even if you enter the shorts, like there's no fall there. It continues 2-3 minutes, and that's it.
This is all 1-to-1 scalping. If there was like a bow and arrow to my head, I'd be like, yes, I'm risking 10 points to make 10 points for the full hour, and that is it. It's not really moving all that fast.
KV, you got the VWAP on. Can you, Craig's asking if we can put the VWAP from the low of the day at 10 a.m. Are you using the anchored, or what's your VWAP based off of?
From the low, 1035?
I believe so. The low of the day. That's what Craig says.
Not much of a significance, because for me, if we've already broken a VWAP, I just completely delete it. It doesn't come into significance for me. That's the way I do it. If we were still here, obviously I would still have it on, but once it breaks, I really just delete it. That's why it just
Gotcha.
just it's there. I mean, it's not doing much. There's no significance the past 2 hours, an hour and a half.
Got it.
So right now I have the day high anchor and I have the recent trend anchor, so the 2 p.m. here, which even this has been holding pretty nicely, right?
Yeah.
So
all it's saying is those we're in a range.
Yeah, breakout should happen technically, but this market doesn't make sense, so maybe we just stay here. Anna says, I can't handle this price action. Don't handle it, right? Just walk away. If your hands are sweating, if you're stressed on the positions, just walk away. You don't have to.
The whole thing is optional.
Yeah.
The whole game is optional.
Optional.
Showing up to trade is optional. Putting on a trade is optional. Managing your trade is optional. I mean, you can do whatever you want. It's trading. That's the joy of it. Amanda saying initial balance middle of the NQ is 970 3/4. Let's put that on the 970. No,
970.
Is that too much? That's way too much. Do you mean
No.
90 70s? Maybe it's just 70s. 70 1/4 makes a lot of sense.
D says there's some daily supply on the ES that's causing a wrench in the works for longs, or at the very least adding time onto the price going higher. Just hanging out right now, stalling a little bit. Curious what power hour is going to be like for you.
Yeah, I think 970 point of control. 970. Can I just not find that, apparently? You sure it's not 70 evens? Because that looks like the middle to me. As the initial balance middle for NQ.
Yeah, it's 72 to 67 range. Whoop,
Yep.
region. Zone.
Region zone. Gabe, your long was really good. It's too bad you got stopped out for a tick. That would have been like 20 points.
Yeah. Now, granted, I'm not sure how I would have handled it knowing I had a target of 114.
Yeah,
If I would have seen it stall at 92. I mean, we retested 92 a couple different times, and that was kind of the general, 80 to 90 region was the first target. I just didn't have any way to scale out. So I'm not sure how I would have made the decision there, knowing we stalled there a few times.
Let's see if we can get a number poll in chat here. Chat, if you're bullish, put a 1 in. If you're bearish, put a 2 in.
I think most people on the chat were bullish, but let's see the results.
Yeah, I was seeing a little more longs too.
Yeah, 1 for bullish, 2 for bearish.
JD has the
Might
7
actually
in there.
even
Yeah, I'm not sure what the heck that is, but holy.
got a 7, saw a 3. Looks like at
Oh,
least we know
nice.
people are watching us.
It's
Or
actually
they
People
send
that are
scary out.
flat.
Let's see how many
Flat
bots are
zeros,
there.
7s. How many? Yeah, right.
This one's dried up real quick.
I think it's mixed. Yeah, it's fairly
Yeah, it's pretty
It's
mixed.
pretty 50. I would
I mean,
say it's about 50-50.
It makes sense because Tilt's looking around 50-50 right now. Just 53 on the
Mark,
long side.
Mark is
So.
ranging as well. 3 walk away, 3 for neutral.
Right.
I think about
We got some funny answers in chat. Can always count on chat to make us laugh, but maybe we should do a poll instead. Like, are we going to finish above 90 evens or below 70 evens by 2 o'clock? That would be an interesting one. That's almost the
Which
same
market?
question, though, to be honest. I would say NQ.
Get a
Let's
pull
say
in there,
like,
bullish or bearish.
Both have that
oh yeah,
opportunity.
nice. Let's see how this pans out here.
Yeah, see, most people are bullish. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. 2-1.
So far.
So Bulls, where are you buying then? Ball's in your court. So more 2/3 you want to buy. Where are you buying?
All right, so here's another opportunity. We're down at the 70s.
Yeah, we're down there back.
Problem is we're in the middle of the range, so not the best location for a possible trade, knowing that, we could easily run back into the 50s to try to sweep some more of these little really short-term lows. I'm sure some people have their stops probably right below 60. If they are long in the middle of this range.
Okay, cool. All right, now we're getting good data here. So we got Anne-Marie from 70 evens. She's looking for longs in the NQ. That makes sense to me. It's kind of bottom of the top of the middle of the range, if that makes any sense. Let's see. ES from 54.74. I should pull up both markets here.
All right, get some momentum to the downside here. See how we handle this 70 level. Buyers pick it back up from here and we get it closed in the 80s. I'll probably end up trying to long, depending on the momentum.
Yeah. Some people in chat are saying, I saw 40s twice. Let's see what that looks like in NASDAQ. That makes sense. That's just bottom of a much larger range. I'd say that's bottom of like the 30-minute. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you zoom out, if you zoom out to like a 30-minute chart, you can just see how range-bound this is. I mean, it is hours of range-bound nonsense. And we are right in the middle of it, right at 70. Anne-Marie, if you end up getting filled, let us know. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
That's what I was talking about earlier, right? If you're zoomed in like a 1 minute, like I'm in a 1 minute, you start seeing trades that are not even there. Like on a 5:15, like there's nothing happening.
Yeah.
There's really nothing happening.
Yeah, you can... I think we've all done that at some point in time as traders.
Yeah,
it's like, let me go to the time frame that makes my trade look the best.
Yeah, that's one of those.
It's like, 30-second one? Yeah, we're bullish on the 30-second. This is going to be a good long. Let's see if Anne-Marie got filled at 70s. ES Delta from Hoagland, plus 6,500 in ES, but minus 400 in NQ. That's pretty interesting. Ooh, Anne-Marie did get in on 70s.
Royal Trade says, KV, your patience is admirable. It's not about patience. It's that, again, you just want to let the trade come to you, right? If you have a setup that's your cup of tea, just let it come to you. Why force it, right? There's probably, if you were talking about A++ setups, there's probably 1 or 2 a day maximum. A+ setups you can find a little bit. A setups you can find like A++ that fit your criteria to the T. The risk is there. The entries is close to your stop loss. The profit targets are there. There's only probably like 1 or 2 a day, which are really, really good. So just wait for them.
You gotta wait. Ooh, Anne-Marie caught an excellent long off of 70.
Looking for
I don't know what.
Nice.
Anne-Marie, I don't know what the quantity is, or if it's MNQ or NQ, but she got 70s.
70s, yeah. No, it's a nice area.
Yeah. Super solid. Is Anne-Marie on a team? Because Anne-Marie, you should be on my team for levels, because we both trade kind of similar. That would actually make sense. We trade pretty
Just took
similar.
2 off at 80. Good out there on a couple.
Yeah, there's 10 points, so that's what, $200 on a 2-lot? Pretty good. Let's see if we can get that full extension up, though. Get up into the 100s. 90s will be very interesting, though. Still holding 3. I'm assuming you were in micros, right, Anne-Marie? Because I don't think you're trading 5 E-minis. Not from what I've seen, though. Maybe you trade size off screen. We don't know it. Saves all the 10 lots. Oh, she's off TopstepTV. Oh, nice.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Nice. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go.
I mean, the volatility has decreased a little bit. So, I mean, trading the minis has become a little bit easier this week.
All right, approaching the 90s.
Yeah. We're all wishing we were Anne Marie right now with a 5 lot at 70 evens. Anne Marie, are you going to peel some at 90s just in case? Kind of curious to see. But that's a really good range trade, though. For like as far as location goes. Oh, getting up the 90s. We got the ES picking up 2, trading 76 evens in the ES. Taking 2 more at 88 and leaving a runner. So Anne Marie is long 1 currently at 70 evens. Took 2 off at 80 and 2 off at 90. So that's 200. That's about $600 plus whatever this runner gets. Pretty awesome trade.
If this breaks, it should break strong. This anchored view up here, the 90 zone, 92.
Yeah, we would think so. Unless it just gets met with even more brutal selling. It's you know, it's hard to tell. You don't know until it happens. We just got to make the bet ahead of time.
Definitely not.
What do we got? We got I mean, ES is still looking pretty good. So 75 evens was kind of resistance for ES, and cruising up to 76, almost 77. NQ is going to get so interesting. Let's just full screen NQ. This is going to get very peculiar and very interesting here. Some are saying ES to high a day. Wow. Gabe, any shorts? Did you take a short here? Or are you just trying to lean long for everything?
Ooh, shorts are tempting again here.
I know, aren't they?
Gabe is muted. $5.
Son
like 10,
of
maybe even
a
15.
Absolute.
Yeah, you're down
biscuit,
like almost
man.
$50 between like the green.
It's been a rough day. It's been a rough day. Shout out to KV and the accountability there. Yeah, but I mean, we're at the high end of the range, right? So shorts are tempting. I still like a push up into the 110s, like a, you know, push above settlement, maybe try to catch a short from 114, that level that I was looking at from earlier. But once again, we've been at this VWAP and at these highs of this range 4 or 5 times now. I feel like we're just bound to get a little surge through at this point. So I kind of don't want to get burnt on trying to enter a short right this second. But now I've been hesitant on the trigger twice. So, you know, we tested those 70s, that level. I've been hesitant on pushing the trigger for a long. So is this hesitation going to bite me? Is this a good location for a short? I mean, it's all a matter of whether you want to take the risk or not. So
that is true. That is true. Some people
are you
might
thinking
be
about
totally
going to enter? Are you entering a short there, Dolby, knowing we are at the high end of the range?
Nope. Not with 5 minutes left. Not with 5 minutes left.
Yeah, true.
It is tempting, though. I mean, it really is. The momentum's a little bit scary just because it bounced so hard off the initial balance, but this level is held for almost 2 hours. So, and in addition, I mean, we are kind of getting, as I say that, let's see if this range ends up breaking to the upside. 30-second range is starting to form at the high here. So let's see if this holds. I think it is going to hold and push. I think Anne Marie's going to get her 104s. Feels strong. It feels like it woke up a little bit. I'm trying to get this link. Reading list. There we go. Cool. So we're pushing up.
Trying. Absolutely trying.
Yeah. But I mean, you just got to go to like the 15-minute. If I clear all this stuff off my chart, I would say, yeah, 100s are huge. And then we got higher lows off the, 15-minute? There we go. So it's 1:56. I could probably start wrapping this up so we can actually have a full power hour and not the power 50 that chat has now been calling it, because chat is so funny. So funny. That actually is one of my favorite jokes, though. But that was a lot of fun. So, KV, what do you have planned for the rest of the week as far as trading goes? What are you looking out for?
No trading for me. I'm actually flying to Chicago tomorrow morning, so I'm done for the week.
You didn't tell me? You didn't tell me you were flying to Chicago, KV?
First time actually to Chicago. You have some recommendations?
You can hang out with me for one. But yeah, if you hit me up on Discord, I'll get you a bunch of recommendations for stuff too.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, first time to Chicago actually. Gonna fly out tomorrow morning.
Hell yeah, dude, it's so much fun.
No trades.
I'll definitely give you some recommendations.
It's a slow week anyway, so I was like, let me just.
Oh, here's that push. We're in the hundreds. No, we're on the face cams right now, but there's settlement 105s pushing.
Yep, it's pushing. It is pushing.
Hey, Dakota, there we go. What's up, man?
I guess me logging in just kicked him out. I mean, Gabe, you wanna take us home, Gabe? We'll get us into Power Hour.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, you guys. Well, thanks for hanging out. KV, it was an absolute pleasure as always, man. Great conversation. We got to get you on a segment where we can see you trade, man. I want to get into the action with you. I feel like that'd be fun.
This price action is killing me as well.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm absolutely with you. Well, stick around, you guys. We have Power Hour coming up with Andre, David Green, Dakota, as you see here, booting Dolby out, and Hoag. So we're going to finish off the day strong with the crew there. But in the meantime, we're going to take a brief break. So we'll be right back. You guys have a great rest of your day, and we will see you shortly.
Bye. Hey traders, it's Gabe with Topstep, and I'm back with yet another update. We are absolutely ecstatic to announce the release of hotkeys inside of Topstep X. You can now fully customize keyboard shortcuts to streamline your trading process, reduce manual inputs and possible errors, and get quicker trade executions. Let's go ahead and switch over to my charts, and I'll show you how they work.
All right, so we're back inside of the Topstep X platform, and what I want to do is navigate to the left-hand side of my screen and click on the platform settings button. From there, I'm going to click on the hotkeys, which will be the second tab at the top right. Out of the 10 actionable items that you have available to choose from, you're going to click on the Set Hotkey button for the one you'd like to customize. For this example, I'm going to use the up arrow key. I can click Confirm, and as you see now, it shows up as the hotkey selected. If I want to overwrite that or clear that out, I would just hit this button again. I can leave this blank and hit Confirm if I want to remove it, or I can simply go in and add a hotkey. But that's it. Hope you guys enjoy. Have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you on Topstep TV.
All right. I know I always have a good time with these three guys. We got my man Dakota, upper right-hand corner, lower right-hand corner. John Hoagland, lower left-hand corner. You saw him on Push Today. David Green in the house. What is happening, fellas? I will go to who hasn't been on yet. Dakota, how you doing today, my man?
I'm doing great. It's buy the dip kind of market. I know we were talking, it seems like last week, David, when we had that huge panic sell everything on Monday, and that Wednesday we're just saying we're going to look back at this and say that was a great buying opportunity. And here we are. A week later, we're looking back at that and saying that was a great buying opportunity.
Yeah. And not unexpected that we took that dipsy doodle. You know, my cue that we were going to rally from there was fast money when the guys came out after that day and said, that's it. The market's done. It's all over. We're going to see the lows. Hayatami and those guys. That's it. This is the beginning of the end. And we've done nothing but rally since then.
Always looks the worst at the bottom.
It does.
Sure does. Yeah.
All right.
It takes guts to do it. It takes guts to buy it when the market's like that as well.
All right. Well, let's do a quick recap. A quick recap of the markets here. Then we'll get going into. Well, does anyone have a trade on? First of all, does anyone have a position on?
I do. I'm long from 080s. Handful of micros, 3 micros.
You plus
all
from.
Right. So do we buy 15 S&Ps now in the house count?
Oh, glad you asked. We got the house account open. We got Hoag in the house. We got the keys open in the house.
To push. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it. It just matters where, because the way I'm looking at this market is we just made a higher low, and I'm seeing that we, this morning near the open, we sold off down here in the NASDAQ into the mid to low 900s, and we just made a higher low this afternoon, and now we're breaking back above the 100s. So let's see if we hold these 100s, push back up near towards the highs of the day. Maybe we get back up to the 140s.
Okay. All right. You have house account open. Hoag in the house here. Recap from house account earlier this morning. House account took a short. Managed our risk nicely. About down $3,000 Hoag or so.
Yeah. I don't know how that happens. I mean, I've been thinking long all morning, and we ended up agreeing on taking a short, which is fine. It didn't work, so that's all right. We're still in the game. I would love to buy this, but I'm looking at the 500 tick chart here, and we kind of We kind of missed our break to the upside here around 75, 76.
See that
just a few minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
Not all of us. Dakota got it.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, he's in the NASDAQ. Yeah.
Stream bombed Nick Dobie out of the last session with a long.
Saw that.
Dakota, when you get a chance, can you share your screen? We still don't have it.
Oh, is it not?
Dakota.
Oh, I typed in the password and everything, and I didn't click on the button that says share.
Good. There it is. There's Hoag screen.
There we go. There we go. There's
make that a $5 fine again.
No, not yet.
You don't share your screen, or you're on mute.
I mean, I already am writing all my tax write-offs of the $5 mute fees going towards.
All right, let's take a look at some levels here. Topstep daily levels. I have them up on my screen. Last trade in the ES 5480. 5480 coincides with, okay, we are just entering into zone 5, low end of zone 5, 5477. Point of control from August 1st.
Yep.
Did like that pullback to 77, 75s. We'll sit. We'll be patient. Oh, do we have any upside targets that you like based on your levels, based on Topstep daily levels? I'm seeing 55, 80, 85 resistance. High of the day 54, 87. Hoag, anything you like to the upside in yes?
Dude, there's a lot of space up here. I mean, if we can take out the session high today, I mean, there's nothing but space up there. I mean, it goes all the way back up to August 1st. Even and above that, there's an unfinished gap that's up there on 56.75 or 57.02 quarter. There's a naked point of control up there. Other than that, I don't see a whole lot with which to block us. I mean, you could say that there's a kind of a supply area up around 55, 58, but that's a long ways away. If we get there, hopefully we're going to take that ride.
You could make an argument to be buying in this area now that we're pulling back a little bit and kind of tested where we broke out. So this could be an example where, this was resistance for the past few hours. Is this resistance going to become support? There's an argument to be made.
There is. See if we hold like the 78s to 75s.
In NQ or ES? I think you're talking NQ. NQ, got you.
Yeah, I'm looking at NQ, but I can imagine the same would be for ES, right? Something very similar.
Yeah, ES is right around 75 also, yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, S&P's held up a lot stronger.
75 to 72 in the ESs.
75 all right, we got a check mark.
And I have a decent resistance level up at 90, 54.90.
Yeah, I would like
the upside target. Cool. Check mark 54.75. Hoag. We got one check mark for 54.75.
And I'm going to say I'm a little bit more aggressive then. I would actually say 77, 78. But yeah, I'm just a little more aggressive, maybe a little bit more bullish on that entry. But I would like a 75 as well. 75 is perfect.
Well, if we like 78s, we'll love 75s.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. 75, 50, 75.
Hoag, we got a check mark. Hoag, we got a check mark for 75 here, upper end and down to 72s. 72s.
Oh, we're talking about buy it as it pullbacks or buying it as it turns back around.
Well, that's the
we've got orders in at 75 and 72 for 5 apiece.
Okay.
Got hit at 75.
What's our risk?
What's our risk? 70s.
If you're 72 would be an entry as well, you said?
Yes.
72.
Oh, God. 69-ish, even down to 67.
66. Yeah, 66. I would say 66.
I would say a break of 69 is not good.
All right, we just got 5 there.
Magic number.
So below David, you said 69 is where you don't like it
We
anymore?
want that to hold. I mean, I'm long small at 75 also.
All right.
69 is next.
Well, we're in 5.
Okay. Working. Maybe we work 72s as well, Hoag. 73s might be a little too high.
Yeah, we got 72s already in there. Okay. We've got a 5 lot bid in there.
Okay, so we're long 5 from 75, correct?
Right. Initially, I'm going to put in the stop here at 67.
Okay, I see why.
That gives us a little. That gives us a little bit of room below that 69 level that David's looking at.
Okay, that's 5. I was count long 5 from 54.75. Risk of 69. 54.69. One check mark. Working 5 more beneath on the 72s, I believe.
And if we do start to break and move up, I think we're creating a nice area to move the stop loss really quick and limit risk quickly, right? So if we do start to just kind of break to the upside and go back towards 480, then yeah, I think, you know, moving a stop loss like 74 is going to eliminate risk really dramatically.
I like it. We need to get above 85s here.
Okay, these guys, Dakota and David Green are talking NQ. Hoag and I are talking ES. They are very similar prices at the moment.
Yeah, I have ES now up on my screen, so 75 or 54.75. 54.75.
That's where we're at. That's where we're long.
Oh.
Yep. But they're both 75.
Yes.
Oh, they are.
Number 75. Lucky number 75. Really quick, while we watch this trade, in the upper left-hand corner, you'll see the hashtag Power Hour. I do see that Carl Hungus already has a meme submitted. Hit us up at Twitter. There we go. I think we just got 70.
We're long 10 now.
Okay, 72.
What's the average price there, Hoag? What, 70?
Average is 73 half. 73 half S&Ps. Our stop is down at 67 right now.
67.
I stopped that on a break of 69. So see what happens.
So, all right.
Cool.
Do we move the stop up to 69 or? I just gave it 2 more. I just gave it 2 more points.
I like 67. I see why you got 67. Oh,
yeah, this can be another quick one.
Man, that
67
turned around fast. Yeah, that's going to be really quick.
They just hammer this, and
we're
we
out.
That was quick.
And it's gone.
Wow.
And it's
Oof.
Yeah, the 69 break wasn't good.
Oh, it wasn't. What's damn, that was quick.
I think that stopped.
Ooh.
Damn, we just caught that right in the chin, man. Man, that was a first round knockout. Moves fastest all day when you don't want it to. Douglas PC says, sure did.
Oof.
This
We had a
updated
nice
PNL. What's the updated PNL,
Now-
Hoag?
Now we like it. Down 65.90.
65.90. Thank you.
My next spot is around 16 on the buy side. I'm talking
16
NQ.
Gotcha.
Mm.
That happened quick.
Man,
Step again. Real quick. Hashtag Power Hour, upper left hand corner. You guys know what to do. Hit us up on Twitter at X. Hashtag Power Hour. Send your good content in.
67. 67 was the stop loss, huh?
Yes, it was.
Yep.
Oh.
Yes, it was.
That's why I gave it a couple extra points just to make sure we didn't just get stopped out at 69 and have it go the other way. But
No.
Would we be willing to get back? Willing to get back in? Fiver.
Mm-hmm.
Or do we just stand pat and wait to see what happens here?
Patience now.
Patience
think-
now. Thank you.
I think we could be, Andre, maybe a little bit guilty of looking for a trade earlier today as well as today.
Yeah, I think you might be onto something there. That was weird. We're uptrending though. If you look at the last hour and a half, hour or so, I saw what you saw. Maybe perhaps the longs though. Didn't see that flush coming. The chat said news. I didn't see any headlines.
News.
Still selling off here. Maybe if we continue to sell off. We're looking alongside VWAP coming up here in the S&Ps 54.63, VWAP 54.67 last trade.
So down to 66 that time.
He says we are distributing even on
Not
NQ
seeing
and daily
any war
supply.
news.
No news.
Not seeing anything.
No, nothing here.
No news.
Honestly,
The only thing I did see, I saw a heavy tilt. The only thing I did see was a heavier tilt in the ES and NQ. It was up around 70%. Only thing, but as we continue to sell off, they started to peel off their position as well. All right, so is everyone flat right now?
No, I got long ES. MES. Micro ES. I got long at 68 3/4.
Okay.
You did?
How many times?
One micro. Yep. I think this was a little bit what I was nervous of. It was just waiting for us to consolidate and then take that reversal rather than just trying to I mean, that trade was still valid. That trade at the 75 was still valid in the ES.
So I'm back in now. I bought a 5 lot on Dakota's.
Yeah.
Not as good a location as Dakota, but we're gonna see if this plays.
Okay, long 5 from what price there?
70.
Long 5. ES.
70 ES.
Yes.
470. Risk is, we got view up is 63 here, Hoag.
Oh, that's right about where I have my stop loss.
63 it
Dakota,
is.
ES or NQ?
ES. I'm looking at ES now. MES. I'm long at 68 3/4.
We can always add to this if we want to.
It's true. It's true. Plus 5 from 5470 in the house account.
Yeah. Dakota's got us beat by a couple of points as far as location is concerned.
Yeah, well, we need to run.
That's pennies.
Yep.
Look at the tilt here, 50-50 now across the board. So as long as they get flushed out there.
It's only numbers.
It's only numbers, but we're reading it.
This is a good risk reward trade. My stop loss is now at 65 3/4. And this has allowed me to risk 12 ticks with an opportunity to be making close to 41. So about just under a 4-to-1 risk reward.
So we're in the same spot as far as risk is concerned. I've moved it up to 65 in the orders.
Okay.
73.50 we need to get above. 73.50.
In ES, David Green?
Yeah, I'm only on ES now. Yeah,
Okay,
73.50.
Thank you.
Yeah, I see what you're seeing. I like that.
There's a 200 EMA around 61 also on the downside.
61s. Look at the ladder here to the upside in the ES. Those dumb algos still there, alive and well.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
no, I see what you're
We got a 500 lot up at 54.90. That's a bit away. That'd be new highs of the day.
Let's go get it.
Yeah. Get it. Let's join that offer. Be nice.
We'll get it.
It is right. Algo sandwich. That's right, D. It's not very tasty. Not very tasty. Feed that to the dog. Dog might want to eat that. Taking a look here at the crude. Crude's not doing a whole lot. That's obviously closed. See what happens here.
Well, at least we're still in this one.
I like it. We're back.
All right.
Longest trade of the day.
Longest trade of the day.
Yeah, that trade duration. Don't look, we had that trade duration from yesterday. That will offset.
Yeah, that was a beautiful trade. Yeah,
that
we
was.
went and took a nap, Hoag, and we left that runner on. And sure enough, that was the day to leave a runner on.
Mm-hmm.
Only we had a runner.
Yesterday's close is 54.55 if we happen to crap out. I'd be long there.
54. What was that level? 54.54. What was the significance of that level again? It was something anchor
Previous
view
day
up to
close.
all time. Gotcha.
54.
Something like the all time. What was it? Anchored view up to all time highs in the 30-minute or something like that.
54.35 was 5%. 54. What are you?
54.
54. Well, 54.45 is weekly kickoff low.
There you go. Okay.
So we're at the lower end of this range. See how this plays out.
Yeah, this is going to be crucial right now. See how the market's going to be reacting on this move. Whether we're going to find buyers back down here, if we're going to push back through. If we find buyers, I'm going to even like it more. I might even add to this.
Sell off that we got stopped out on did have decent volume. Nothing crazy looking at the 5-minute. Tilt back to what's Delta looking like, Hoag, at about 18 minutes ago. It was plus 6,600 ES, minus just 200 in the NQ. What are we looking at now?
4,900 positive in the S&P is now. Negative 700 in the NASDAQ.
Thank you. Hey, if you guys like what you're seeing here on Power Hour, click like, click subscribe. We are right around the corner from getting 114,000 subscribers. Thank you so very much. Greatly appreciate the support.
It doesn't feel like too long ago we broke through that 100,000 subscriber mark, right?
When was that? Yeah, maybe like a month ago or something. That was a marathon session for you, Dakota. You were running out of gas in that Power Hour, if I remember correctly.
It sure was. It was. Yeah, now I'm getting a lot more sleep. Things are really looking better.
Look at Hoag.
I'm melting today. I'm melting today already. So
doing great.
You know how it feels.
Hey, let's do
I went
quick.
ahead and added a second micro to that.
Okay. So what is your average price, Dakota?
69 and a quarter.
69.25.
54, 69
in the ES. In the ES.
In the MES. Yep.
MES. Correct.
So basically right where we are.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
A quick update on live trader PNLs. What do we got here? Nick for a tick. Oh, I thought Nick for a tick was done. Was not done after fast markets. Added another $1,000 to the daily PNL, up now.
Nice.
2,800, almost $2,900. Good on you, man. Like to hear what your setup was. Santiago up $2,400. Matt S up 23. Karina up almost $3,000. John G up about 10. Dylan B up 38. Nicole B up 65, and Tariq W up 3,500. A lot of green on the board. Great to see.
Beautiful.
Absolutely.
Love to hear and see that.
Yep. Hey, David Green, I was listening to group coaching. Here you have a webinar coming out later this evening. Tell us about it.
Yeah, tonight at 8 o'clock, it's our monthly webinar. Me and Pete, we hang out for a couple of hours. We talk about technical analysis. We talk about futures and Topstep as far as futures are concerned. It's the only place we ever talk about. And answer people's questions. We get a lot of beginning traders, a lot of traders who are struggling. So, yeah, WSGTA.com, 8 p.m. tonight. Answer all your questions and just hang out and BS for a couple of hours.
Awesome,
Nice.
awesome. Speaking of 8 o'clock tonight.
Come on.
I added again. I added right there. 3 micros, average price 69.75.
Right.
Dakota, don't weigh it down with all that.
Should suck her up.
That micro.
Everybody get out and push. Everybody get out and push.
The algorithm.
We need some volume too, guys. It's just nothing. It's just dead right.
That would be nice.
Yeah, I like that we didn't just completely have that continuation. It looks like we've been doing that a lot this afternoon. As we have a big drop, last maybe a few minutes, 5-10 minutes maybe, and then just consolidation and grind back up. So maybe this is more of the same. We've seen that right at 1 p.m. where we had that little sell-off and then just grind right back up. So let's see if this is one of them where we sold off. Maybe we grind and go back up.
Good. Nice push above
hour.
72.50 we need. Nice push above 72.50.
Nice. Hey, question here in the chat for Mr. David Green from Anne Marie. Ask David what he thinks about this tepid. What do you think this tepid volume is all about? Seen this week. Summer trade
volume.
The tepid volume. The shitty volume we've
Volatility?
been seeing. The volume. The volume's been. Yeah.
The volume itself.
Yeah, the volume. Yes, the volume's been low all week.
Is that what you said?
Never mind, man. I'm saying the volume. The volume's been down all week in the markets.
Yes. Look, it's summertime, and we're getting close to the end of summertime, right? So, all the guys who got all the money are out in the Hamptons hanging out with Bethany Frankel and all the housewives out there. So there's just not a lot of people around.
Europe basically takes the month of August off.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's why you see these big giant moves also on not a lot of volume, because it's easy to move things around when, there's not a lot of volume. There's not a lot of people here.
Not a lot of liquidity.
Mm-hmm.
Earnings are done. We have some economic stuff that came out this week, and that's when we got a lot of volatility.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And what is today? I don't even know. It's only Wednesday.
Only Wednesday. Only
back
Wednesday.
to normal summer trading. Last week was crazy, but now it's
that's right.
Normal.
The week before that was very busy also.
Yes, it was. The last 10 weeks have been busy.
That's true. Last couple of
We
months,
did have
months have been.
we did have CPI this morning. CPI came in line, so nothing really changed dramatically with a Fed watch. Still 50-50 chance we're going to get either a quarter point or 50 basis point cut. September 18th, I believe, is the date. Still have some time. A lot more can. And
I think it's like a 100% chance of 25 basis points.
That's right. 100% chance and a 50% chance
25.
of 50 points. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think if we would have continued getting that big smackdown, that they might have done something in between. But we had a nice rally off the lows. So
you really think so, David? They would really do an emergency cut just because equities sold off?
If they kept going down from where we were, that day we were down 1,000 points. If we had another day like that, I think it would have been possible.
Man, but that's not their mandate. That's not their job, David Green.
No,
They're not supposed to.
It's very rare. Very, very rare that it happens. But
feeling the
we
heat.
didn't keep going down anyway.
Take a look at 10-year here. 10-year yield looking like right now. It wasn't the 3.8s, 3.9s. Of course, at the moment. What's the 3.8s?
3.8. So let's see if we get a little 330 something here.
Okay.
I guess this is now slow. We got into that one trade and immediately just straight to our stop loss, and now it's
waffling around.
Now it sure as heck slowed down.
Power hour. It's sleepy. Okay.
Stop loss is at 67. You can't
67. Ours is 65.75, I believe. I'll look at the tilt. Yes.
We might not get anything till MOC.
That's all right.
Yeah, it could be very well possible.
Dakota, you said you moved your stop up to 67?
No, I was gonna say that other trade we first got into,
right?
Was at the stop loss was at 67, right? And then we immediately just went straight down there, hit 66 and a half, 66 and a quarter,
and it's gone.
And now we're just consolidating ever so slightly up and to the right.
Yep, very slightly up and to the right.
Everybody get out and push. When we first got in at 75 and couldn't get above the 85, that's why I kept the stop really tight at 69. Now we just know where's land at the moment. We'll see.
And we'll have
the market.
MOC.
Go ahead.
Now, so we'll have MOC here. My man Eddie in about 20 minutes or so. See the countdown clock in the lower right-hand corner. Just beneath that countdown clock, you'll see the new feature rolled out here at Topstep X. Hotkeys. David Green, do you use hotkeys at all for your trades?
I wish I could, but I'm just too old. Doesn't work for me. I'm the old point and click guy.
You're too old.
I'm too old. I never learned how to type.
I
never learned how to type.
Do you hunt and peck with your index fingers? Is that how you do it, David Green?
Point and click, baby.
Point and click. Hey, whatever works.
I'm in one trade at a time, 90% of the time. I can click it fast enough to do my trades.
Fair enough.
Oh, this is a market for just buy, bid, sell, ask.
Work.
If I have to do it any quicker than I have to, then I shouldn't do it.
It's true. All right. Last trade 54.68 half. Just waffling around here.
Yeah, tilt's basically on the fence across the board.
Mm-hmm.
What's the long short for everybody? What's the percentages? Do we have that?
Yeah. What market do you want?
ES's?
ES is 58% long in the ES, 42% short. In the NQ, it's 50-50 long short.
Wow. That makes sense.
Yeah, you can see it.
We're right in the middle of both ranges, the NASDAQ and the S&Ps. This is diddling in the middle, something I would normally not do.
This is summer.
We're going to do something. We're going to do something.
I'm seeing higher lows in the 5 minute.
Yeah.
Slightly. Looking for reasons why the trade will work. Looking for reasons why the trade won't work. Glass has
one
half.
Well,
it's not working.
Exactly.
It's not working yet.
It's exactly. It's not working. So we'll take that.
Just take 5 lots and go buy bid, sell ask, buy bid, sell ask, all power hour.
Yep. Yes, Darren Michael in the chat. Darren Michael, ES 5490, 569 on the offer. Yes, indeed. That would be high of the day. New highs in the day. Love to get up there.
Here we go. Let's see if it's going to stop us out.
Another bear
We'll
flag.
be out next week, guys and girls.
Looks like another bear flag.
That's what the chat's saying, but also could say it looks like I could also say it looks like the lower end of the range as well.
Yeah. It looked like a bear flag. I mean, it looked like a bear flag an hour ago, right? And we rallied up. But
here
we are.
Yep.
It's just so there's a lot of wicks to the downside. It's like odds are if it does stop me out, it could go right back up, and it's one of those markets that just pisses you off no matter what direction you're in.
Don't trade it, man. Algo Central. Yep. Algo's definitely having fun. Yep. Hey, Dakota, we say a lot of wicks to the downside. What does that mean? Explain that to me. What does that mean if I'm a newbie? What does that tell you?
Yeah, so let's pull up my chart. Pull up my chart and I'll show you. So there we go. So you can see all this. This is just mess. Like I could just sit here and draw these out. Just these little pushes to the downside and immediately right back up that we just have seen a lot around this zone. And it's just happening pretty often in a market like this when there's low volume, just chop consolidation, where you just run down, get some stops, go right back up. And so when I say wicks, that's exactly what I mean, is like wicks on these candlesticks. And it's a very difficult market to trade.
Yeah, just indecision. Nobody knows what they want.
Very wicky.
Wiki. All right.
We might just see
got to
that
hold
right here.
65s.
You're still at 65 and 3/4, Dakota, for your stop.
Yeah. I mean, this would be my last trade. I should have this stop loss wider to account for those wicks and those stop loss hunters, but at this point, I don't even want to be into this market. If it stops me out, I'll be finished for the day. That's why I'm trading micros.
Oh, here we go.
Just within a tick of it.
Hey, man, it said, hold the phone. Not so fast, sellers. We'll see. Hold the phone.
Not so fast.
Hold it. Please hold the phone. Please hold that phone very, very tight. There you go. Like a rotary phone. They got us.
I'm out. Minus $156.
Strike 3 and we're out.
Out. Sorry, P&L on the day there, Hoag. We are done for the day.
Negative 77.30.
Okay, I go 77.30 on the day. You manage your risk.
Oh,
quite well.
Whenever I hear that, it's like you really get smacked in the face. Whack.
Oof. Yes. I felt that one.
Yeah.
On the chin.
Yeah, things like that. Exactly what we were just talking about. Stopped us out, right back up.
Yep.
There it is.
Yeah. Right back up. It's seen it.
Dang.
Enterprise, got to come in.
That does kind of piss you off, doesn't it?
Oh,
Yeah,
I've been told I got to keep it together. When stuff like that happens, I need to keep it together, show no emotion, like it's keeping it together. Yes, that shit infuriates me.
And it makes you want to get right
just
back
say
in,
it's
doesn't it?
trading's optional. Isn't trading optional, guys?
It is optional.
I don't think there's no edge in either direction.
No.
There's nothing to do.
That's what I mean by wiki. Just exactly that.
Yep.
You found your 5 contracts, Hoag, on the stop loss, and right back up.
Yep. A couple of times. At least we were in it much longer this time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're saying there was a chance.
Mhm.
You guys are watching. Not trading is not an option. Enzo the picker says, not trading is not an option. Exclamation point. I'm with you, Enzo. I am with you on
I'll
that
agree
one.
to disagree. I'll agree to disagree with that.
I love it.
It's hump day. Hump day Wednesday.
Tomorrow's going to be a great day.
What do we got on tap tomorrow? I haven't taken a look.
Let's do it.
What do we see on the
I know that already.
Yeah, we have news. We have some more news coming out. There's always news that we're waiting for.
Always something around the corner.
What do we got tomorrow?
Shizzle my nizzle.
Oh, Snoop.
I know we have.
David Green, who's your favorite rapper? You listen to rap music at all? Who's your favorite rapper? Snoop was just saying for shizzle my nizzle. Who's your favorite rapper, David Green?
Gotta be Eminem.
Hey, okay. I like that.
Gotta be.
I was gonna guess Beastie. I was gonna guess Beastie Boys, but Eminem works too.
I would be okay with that.
I did like that back in the day.
He's still putting out
Jewish
some new
boy.
music. His new music's not too bad. All right, question for you, Andre.
Yeah, you know who my favorite.
Who's your favorite boxer?
My favorite boxer right now? My favorite boxer right now is Bud Crawford. Terrence Crawford.
No, all time. All time. Not active. Not active.
Mayweather.
Active or not active?
Oh, Mayweather all day.
Dude,
all day.
Man after my own heart.
He's never bled. He's never bled before.
Yeah. I would say Mayweather, but before him, Roy Jones Jr.
Yeah. Mayweather took him out.
What about Rocky Graziano?
Yeah, I mean that's
There you go, undefeated.
That's old
Rocky
school.
Marciano, undefeated.
Yep.
Mayweather undefeated 50-0. Just ask him; he'll tell you all about it.
That's true.
He'll tell you all about it, man. Can't read for a lick,
Ro-
but man, he could dodge a punch.
Yeah, Roy Jones Jr., Coach Hoop, is underrated.
Rocky Marciano.
Alonzo Ortiz did headbutt him, and he got what was coming his way. One punch, night from Mr. Mayweather.
I never saw anyone better than Tyson though in his prime. Never.
That guy.
When
He was knocking guys. He was knocking fools
when
out
he was
in like
into
10
boxing.
seconds. Yeah, man, knocking fools out in like 10 seconds, man. That was crazy.
Yeah.
Oh man,
He was a beast, man.
Yeah, he was. A lot of boxing fans. Money May for sure. Who Dakota? Who's yours besides May? Oh, you said Roy Jones. Yep.
Yeah, Roy Jones Jr. It's Mayweather. Mayweather is mine. It's just when it comes to the pure, it's sweet science. It's an art form. It's not just go in and just pound each other. It's art. It's
not hit him.
Pure boxing, and I think Mayweather exhibits that at such a high level.
Yep.
Down with that.
And he would let you hear about it.
Isn't he a huge gambler, Mayweather?
Yeah. I mean,
not good with
boxing
money,
and
though.
who he is as a person are two different things.
Big time. Yes.
Lots and lots and lots and lots.
Oh, there they go. There they go. Every time I start talking about boxing, a white man got to pull Rocky Marciano out there.
What just happened? That's exactly what just happened. I wasn't gonna say it. That's exactly what just happened.
Oh, that's great.
Perfect timing, Andy. I wasn't gonna say it. But
Oh my God.
Oh shit.
That
film coming to America.
That, man. That was
Coming to America. Absolutely. So good. All right. On that note, that was too good. We got a range. We're in the ranges here. Oh my God. That was too perfect.
Oh man.
All right. Yeah. All right. I'm going to talk to my man, JD. JD, I'm bringing you in. You got to follow that up. JD, tell them what we got for the VIP program here at Topstep. What up, JD?
Let's start with Coach Ray's Stop Hunters. Do we got Coach Ray Stop Hunters? Here we go. Calawerty, nice new trade setup starting today. He's got his stream deck in the background there. I can guarantee you, Calawerty's taking advantage of those hotkeys today. Hopefully he's doing well. Maybe we'll follow up with him tomorrow, see what happened.
That looks just like Coach Ray.
Doesn't it? Wait till you see the next one.
That's pretty good.
Next up,
Pretty good.
Next up, we got Coach Vince's team.
Oh, hey, Vince.
Coach
Nice. Love
Vince's
it.
market makers. We got
Oh,
Top Scott.
wow.
Top Scott from Coach Vince's team. Closed out a 10-1 reward to risk trade today. He's up $441. That was earlier this morning.
Nice.
Haven't seen an update on that P&L yet, but big win for Top Scott on Coach Vince's team.
Nice.
Last but not least, we've got Coach J's team, the Lunatics, and UC Martino. So UC Martino says he hit the his personal daily loss limit on a 50K combine, switched right over to his 100K VIP account, and he's up $3,000. Took a hit,
Beautiful,
and his 50K came into the VIP room and put up $3,000. Big day for UC Martino. Nice trading,
Awesome.
guys. We're gonna start sharing a whole lot more Topstep VIP content going forward, but just a little taste for you today.
Andy, tell him what the Topstep VIP gets him.
Ooh, so you get 2 free resets per month, free 150K combine until you either pass through for the lifetime of the account, so you pass through the training combine, gain an XFA, and then if you lose the XFA, you're out, kind of deal. You get that, but you get 2 free resets a month in that VIP package, and you get it until you pass the trading combine.
No activation fee. Private Discord
No
channel
activation
as
free.
well.
Yep.
Good stuff.
Pretty
This
impressive
is-
package. We started with just a small cohort, 150 traders, so we broke it up into 350 trader teams, and this is kind of a beta test, so we're going to see how it goes, and if it becomes super popular, we'll probably do it again. So we'll keep you posted on when the next one's starting, for sure.
Yeah.
Love
There's
those.
more Bearish
Those
flag to go
caricatures
take a
are
hike.
great.
Bearish flag and kiss me. I know.
I know. Who said ES didn't run stops as much as the NASDAQ? What the
Oh,
hell?
yeah.
Our
Oh,
stop
dude.
loss was what, Hoag? 66 and then or 67 and 66. And we called
66 in
bottom
the
of both
orders.
those little moves.
Yep.
We made that double bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We were the liquidity.
I mean, what was the low there? What was the bottom there? Oh my God, it was us.
It was us, yeah. Well, the first move it was like
65
66.
half.
You dirty dogs, market. You dirty
Just
dogs.
2 moves.
65
Yeah,
half.
we were the
Yep.
bottom. We made the
You got
double
us.
bottom.
Well,
No, we just
that's
hit
the breaks.
65 EMA on a 5-minute at 81. So now we need to get above
Yep.
that again.
T minus 15.
Mm-hmm. Right back to VWAP in the NQ. Take a look around. Oh yeah, 10-year update. I finally found that 10-year rate. It was right. 3.83% in the 10-year. I was looking to refi has jumped in with their mortgages. Might be going lower here. Again, got a 100% chance of a rate cut, 64% chance of a 25 basis point cut, 34% chance of a 50 basis point cut. 50 would be wild. It's almost like they're playing catch up. Hey, David Green, if they cut by 50 basis points, would that spook the market at all? Be like, we're playing catch up, and the economy is in need of like a jump start. I don't know, kicking the ass or something. Would that spook the markets at all? 50 basis point cut?
I think it would. I think it would,
so.
yeah. I still think initially the knee jerk would be up.
Yeah.
Either way, when you do the 25, when they finally announce it to 25 and a 50, I think the knee jerk is up. But I think 25 is what they should do. Take their time. I mean, everyone in the world says they're way behind the curve. So
I don't know about that.
Are
they?
I don't think they are. But
they are either.
Everyone else seems to think they are.
It's just
50 might seem a little desperate.
If we
The
get
last
closer
thing
to
they
it
wanna-
and the percentages keep going up, and say it gets like 80% at a 50 at the 0.50 rate cut, I think that's what's going to happen. I really do. Just I'm very young and I don't know as much. I don't have a degree in economics, but the way it seems, the closer we get to it, the more optimistic people are.
Well, I
And
think
so
they're
we're
trying to
gonna
force
have
the
that
Fed.
percentage.
They're trying to
What's
force
that?
the Fed's hand. I think they try to force the Fed's hand
Yeah.
also. I think the bond market is doing a lot of the work for the Fed, so they don't need to do 50 basis point cut, seeing this
right.
where the 10-year is. I think the bond market, luckily, if the bond market was above, 10-year was above 4% still, then they might have to. But I think the bond market is doing the heavy lifting for the Fed for the time being.
As a trader, I hope they just surprise everyone. I love volatility.
Yeah.
So do you guys think if they do a 50 basis point rate cut that might scare people?
That's what we're thinking. Yeah. Yeah.
I think it might scare the market. Yes.
I think it would scare the markets too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Maybe they just come
might
out
make them think they just waited too long.
They waited too long, or the economy is in worse shape than anyone really knows. Yeah.
They're lying to us about.
We have a lot of data. We still have a lot of data between now and then. So.
Yeah, they showed a timeline. We got a couple more CPIs, PPIs. We got a PCE coming out still. We got the Jackson Hole Conference still coming out. We got another jobs report coming out in September. So there's a lot of time, a lot of data still.
Yep.
Stay tuned. Data dependent, as they love to remind us.
Exactly.
Much. Yep. Which they have to be, right? They can't be. They have to be reactive. David Green, they have to be reactive. They can't be speculators, the Fed. They can't speculate. They have to be reactive to the data, I think.
I agree. 100%. I can tell you, though, by the time we get there, whether it's 25 or 50, most of it will be in the market already.
That's true.
It usually is.
They let the banks know beforehand. I'm convinced they can't
You don't
blindside the banks. They can't blindside.
You don't think politics comes into that at all?
Probably not for September.
Not supposed to.
I wouldn't think it would for September.
Politics.
You know what I think is going to happen? I think the week or two weeks leading up to it, there's going to be the conversation. Are we going to cut 50 or is there a chance for 3/4? And everyone's just going to assume it's, a quarter, but then the conversation is going to be like 80% chance we're going to do 50 and then the percentage chance that we're going to do 3/4.
If they cut by 3/4, I will short any rally.
We are in deep doo-doo. Deep doo-doo.
Right.
Yeah, that's we're in deep trouble.
I don't think.
Look at
Here's
this.
the rally.
Look at this. Oh, you got to be.
Yeah, we got, the Momo was above the 81. Above the 65 EMA.
Where are they going to take this? Where are they going to take this?
Hey, if you like what we're doing here,
I got 19,122. I'll be short if we spike up to 19,122. That's a previous day high. It's up 40 points from here.
There we go. Please take a moment here to leave us a review on Trustpilot. I'm going to put the link in the chat. It's about time for that.
Oh, we got market on close right now.
MOC, Eddie.
And we are here with the MOC. Not yet. Here we go. All right. Buy side, 1,378,000. S&Ps, NASDAQ, 820 buy side. Dow, 527 million buy side. Mag 7, we are full. Straight up, 567 million buy side. Straight up, all buy.
ES, Eddie, ES is 1.1 billion with a B, correct?
1.365 now.
Billion with a B.
Billion with a B.
Thank you.
Great trade. We got stopped out, but great trade.
Agree.
Managed risk.
We did manage risk. Right idea. MOCs. Yep.
All right, so we got the knee jerk up.
Yeah. 70% or 70% long in the ES, 69% long NQ, 69% long YM.
Welcome back to summer.
Yeah.
Fruits, those weren't buys with me. Those were buys with the team. Those weren't my choices.
Who's lighting you up there? Who's like?
Fruits, he's not lighting me up. He said he lost $40 on the buy.
Who pushed the buttons?
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly.
We certainly don't want to hurt anybody, and you should be making your own trades, not depending on anybody else.
Yeah, we talk about that all the time.
It happens.
Yeah.
It does happen. Who pushed the button? I like that, David Green. Who pushed the button is right. I like that.
Well, because you know what I hear a lot of times.
Hold on.
I got in that trade. I got in that trade by mistake. Really?
Wait, hold on. Yeah, hold on here.
By mistake. You're either pushing a button or you're not.
Yeah, hold on. It's not a clown, guys. Take it easy. No LOL $40. There's no LOLing $40. No. Even if it's $1, a dollar's a dollar. Yeah, no LOLing $40.
Let's keep it kind. Let's keep it kind.
$40 at KFC, you're going to get a lot of chicken.
Get a bucket of chicken. You are. All right. So, 7 minutes left here in Power Hour. Again, click like, click subscribe. One last time. I'm not saying it again for the rest of the day, but what I will say, go to my man James Harden for hashtag Power Hour content. We are ready. What up, James?
What up? Hey, Andre, before we go, do you know the song title of the day? Have you figured it out yet?
I was just looking at short position, long position, short position, long position, short
Position, long profits. What's your favorite band named after a dessert?
Named after dessert.
Vanilla fudge.
That's right. It's cake.
Cake. Yes, cake. There
Or short skirt, long jacket. One of my favorite cake songs. And also the intro to the TV show Chuck. Moving on, we have a submission from this morning we didn't get to, but Tom sends us these NASDAQ hot sauces, one called the Bear, one called the Bull. I don't know if they're real, but I want them now.
Ooh.
Doesn't Tuckman have hot sauce or something like that?
Tuckman does
have hot sauces, yeah.
David Green, have you tried the hot sauce?
From there?
So, from your boy Tuckman.
Oh, yeah. Are you kidding me? It was a big business for him back in the day.
He's just killing it left
He used to walk around with cases of them on the floor of the exchange.
I bet he was. Like the beef
And
jerky
you were
guy.
behind him with like water, right?
Yeah.
Water and
Milk.
ice.
Awesome.
Rally.
Beef jerky guy.
Look at this rally, Dakota.
Jerky guy.
Remember that guy? Yeah.
I know, Andre.
Yeah, I know. What else we got, James?
Mm-hmm.
From Profit
Look at that
Points,
run.
my table at work after making my salary 15 times on 2 trades in less than 2 hours.
Love it.
That's a flex.
Yeah, it is.
Big rally.
Simple.
Big end of the day rally here.
Just remember, you don't need 800 screens to make that much money. He did it off a laptop. Believe me, I want 800 screens. I need them, but you don't need them.
We only have 2 eyeballs. Some of us have just one.
From Lost Trader, it's a inside joke. If you get it, you get it.
I get it. That's our
That's
German
what
friend,
I was telling
Manfred.
us.
Probably saying something very kind about my parents.
Yes.
About your
Look at this
mother.
rally. Look at this rally.
And finally, from Carl Hungus, Mick on shorter top today.
I saw that, man. Him and Jack were having fun. All right, James, we gotta get back to these markets. Yeah, thank you, James. This is highs incoming.
Highs.
54.90. Are you there still? Yep, 600 lot on the 54.90s in the ES.
Got a nice trade here.
Just one of those days.
Life would be so easy if you didn't have to manage risk.
Who needs a stop loss? Yeah. What's going on with that?
Oh, do you know how many times I said to myself, I'm done with stops. Never stop putting stopping again. Never putting a stop in again.
I mean, some of the toughest trades where people have their stop losses, get in where they're getting stopped out.
Yep.
Rumor has it there was only one person in Chicago on the floor of the Chicago Board of Trade who never took a loss. He would just hold positions for years until it went his way, and that was Uncle Julius Frankel, and he had no family, no deep pockets, big deep pockets. Matter of fact, if he died probably 35 years ago, and if you go to the Opera House in Chicago and you look on the back of the playbill, the estate of Julius Frankel is still their biggest benefactor.
No kidding.
No family. He left it all to the arts. He was a very nice, very sweet man. And rumor has it, never took a loss.
So Hoag, would he just keep rolling? He just keep rolling his position in the next month then?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
loss. What a Don move,
Yeah.
man. It's only a loser if you. Well, I'm not going to say it's only a losing trade if you close out. But
I was a little kid walking around the trading floor, and every time I saw him, he'd say, "Hey, you're Dick Hoagland's kid. Here's $20." So I'd make sure and run into him 8-10 times throughout the day.
Absolutely.
My
Follow
dad
him
would
around
be
all
driving
day.
home. My dad would say, "Hey, how much you take from Uncle Julius today?" I'm like, 180. Yeah, say not bad. Not bad.
Good. All right, we got 2.5 minutes left in the session. We did make new highs, not quite in the ES, about 3 points away. You gotta be. And volume came in on that pop.
Yep.
Hey, Eddie, any update to the MOC? We were at 1.36 bill on the ES.
ES down about 460 million. Mag 7 still holding all buys here, basically. NASDAQ, 193 million buy side, Dow, 84 million buy side. So sort of chilling out a bit.
That was the trade. That was the trade. Right idea, just bad timing.
It's trading for you. And you know what? If we put our stop at 64, they would have got us there too. What are you gonna?
How about 65? Still would have got us there.
Hey, yeah, that's.
66.
Hey, we always got. I think we managed our risk well. We didn't. We weren't adding the losers. We weren't adding the losers. Direction was.
You can't look back.
Nah.
Drive yourself crazy doing that.
Yes, you will. All right, 60 seconds left. Yes, 1 minute remaining in the period. Topstep TV.
Okay, where are you when you hear that?
I am in the United Center.
You got it. Hockey, baby.
Watching the Hawks. All right. Well, David Green, thank you very much for joining us. Group coaching as well as Power Hour. Be sure to go check out the webinar. One more time, David Green, plug that website to go check out that webinar tonight.
WSGTA.com. WSGTA.com. And thank you guys.
Thank you for joining us. Dakota, real quick, tell us what do you got going on tonight? 7:30 p.m. Central Time.
Oh, slow markets. Yeah, slow markets. I'm going to have Coach Jay joining me. It's Wednesday. Come on. It's summer. It's been great. I've been going over strategies, reviewing trader statistics. Love it. To catch everybody in.
Great to have Hoag back full strength today. Watch this close here. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Thank you, everybody. Shout out to all the bellers. Hoag got a new t-shirt today. Hoag got a new Grateful Dead t-shirt today. Loving that shit. Let's go. Go to my man, Eddie. Eddie, take us out of here. Let's do it.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, animals, vegetables, and minerals. Thank you very much for being with us here today. I had a great time. Once again, this old man learned a lot today, and hopefully you learned something too. Tomorrow for breakfast, we've got the buffet, 7:30. Going to have a big number here. Core retail sales month over month for July. We also got the export price index. Also 7:30, initial jobless clams, as Johnny Hoag calls it. Philadelphia Fed Manufacturing Index. Gosh, we are going to be getting hit hard with these big numbers. Also, retail sales month over month. I think I'm done with that. Yes, and there's a bunch of other ones in there, but those are the top ones that we've got coming out tomorrow. So get your rest tonight. Okay, go to bed early, have a nice dinner, and then get re-energized. Because tomorrow morning, I tell you, like we saw today, we saw the markets just go nutso with the CPI today. I think we're going to see that also. So keep that in mind. 8:15, we do have industrial production. And scrolling down here at 9 o'clock, business inventories. I'm telling you, we got a lot going on tomorrow. Housing market also at 9 o'clock. Retail inventories for you gas traders. We're going to have our natural gas storage. 10 o'clock, Thomson Reuters. We got a 10:30 4-week bill auctions, 8-week bill auction. 11 o'clock, Atlanta Fed. Harker squeezed himself in there. FOMC member Harker going to be speaking. Also, we will be having later in the evening the U.S. foreign buying T-bonds. And that's going to be it for our eco numbers. Yes, there is a lot. Tomorrow's 13th. I'm sorry, Thursday. That's what I was meaning to say. Thursday the 15th. So it's going to be general admission, but don't worry, there's a front row seat for everybody. Be here tomorrow, 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Hoag and myself, we're going to fire up the machine, start the party. And coming up at Fast Markets, we do have Anne-Marie, Hoag, JD, Jack, and Andre. Coach Paul for Power Players. Dolby and Andre, the dynamic duo, will be with Coach Paul. Shoulder tap, Jack and Ben. Group coaching, JD and Hoag. We've got the markets talking with D, myself, JD, and Coach J. That should be fun. I'm looking forward to that one. That's for sure. And Power Hour, Andre, Jack, Francis Green, Hoag. And right now, coming up in inside of about 15 minutes, don't forget At the Buzzer, right here on YouTube with Coach J. This a little later after Coach J, 6 o'clock, we got Coach Ray in the Discord channel, Coach Vince also in the Discord channel, and Coach Dakota back here on the YouTube channel at 7:30 Central Time. So we'll have that also. So keep that in mind. Let's not forget about it. Evening programs, we got Dakota. Deanna, don't forget about Deanna, 3:30 in the morning, a.m. Central Time. That's Monday through Thursday. Now, tomorrow's going to be the last day of the week if you want to catch that. All right, the London Open. And let's see, I think that might be it. Hope I got everything here. Let's just add this too while we're here. What should we add next? All right. What's going to help you become a better trader? I'm going to put this link in here again. I did it earlier today, but we were sort of putting too many links at one time. I don't want you to miss it. What's going to help you be a better trader that we can do for you guys and girls? So that should be it. I'd like to thank Jared Tendler for being with us here today. Great session, Hoag and Jared, and we'll get Jared back again. And don't forget about the 20th of August. Dr. Brett Steenbarger, write that in your little calendar. Put a little Post-it note on there. The Daily Trading Coach, author of the book, The Daily Trading Coach, Dr. Brett Steenbarger. And I think that will be it. Otherwise, let's see here. I think let's get some rest, re-energize, stay safe, stay healthy, have a fantastic rest of your day. I know I will. It's been a long week. We're past the halfway point until we meet again. Yes, I'm that guy they call Eddie Horn. I don't know why. And this has been Top Step TV. Take care.